Chapter 1. Naruto Uzumaki awoke with a groan. He felt like shit. What the hell did I do last night? Something under the covers of his bed shifted and moaned. Naruto pulled up his light blanket and stared at the red-headed woman clutching him around the middle. Oh, right, where's the other one? The door slid open and Naruto glanced up, fully expecting to see his other temporary bedmate. What he saw did not inspire any feeling except pure, unadulterated fear. Rumiko. Morning, the woman stated, looking every bit the prim and proper young lady in a blue yukata and stylish glasses. It's 10. Get your ass out of bed. Did we sleep together last night? Don't be stupid, Rumiko replied. If you're looking for your cuddle buddy, I just ran into her walking out the front door. The woman trailed off as she noticed the other woman in Naruto's bed. Huh, too. Looks that way, Naruto replied as he tried to extricate himself from the other woman. Who are they? I don't know. Cute though. I'm amazed you don't have every STD known to mankind by now, Rumiko commented as she opened Naruto's curtains and filled the dark room with blinding light. Bright, Naruto whimpered as he attempted to take cover under his covers. Don't make me drag you out again, Rumiko ordered. Naruto grumbled and finally pulled himself away from his bedmate. He climbed to his feet and stumbled to his window. Outside the sun shone down happily on the village hidden in the springs and a passed-out drunk in the street moaned. Hey, Yasu, you're in the road. Thank you Captain Obvious, the drunk yelled back. Are you on another bender? Naruto asked. What was your first clue? Smart ass. A gentle breeze blew and Naruto stretched, enjoying the feeling of wind against certain dangly bits. Rumiko turned and her jaw dropped. Put some pants on you goddamned exhibitionist. Oh, right, Naruto glanced around for his pants and frowned as he spotted them hanging from the ceiling fan. Huh, how did that happen? I never bother asking, Rumiko replied, for my own sanity. Naruto ignored her and tried to grab his pants, but they were just out of reach. Considering you have a meeting with the daimyo today, maybe you should put on a new pair, Rumiko suggested. Yukie's back, Naruto asked. Your daimyo is set to return later this afternoon, Rumiko gritted. I told you yesterday. Was I paying attention? Naruto asked. Obviously not, Rumiko replied as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Naruto dug a pair of pants out of his dresser. Not orange. Why not? Naruto whined. No, Rumiko shoved him aside and dug through his drawer. She pulled out a pair of tan pants. Here, Naruto grumbled and pulled on his pants. Rumiko also pulled out a light blue t-shirt and an orange silk button-down. Since you don't have anything nice that isn't orange, I guess I'll have to humor you. Thanks. Naruto was almost touched, but he knew better than to show it. A quiet sigh drew Naruto's attention and he noticed another bulge under his blanket. He pulled the cloth back further and stared at the second woman wrapped around the first's legs. 3. Rumiko noted. Not bad, but you've done better. Hey. Naruto Uzumaki, leader of the Land of Springs hidden village, grinned bashfully and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Today was looking to be a good day. Smiley face. Naruto stepped into his office and stared at his desk in horror. What the hell? Well, Rumiko began, several foreigners are requesting business licenses, the orphanage is requesting additional funds for a day trip, the academy is requesting funds for a training trip. There are several job proposals, the Kunoichi League is up to something and the rest is the paperwork you've been dodging all week. Oh, Naruto shuffled between two stacks of papers and tried to open the window behind his desk, but it wouldn't give. He collapsed into his seat with annoyed grunt. Why's my window locked? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, Rumiko responded. I will not be fooled again. From behind the stacks of papers Naruto heard the lock on his door slide into place. He stood up quickly, but still couldn't quite peer over the reams of paper on his desk, so he stood on his chair. Rumiko was nowhere in sight. Hey, prepare to be fooled again. He quickly began to form the seals for one of the few fire-style jutsu he knew. This one was affectionately known as the paperwork no more jutsu. A hand connecting sharply with Naruto's wrist shattered his concentration. Ow. Nice try, Rumiko stated. That wasn't what it looked like, Naruto stated quickly, shrinking back into his plush, leather swivel chair. Calm Rumiko was much more dangerous and scary than pissed Rumiko. You set your paperwork on fire again and I will kill you, his aide warned. Then I will raise you from the dead and make you fill out the duplicates. Naruto pouted and absently began folding a very official-looking piece of paper into a paper football while spinning in his chair. This also came for you today. Naruto skidded to a halt and stared at the sealed envelope marked urgent. It's from the cage of the Land of Fire. A letter from Granny. Naruto took the envelope and began opening it. Oh, and I thought you would get a kick out of this, Rumiko continued. The Land of Earth has asked us to assassinate the Fire Daimyo's wife's cat. Naruto's fingers froze. How much are they offering? Rumiko stared at him. You're kidding, right? You have no idea the pain that Fur Ball put me through. Naruto roared, flailing his arms and accidentally knocking a bottle of ink onto his letter. In his excitement, he didn't even notice. Now, how much are they offering? It's actually not a bad offer, considering it's for a cat, Rumiko stated. Excellent. Assign the job to Yasu. Okay, hold the phone. Rumiko ordered. Knowing you the way I do, I should have known you'd take a hit on a cat, but we are not assigning Mr. Explosion to do it. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Naruto countered. Yui. Naruto heard the doorknob jiggle. Is it still locked? Yes, Rumiko stated. She sighed as they heard the door explode off its hinges. Why did you hire her as your personal assistant? If I piss her off, she sometimes accidentally destroys the paperwork, Naruto replied. I should have expected that, Rumiko commented blankly. Boss? Yui asked. Naruto stood on his chair again. Oh, there you are. Now, what the fuck do you want? Go drag Yasu out of whatever bar he's in and tell him to come here, Naruto ordered. I have a job for him. Yui's eye ticked rather violently. Is he going to like it? She asked. Probably, Rumiko grumbled under her breath. I doubt it, Naruto corrected. Yui brightened quickly. Right away, she turned on her heel and ran back out. What's with that? Naruto asked as he sat back down. Yui and Yasu got drunk and ended up in bed together, Rumiko stated. Apparently, the fight they had afterwards was rather epic. I see. Naruto turned back to the piles on his desk. Something was bothering him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it until, wait. Aren't they siblings? Twins. Naruto considered that for a moment. Kinky, he stated finally. So, where were we? The letter from the Hokage. Oh yeah, Naruto glanced down at the letter still clenched in his hand and cursed as he saw its illegible state. Oops. What did you do? Naruto's shoulders hunched defensively at her tone. Well, I kind of ruined it, he stated. Don't worry though, it probably wasn't important. His attempt at appeasement was a spectacular failure that he paid for with a rather painful lump on his head. Ow. Damn it, Rumiko groused, pinching the bridge of her nose. You know what, fuck it, it probably wasn't important. After all, it was only a letter marked urgent from the cage of the most powerful country in the world. Naruto's eyes darted around, trying to spot a possible trap. Yeah. You idiot. Naruto was saved as Yasu strolled in. Hey boss, I heard you had a job. The shinobi trailed off as he took in the scene of Rumiko on her knees atop Naruto's desk with her hands around his throat and papers scattered everywhere. Do you want me to come back? I don't know what you think you're implying, Rumiko snapped as she quickly climbed off the desk and straightened her yukata. Right, Yasu drawled. So, what's this job? How do you like cats? Naruto asked. One of Yasu's eyebrows rose. I hate the furry little pricks. Excellent, Naruto hissed as he steepled his hands upon his desk and began cackling. Karma's coming for you fuzzy. So, what do you want to do about the letter? Rumiko interrupted loudly. Naruto's laughter trailed off rather abruptly and he pondered that for a moment. Same thing I do every time something important is put before me. Procrastinate until it bites you in the ass? Rumiko asked. Procrastinate, Naruto repeated, sounding vaguely scandalized. I do not procrastinate until something bites me in the ass. I much prefer to drink while I'm waiting. That stated he promptly pulled out a small bottle. Where did you get that? Rumiko demanded. My stash, Naruto stated. I found your stashes, Rumiko stated flatly. I thought a few of my decoy bottles were missing, Naruto thought aloud as he pulled out the stopper and shot back quite a bit. A few, Rumiko shrieked. I found nearly 20 bottles. Naruto just pressed the bottle into her hands and pulled out another. She stared at him for a moment before taking a long drink. Namazaki. Yep. You have a refrigerator hidden around here. Yep. I'll be going now, Yasu stated as he slinked out the door. This had all the earmarks of another window-shattering screaming match. Instead of yelling, Rumiko sat on the edge of Naruto's desk and sipped her bottle. It's good. Yep. Several weeks later, smiley face. Now this is traveling. Sakura had to laugh as she watched one of her genins happily lean back in her seat with an exaggerated sigh of pleasure. How come we don't have these things in Konoha? Actually, Sakura began, the Land of Fire is examining the impact of railways right now. I thought these things were called trains, Haruka stated. The vehicle is a train, Sakura explained. The system of tracks they travel on is called a railway. It'd be nice to have, Satomi commented. The third member of Sakura's team just kept on snoring. Pig, Haruka grumbled, elbowing her twin sister. Leave Kaori alone, Sakura ordered. Even when one of them was asleep, they kept bothering each other. Last time I agreed to work with sisters, Sakura decided as she looked out the window and watched the lush, green land of spring whip by. Sensei. Yes, Sakura asked, turning back to her team and noticing that Kaori had woken up. Who's this guy the Hokage sent us after? Kaori asked. He's a ninja, right? That's right, Sakura answered. Actually, he was on my genin team. So, he's old, Kaori asked. What was that? Sakura snapped, raising one fist threateningly. Nothing, Kaori squeaked, shrinking back quickly. Sakura glared at her for a moment longer before lowering her fist. Anyway, Sakura began again, Naruto was on my genin team with. Why's he all the way out here in the land of spring? Kaori interrupted. He's on hermit status, Sakura answered. That means he can go anywhere he wants in the world. He's out here studying under a seal master. Why? Kaori asked. Stop interrupting, Haruka growled. I'm just asking, Kaori protested. I don't know why, Sakura said loudly, heading off this argument before it could begin. But he was on your team, Kaori protested. Shouldn't you? I don't know why, Sakura repeated slowly. Kaori must have felt the killer intent starting to drift off her sensei because the big-mouthed girl quickly sunk into her seat without another word. Sakura stared out the window and spaced out. It had been years since her teammate had walked out on her without a word of explanation. Now, she was finally going to get some answers. It's really pretty here, Kaori stated, apparently trying to break the heavy silence that had fallen over them. Just because no one else is talking doesn't mean you have to, Haruka sniped. Sakura just tuned them out. She could feel the train slowing. Hopefully, once they were out in the open the two would hold off on their bickering. There wasn't a chance of course, but Sakura could hope. Smiley face. Did not. Did to. Did not. Did to. One more word and they'll never find the bodies, Sakura growled. Kaori and Haruka fell utterly silent. Never again, the pink-haired Kunoichi vowed for the umpteenth times. For a full 10 minutes they continued their walk in blessed silence. Whoa, nothing good could last forever. Sakura spun and saw the quietest member of her group gawking in wonder. She followed the girl's line of sight and found herself staring at the massive, rainbow monoliths that had long ago turned the land of snow into the land of spring. They towered far above even the trees of the forest Sakura and her team were walking through. What are those? Kaori demanded. Those are the reason why it's so nice here, Sakura stated. This whole country used to be covered in snow, but the daimyo's father built those things to turn the country into the land of spring. Cool, Kaori and Haruka stated in unison. That of course led to a new round of bickering. Sakura sighed in annoyance and quickly led them further down the path they were on. They moved out of the forest and the pink-haired woman smiled as she spotted the walled village near the base of the monoliths. And that is the village hidden in the springs. Gee, how original, Haruka commented. Sakura agreed, but kept it to herself. She didn't know how, but she was sure agreeing with one of the twins would lead to an argument. My mom told me that this was a bad place, Satomi commented. She said that it was full of missing nin. It is, Sakura stated. She was rather surprised by how nice the village looked herself. The Land of Rock tried to invade the country to take the generators, but the Land of Spring recruited all the missing nin they could. After the war they stayed on as ninja of the Land of Spring. So, how come the Hokage sent us? Kaori asked. Wouldn't a letter have been quicker? The Hokage did send a letter, Sakura answered. She never got a reply. The pink-haired Jonin led the way from the tree line towards where a pair of men were arguing by the gate. Excuse me. Yeah, the taller grunted, holding up a finger to indicate for his partner to wait a moment. I'm looking for Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura stated. Can you tell me where he is? The man glanced back at his partner. Do you think he escaped yet? The taller asked. What time is it? 2. Definitely, the shorter replied. They both turned back to Sakura. A bar, they stated in unison. A bar, Sakura repeated. It's 2 in the afternoon. A bar, the taller confirmed. Which bar? Sakura asked. One of them, the shorter replied. They promptly went back to arguing. Don't you want to see my ID? Sakura interrupted again. Meh, the shorter grunted. Cause any trouble and you'll end up like those 3. Sakura glanced in the direction the man was pointing and nearly gagged. Beside the gate were 3 heads planted on pikes. The heads were still moving. Are they alive? She asked. Nah, the taller man stated. It's some kind of genjutsu. At least, that's what I tell myself to keep from being horrified to the brink of insanity. Yeah, the shorted agreed. Now go on. Sakura nodded weakly and walked through the gate. Behind her, she could hear the guards talking. She looks good for a mother of 3. Yeah, the taller replied. You'd never know unless you looked at her hips and ass. Sakura spun, ready to dole out necessary violence only to see the shorter guard poking one of the heads with a stick. You guys hungry? Stop giving them food. It all just ends up in a rotting pile below them. This village is fucked up, Satomi stated unexpectedly. Sakura considered chastising the genin for her language, but decided against it. Yeah, she agreed instead. Smiley face. How many bars can one village have? Sakura gritted as she stormed out of the latest hole in the wall. I'm more curious as to why they're all packed at midday, Haruka commented. Is this the hidden village of alcoholics or something? Well, there's another one, Sakura stated as she pointed across the street. With that simple observation, the bar's swinging doors burst open and a man flew across the road to slam into the bar Sakura and her team had just left. Another fight, Haruka stated. Yep, Kaori replied blandly. They only agreed when they were too shocked to do anything else. Maybe we should skip that one, Satomi suggested. Sounds like a good idea. Sakura was about to lead her team away from the bar when a woman strode calmly through the swinging doors. She walked across the road and seized the man by his throat. Let's get out of here, Haruka suggested. Sakura heard the younger woman, but couldn't force herself to respond. A breeze rustled the woman's long golden hair as she examined her captive. She snarled suddenly and the 3 dark, whisker-like marks on her cheek crinkled. All right, asshole, the blonde growled, what part of fuck off and die, don't you get? The man sputtered something and the blonde promptly threw him the length of the street with little effort. Fucking pervert. Hey Naruto, another woman called from the bar's entrance, your henge is down. Shit, the blonde grumbled as she turned and began making several hand seals. She trailed off as she found herself staring at Sakura. Naruto. Sakura. Jackass. A passing stranger suddenly turned into a young bespectacled woman in a yukata. Said woman promptly slugged Naruto hard enough to send the blonde slamming back into the wall she had just thrown her own victim into. I'm going to nail you to the seat. With that, the stranger grabbed the dazed Naruto and disappeared. Kaori began brilliantly. Naruto, I thought we were looking for a guy. It's complicated, Sakura managed. It usually is, Satomi replied. Chapter 2. Oh, my head. Naruto rubbed her skull and groaned. What hit me? I did. Naruto glanced down and spotted Rumiko dragging her by her ankle. The blonde grinned broadly at the other woman. How's your hand? Tender, the dark-haired woman gritted. She let go of her and Naruto climbed to her feet, noticing that she was in the waiting room of her office. So, how do you know it was a clone doing the paperwork? Why don't you ask him yourself? Rumiko asked as she pushed the newly repaired door to Naruto's office open. Naruto followed and stared at her clone. He was leaning back in her chair with his feet up on her desk and a bottle of her sake in his hand. So, what happened, buddy? I told her, the shadow clone stated. What? Naruto said flatly. PFT, I'm not doing your paperwork for you, the clone stated as he took a sip. This is mutiny, Naruto roared, at least as well as her female body allowed her to. How dare you betray your own subconscious? Quit being a drama queen, it's not like I turned you over to the enemy, the clone stated with a roll of his eyes. Besides, I'm you, so what makes you think I'm going to do your paperwork for you while you run off and play? With that, the clone had the common sense to dispel himself. Naruto pouted and stalked around her desk to collapse in her seat. Remind me to look into some kind of loyalty seal. When no comment was forthcoming, Naruto looked up and noticed that Rumiko was rather fixated on something just below the blonde's neckline. Naruto arched her back and pressed her breasts tightly against her tank top. See something you like? Yes, Rumiko stated bluntly, her cheeks turning a nice crimson color. Naruto sighed in annoyance and leaned over slightly to grab a stack of papers, inadvertently giving Rumiko a perfect view down her shirt. You know, if you would just let me use my clones, I could get all this work done in no time. There was no reply again. Naruto glanced up. Your nose is bleeding. Shut up. My eyes are up here, Rumiko. I'm not interested in your eyes. Touché. Naruto dropped the technique and Rumiko pouted. If you're going to be such a pain in my ass, at least you could give me some eye candy. Sorry, Naruto replied. So, clone, paperwork, deal. I'm still looking up the legality of having a clone sign paperwork, Rumiko stated. Besides, as he just proved, your clones aren't the most stable at times. Oh, and speaking of paperwork. She held up a form. Naruto read it quickly. I already denied that request, he stated. See, it's got my stamp. Actually, the stamp is what I don't like, Rumiko replied. It says, fuck why. I know what it says, Rumiko growled. Fuck you, does not equal denied. Does in my book. Rumiko sighed in annoyance. Sakura. What? Sakura's in the village, Naruto stated as he rocketed out of his seat. Shit, how did I forget that? How hard did you hit me? Pretty hard, Rumiko replied. Who's Sakura? A knock at the door interrupted Naruto's explanation. 1 second, Rumiko opened the door and Naruto saw a flash of pink. Smiley face. Sakura. Sakura managed a squeak of surprise as she was wrapped in a tight hug. Naruto. The blonde pulled back and grinned at her. Hi Sakura. Sakura couldn't help herself as her eyes flashed down quickly and back up to Naruto's face. Well, someone had certainly grown. Come on in. Naruto turned and led Sakura into a massive office. He sat down on the desk and waved a hand absently at a chair. Sakura managed to make it to the chair and sat down rather hard. Naruto. Yep. So, he's a guy now? Kaori asked. Naruto glanced up and stared at the 3 younger women standing behind Sakura. You had kids. They're not mine, Sakura snapped. Do I look like I had 3 kids? Answer that and die. Naruto's jaw clicked shut. So, then, you're a Jonin. Yes. Oh, congratulations. Sakura had to smile at him. Grown up, maybe. Wised up, no chance in hell. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing here? Sakura demanded. I was told that this was the village leader's office. It is, Naruto stated. He glanced over his shoulder at the dark-haired woman who had decked him out in the street. Meet Rumiko, our boss. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sakura stated formally. Likewise, Rumiko replied. Sakura took a moment to carefully gather her thoughts. Do you mind if we talk in private? She asked finally. Naruto glanced around the office quickly and nodded. Sure, Rumiko can watch your genin. That's right, tell your boss what to do, why don't you? Rumiko asked as she walked around the desk and sat luxuriously in the plush, leather, high-backed chair behind it. Don't worry, she's used to dealing with immature brats. You know, cock-blocking my dates is bad, but cock-blocking my potshots at you is worse, Rumiko grumbled. Naruto just grinned and quickly led Sakura out of the office. Are they going to be okay? I'm sure Rumiko will be just fine, Naruto stated. What about my genin? So, how about a drink? Naruto asked. Sure, why not? Sakura asked. Happy hour just started. Silly Sakura. In this village, happy hour never ends. Smiley face. Rumiko leaned back in Naruto's chair and bit back a gasp. How the hell could anything be so damned comfortable? Don't touch that. I was just looking. The loudmouthed one snapped as she jerked her hand back from the sword she had been about to grab. Show some respect, the girl's twin snarled. She's like the Hokage. Someone knocked and the door opened to reveal Yui. Hey Rumiko, where's Naruto? I have some papers he needs to sign. Rumiko pinched the bridge of her nose and raised an eyebrow as a bottle of sake tumbled into her lap from somewhere. She took a sip and noticed, to her relief, that the twins were arguing and hadn't heard Yui. Why are you in Naruto's chair? He's up to something. So, Naruto is the leader. Rumiko nearly leapt out of her skin as she spun to see the third member of the genin team. The girl had been so quiet that Rumiko had forgotten she was there. Jesus, are you really a genin? Yes, the girl stated. Wait, Naruto told the pink-haired chick you were the boss. Like I said, he's up to something, Rumiko replied. She stared at the quiet genin coldly. Mention this to anyone before Naruto mentions it and you'll end up like Larry, Curly and Mo. Who? The girl asked. The three guys at the gate, Rumiko stated. That's an old family technique. You did that, Yui asked. That's a neat genjutsu. Actually, it's a ninjutsu, Rumiko replied. They're actually. La 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 la, Yui shouted as she stuck her fingers in her ears. I can't hear you because I don't want to know. Oh, Rumiko pouted. She may not have been a braggart, but she did like to explain her family's forbidden jutsu. Hey, can I sit down? Yui asked suddenly. Sure, Rumiko replied, waving a hand at the chairs in front of Naruto's desk. Actually, I kind of met. Yui made a few vague hand gestures and Rumiko understood. Sure, she pushed herself against the armrest and Yui squished in beside her. The chair was actually big enough for the both of them, but Rumiko wasn't going to give up the chance of having Naruto's cutie assistant, and her former teammate, half sitting in her lap. Wow. Yeah, Rumiko agreed, her thoughts more on Yui's nice, firm ass than the chair. I bet boss would like to see this. Nah, he's way too protective of this chair. True. Oops. Rumiko glanced up to see one of Naruto's swords embedded in the floor next a pile of very important papers. Smiley face. Naruto led the way through the bustling streets by as many back paths as he could. It just wouldn't do to have someone spoil his ruse. This seems like a really nice place, Sakura commented. I see you've heard those rumors about this place being a den of iniquity and full of missing nin, It isn't. Well, that gets kind of complicated, Naruto stated. Really, only about 0.5% of the people around us are missing nin. Then who are these people? Refugees and vacationers, Naruto answered. He led his former teammate into one of his favorite watering holes for when he didn't feel like company. Inside it was comfortingly gloomy and Naruto led the way to his table. What about all the missing nin that were recruited during the war? Sakura pressed. Well, they're hardly missing nin now, Naruto answered. It must be stressful for Rumiko, Sakura commented. I couldn't imagine having to lead people I couldn't trust. What makes you think Rumiko doesn't trust them? They're missing nin, Naruto, Sakura stated. They betrayed their villages. Some villages are worth betraying, Naruto replied. Besides, not all missing nin are horrible people. Most of the ones in this village are just happy to have a place they can settle down in and not have to worry about bounty hunters or Anbu. If they just wanted to settle down, then why didn't they stay with their villages? Sakura asked. There are plenty of reasons, Naruto answered. Did you know, most missing nin leave their villages genin? Really? Really, Naruto stated. They leave because they're just kids, cocky, arrogant kids. They have trouble with authority or they think that they're being held back. That's why it's often the geniuses who leave. They both fell silent, lost in memories of another genius who had left his village as a genin. Naruto nearly jumped when Sakura reached across the table and took his hand. I really missed you, Naruto. I missed you too. Naruto had to smile. He really had missed her. So, you're a jonin with your own genin team now. I bet you're an amazing medic too. Sakura blushed slightly, just enough for it to show in the darkness. What about you? She asked. Tsunade told me you were studying under a great seal master. Naruto felt his eye tick as he habitually rubbed his wrist. Yeah, that prick. Naruto was saved from further explanation when a waitress came tripping up to their table. Hey Naruto. Hey, Naruto had no idea what her name was. What do you want to eat, Sakura? What's good? I don't know, Naruto admitted. I've never been here for anything other than booze. Smiley face. Rumiko glanced up as the door to the office opened and Naruto walked in. You get that pink-haired chick to the inn? Yeah, thanks for arranging that, Naruto stated. I just needed to get those brats out of my hair, Rumiko stated. Ah, Naruto made a vague gesture and Rumiko scrambled out of his chair. He strolled around his desk and stared down at the piece of furniture for a moment. How big is your ass? It looks like two people were sitting in my chair. Rumiko, despite her casual attitude in dealing with her boss, knew the man could slaughter her on a whim and so decided to take the shot in stride. Fuck you. Naruto sat down and began filling out a few papers. What happened? Huh. You're actually doing paperwork, Rumiko pointed out, and I was kind of expecting you not to come back tonight. Naruto shot her a grin and pulled out 2 bottles. Rumiko accepted one and sat on the edge of his desk. She's an old friend, huh? In a way, yes. Naruto leaned back in his chair. I feel something when I see her. Something? Rumiko asked, genuinely intrigued. Ooh, is the big bad forest fox going to be making googly eyes at the new chick? Naruto laughed at that. Probably not, he stated. Besides, this is more affection. I see her and I remember all the people I left behind. I haven't thought of them in so long. I want to see them again. He trailed off for a moment. The people I left behind, he repeated. Ah, these memories. It can be so confusing sometimes. Well, Rumiko commented, I can't really blame you. I feel something myself when I look at her. I noticed those too, Naruto commented. I guess she's a late bloomer, but when she bloomed, woo, she really bloomed. You mean she didn't always have that pair of cantaloupes strapped to her chest? Rumiko asked. Nope, maybe she ended up taking after her teacher. Who? Tsunade. The legendary sucker. Yep, Naruto replied. If Sakura has cantaloupes, Tsunade has got fucking watermelons. Rumiko pondered that for a little while. I have really got to meet that lady. How can you be such a boob hound when you see a pair in the mirror every day? Naruto wondered. Oh, don't get me wrong, my boobs are spectacular, but they're still just my boobs. It's not as much fun playing with your own. Naruto finished his sake and pulled out a big glass bottle of Old Land of Snow vodka. I've got nothing to say that. He uncapped the bottle and took a long swallow. Ooh. So, what did she want? Naruto stared at her for a moment. You didn't ask. Hey, Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly and he grinned at her. She didn't say. Hey, Rumiko sighed and finished half of her bottle before reaching for the vodka. You know, people don't tend to bring genin teams on social calls. Hey. Why did you tell her I was the boss? You know I play my cards close to the vest, Naruto stated. What if someone talks? No one in this village will talk to an outsider like that, Naruto stated. Everyone here is too scared of me. Some might say loyal, Rumiko commented. They're scared, Naruto corrected. Everyone's scared of me. Even me, Rumiko asked. Especially you, Naruto stated as he climbed to his feet quickly, looming over the smaller woman. You're too smart to not be utterly terrified of me. Rumiko snorted and pushed him back so she could take another drink. Naruto grinned cheerfully at her response and glanced back at the papers on his desk. Anything major happening? Takumi's back. Naruto's grin seemed to grow even bigger, subtly too big for his face, and quite a few teeth suddenly ended in points. Really? Takumi. The doors burst open and a white-haired boy stumbled in. I did it this time, he declared as he pulled out a storage scroll. I definitely assassinated the right guy. He pricked his finger and ran it along the scroll. There was a poof of smoke and Naruto's office was suddenly filled with severed heads. He has got to be here. I went to the village you told me about and killed every single person there. Well, that's one way of doing it, Naruto commented. Is that a horse head? I killed all the animals too, just in case, Takumi stated. You know, Rumiko began, you would be killed for this in any other village. Good thing we don't live there, Naruto asked as he dug out his bingo book and flipped to the proper page before beginning to sift through the heads in search of the one that would prove Takumi could kill everyone and his target instead of just everyone except his target like last time. I'm really beginning to wonder, Rumiko replied. Smiley face. You didn't tell me that Naruto was such a fox. Sakura coughed roughly as she tried to gasp and drink at the same time. That's one way of putting it, she squeaked. So, you think he's a cutie, eh? He is so far beyond cute. Kaori stated. Did you two have fun? Yes. It was good catching up with him, Sakura replied, ignoring her genin's blunt innuendo. You two didn't cause any trouble for Rumiko, did you? Are you kidding? Kaori asked. She's responsible for Larry, Curly and Mo. Who? The three heads at the gate, Haruka explained. She said she'd do that to us after the idiot nearly cut a stack of papers in half with a sword. I wasn't anywhere near that when it happened, Kaori protested. You were holding the sword, Haruka snapped. When are we leaving? Sakura fought every instinct not to jump. She hated when Satomi did that. Leaving? Yes, Satomi replied. We're here to tell Naruto that he has been recalled. You did tell him at some point in the 5 hours you were together, right? Sakura managed not to look too sheepish. I'll tell him tomorrow. Sensei's got a crush. Sakura couldn't be held responsible for the punch that put her genin to bed early that night. She was only human after all, and humans had limits to what they could endure. Chapter 3. Yui pushed the door to her office open and froze. There was light shining from under the door leading to Naruto's office. It was 8 in the morning. Nobody was ever in Naruto's office before 11. Yui quickly set down the papers she had been carrying and slipped a senbon from her hair. Whoever was in there was about to find themselves paralyzed and answering several demanding questions. Yui kicked the door open and had just enough time to realize that she was probably about to die as she launched her needle at her boss. Naruto casually plucked the needle out of the air without looking up and set it on his desk. Too slow, Yui. You're just too fast, Yui corrected, quickly checking to make sure that she hadn't suddenly sprouted a few kunai handles. What are you doing here? Signing papers, Naruto stated. Rumiko says she's sick. Don't you usually just fuck off and drink when she's sick? Yui asked. She sat down quickly before her legs could give out. Only those who knew Naruto knew just how dangerous he could be. Didn't feel like it, Naruto stated. Give me my cigarette. Huh. My cigarette, Naruto repeated, tapping his ear. Yui reached up and yelped as her fingers closed around something hot. She tried again more carefully and tugged a cigarette out of her earring. You threw a cigarette 10 feet with enough accuracy to put it in my loop earring, Yui commented as she handed the cigarette to Naruto. You're a freak. I'm a monster, not a freak, Naruto corrected. Yui stared at the stacks of papers and suddenly understood what was happening. Oh, what? You had your clones sign all this while Rumiko was guaranteed not to be here, didn't you? Naruto stared at her for a few minutes, silently puffing on his cigarette. I'd keep that theory to myself if I were you, he commented finally. Okay, Yui nodded quickly. Good. Naruto finished stamping the last paper on his desk and leaned back in his chair. All done. You know, you're getting sneaky. Yui commented. Maybe they were right to make you the boss after all. PFT. I'm only sneaky to get out of paperwork. Naruto climbed to his feet and stretched. So, what's the plan for today if you aren't leading Rumiko around the city on your daily chase? Naruto snubbed his cigarette out in his ashtray and grinned. I was thinking of fucking off and drinking. You don't say, Yui replied. Naruto nodded and opened his window. You have a door, you know. I'm a ninja, Naruto protested. Normal people can use the door. I, on the other hand, will continue to use the window to access my 4th floor office. Well, that's far from the worst of your quirks at least. Smiley face. Sakura glanced around the small restaurant and smiled as she saw the man she was waiting for. Naruto. The blonde saw her and quickly made his way over. Hey Sakura. He sat down across from her and peeled off his orange jacket. Pretty hot out today, huh? Sakura was about to answer when her eyes fell upon the tattoo on Naruto's left arm. What's that? Huh? Naruto glanced down and stared at the marking. It's a tattoo. That's the crest of the land of spring, Sakura stated, trying not to sound accusatory as she studied the plain black snowflake design. It was one of a few such tattoos, including 2 chain designs, one on either wrist, but the crest held Sakura's attention. Yeah, so. Naruto, you're a ninja sworn to the village hidden in the leaves. You can't wear another village's crest. Why not? Naruto asked. It's my body and I'll do exactly what I want with it. Sakura groaned in annoyance and rubbed her temples. Why couldn't Naruto ever be agreeable? Just keep it hidden when we go back, she ordered. Oh, a nearby man grunted. Now he's going to run around showing it off just to spite you. Naruto grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. Probably, he admitted. Hey, wait a minute. Go back. I'm here to tell you that you've been recalled, Sakura explained. The Chunin exams are being held in our village and Tsunade has ordered all ninjas abroad to return home to help out. Oh, Naruto appeared to consider something for a moment. Sorry, no can do. This isn't a request, Naruto, Sakura stated. Your Hokage orders you to return to the village hidden in the leaves. I'm sure you guys can deal with it, Naruto replied flippantly. I've got a lot of work that needs doing around here. Sakura stared at him in shock. Did he not comprehend that this was an order? Naruto. Sakura spun in her chair just in time to see a red-haired blur rush past her and slam into her former teammate. I have great news. Sakura turned and stared at the curvy redhead latched onto the blonde. My dad's coming. Your dad, Naruto repeated. Yeah, the girl squealed. I've told him all about you and he can't wait to meet you in person. Isn't that great? Send me a letter from the village hidden in the leaves, the man from before offered. What? The redhead asked. That's right, Naruto announced suddenly. This young lady is my old teammate and she was just telling me that I have to go back to my old village. Sakura's brow furrowed at Naruto's reference to their hidden village as his old village. The redhead scowled at her. Come on Naruto, she whined. You know my dad, he travels so much that if you don't meet him now, you might never meet him. And that'd be just terrible, Naruto replied. Well, time to go Sakura. Smiley face. Naruto scowled as he led his old friend through the bright, cheerful, rather rambunctious streets of the village hidden in the springs. Naruto. Yeah. I don't think you fully comprehend the situation, Sakura stated. Oh, I do, Naruto replied. That chick's dad is one scary motherfucker and I slept with his daughter. Trust me, I understand. Sakura groaned and pinched the bridge of her nose. Some people just don't get no strings attached. I meant about Tsunade's order, she growled. When the Hokage calls, you aren't allowed to say no. Well, I did, Naruto replied. We're going to have to talk to Rumiko. Why? To tell her I'm leaving, Naruto stated. Sensei. Naruto glanced over his shoulder and saw Sakura's genin team. He still hadn't bothered to learn their names. This place is great, there are hot springs everywhere. Well duh, Naruto stated. Why else would we call it the village hidden in the springs, because it's in the land of spring? We're more original than that. Any further conversation was cut out as a brawl spilled out of a nearby bar and into the street. This is the third fight we've seen today, one of the twins commented. Been a slow day, Naruto replied. He checked his watch. Oh, never mind, it's only noon. I'm just not used to being up so early. Is there any reason so many people here drink? The other twin asked. We need a reason, Naruto asked blankly. How about because it's Tuesday? He shoved his way easily through the fight with Sakura and her genin behind him. You've never thought about why everyone in this village drinks? One of the twins demanded. The bars in the village hidden in the leaves don't even open until 6. Naruto nearly tripped over his own feet. He spun and stared at the twin. What? The bars don't open until 6, the twin repeated. Somebody stumbled into Naruto so he threw the man across the road, ignoring the man's squeaked apology. A few restaurants serve alcohol though, but they can't even serve before 10. Holy shit, Naruto held up his hands, weighing his options. On one hand there was the redhead's father. On the other was the severe cramp in his social alcoholism. Damn, that was close. Oh well, lack of booze never tried to castrate me. Smiley face. Rumiko had a secret. She was utterly terrified of her boss. On some days she just couldn't bring herself to face the man. That was why she was currently yelling at him. Go the hell away, I'm sick. Look pretty lively to me, Naruto commented. He ducked as she threw a bottle at him. I hope that was empty. Rumiko glared at him. It was taking all her strength to be mad and not run screaming in fear. Putting on a brave face was very important when dealing with monsters. What the hell do you want now, Naruto? I have to go back to the village hidden in the leaves. Why? I've been recalled, Naruto stated. What for? The Chunin exams are being held there and the Hokage is recalling all her ninja, Naruto explained. He glanced behind him. Give me a second. He stepped into Rumiko's apartment and she tried hard not to shrink back as he closed the door. I need you to take over for me. Not a problem. Rumiko was proud that her voice didn't waver. How long are you going to be gone? Not to shore, Naruto admitted. We have to traverse a good bit of the land of Earth. What about going by water? Rumiko asked. It's shorter. Well, the land of Earth has installed a railroad for most of the way, Naruto stated. If it's not quicker, it'll be close. Rumiko considered that. Tell Yukie. I'll head up there today. Take Yasu with you, Rumiko added. He needs to get that job done in the land of fire. Naruto's lips curved into a wide, vicious grin. Kitty. Try not to waste too many resources on killing one cat. You know me. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Rumiko growled. If I find out that you ordered Yasu to spend more money killing that damn thing than we made from the job, I am going to turn you into a smear on the wall. Even if I make up the difference? Naruto asked. Surely you can't be serious. I am serious, Naruto stated as he pulled open the door, and don't call me Shirley. Smiley face. Is everything okay? Sakura asked as she followed Naruto away from Rumiko's apartment. Everything's good, Naruto replied. We have one more person to go see and we can head out. Can't we stay here another few days? Kaori begged. I love the hot springs. They are pretty nice, Haruka commented. You can all stay here, Naruto said. I think I'll be just fine without a genin escort. Where are you going? Sakura asked. I'm going to go see Yukie, Naruto explained. Yukie who? Kaori asked. Do you have a girlfriend? Naruto laughed at that. Girlfriends are way too much trouble, he stated. Anyway, Yukie is Yukie Fujika's. I know that name from somewhere, Kaori commented as she scratched her chin. She's the daimyo of the land of spring, Satomi stated. No, that's not it, Kaori replied. Oh, she's Princess Gale. And yet again the youth of today proved themselves to be driven only by pop culture, Naruto stated. Sakura could only nod in agreement as she pinched the bridge of her nose. You're going to meet Princess Gale? Kaori demanded. Can I come, please, please? You're genin, Naruto stated, as he turned and walked away. You three stay here and don't cause any trouble, Sakura ordered. Behind her she heard a set of doors burst open and the sounds of yet another fight. You mean, don't cause any more trouble? Haruka asked. Yeah. Chapter 4. Sakura glanced to her side and watched her traveling companion for a moment. Naruto was off in his own world, calmly smoking a cigarette as they made their way through the forest. So, the daimyo's palace is within walking distance. Yup, she swings by every once in a while for the hot springs and to get away from the whole royal duties bullshit, Naruto replied. Oh, Sakura meant to comment on the weather. She really did. What came out was, so, who's the redhead? Huh. The redhead back in the bar, Sakura clarified. Who was she? Oh, her. I can't remember her name, but her clan name is very famous. And feared for very good reasons. You can't remember her name? Sakura demanded. Isn't she your girlfriend? Naruto actually stopped walking so he could turn and stare at her. What the hell gave you that idea? You said you slept with her, Sakura pointed out. That doesn't mean anything, Naruto replied. Well, nothing other than I was drunk and cruising for a bed warmer. Naruto chuckled. She was pretty lively though, she and her friend. Sakura had to laugh. Nice try, Naruto. Huh. She and her friend, Sakura repeated. That's where you blew it. I didn't blow nothing, Naruto stated. They blew something though. He chuckled and started walking again. Sakura stared at him in shock as she came to the realization that the blonde wasn't joking. By the time she came back to her senses, she had to run to catch up to her old teammate. So, she began awkwardly. Sounds like you've been having an interesting couple of years. You have no idea, Naruto replied as they stepped out of the forest. There it is. Sakura glanced up and saw the castle rising from the lush green landscape a little ways down the road. What are all those trailers? Yukie's working on the new Ika Ika movie, Naruto stated. Oh, Sakura frowned as she considered that answer. Hey, Naruto. Yeah. Who's writing the new Ika Ika novels? Sakura asked. There had been much speculation about the new novel's rather hardcore turn. I am, Naruto stated. He reached in his coat and produced an orange notebook. Sakura took it and flipped through a few pages of handwritten story. She could feel her cheeks starting to burn at the lurid passages. Where do you come up with this stuff? Personal experience, Naruto replied as he stripped his cigarette's glowing tip between his fingers and tossed the butt. Now Sakura could feel herself lose all color. Personal experience? Yep. All of it? Yep. Your personal experience. I thought that went without saying. Oh. Smiley face. Naruto lit another cigarette and watched as Yukie went through her lines with some guy. That is one short kimono, Sakura commented, and what's with the cigarettes? They make me look cool, Naruto replied, and they're great for accidentally setting fire to my paperwork. What paperwork? Sakura demanded. Naruto felt his eye tick. Hey Yukie. Yukie glanced up at his voice and grinned when she saw him. Naruto. Yukie. Naruto caught the dark-haired woman and swung her around before setting her back on her feet. Could you two please act like the leaders you are? Naruto grinned at the older woman scowling at them. Afternoon to you too, Izumi. Must be important for you to have woken up before noon, Izumi stated. Is the world ending, or did your favorite brewery burn down? I can't just visit my friend, Naruto asked. It is kind of early, Yukie commented. So, what's up? I have to leave for a little while, Naruto stated. He glanced back at Sakura and smiled. Could you give us a moment? Sure, the pink-haired woman replied. Naruto nodded to show his thanks and led Yukie a few feet away. In the general rabble of the movie set, even a few feet made it impossible to hear. Isn't she one of your old teammates? Yukie asked. Yes she is, Naruto answered. I have to go back to the village hidden in the leaves. They're hosting the Chunin exams and the Hokage has recalled me. Why don't you take our genin? Yukie asked. Naruto paused and thought about that one. The land of Earth recognizes us as a village by terms of the peace treaty. That means that we can enter the exams too, right? I guess, Naruto replied. Do you really want to turn loose our little nutcases on some poor unsuspecting genin? They aren't that bad, Yukie protested. I love the little psychopaths, but they really are that bad, Naruto corrected. None of them are really playing with a full deck and most of them have almost gratuitous violent tendencies. If we put in a good showing then we'll be able to charge more, Yukie argued. We already charge through the roof, Naruto stated. On S, A and B ranked missions, Yukie replied. If we show that our genin are the best, we can charge an arm and a leg for C and D ranks. Actually, we don't do C and D rank missions, Naruto explained. Our genin teams usually handle B rank missions and they have a 100% success rate. In my opinion, people can paint their own damned fences. How old are they? 12, at the youngest, Naruto stated. Yukie stared at him. They are good. I guess so. She paused and considered the conversation. I still say they should go. Right now almost all of our missions are from the land of Earth. A good showing at the Chunin exams would help get our name out into the other major elemental countries. Hey, you're the boss, Naruto stated. Oh, please, we both know that if I told you to jump, you'd say. Go fuck yourself, Naruto supplied. Izumi cold-cocked him for that one. Ow, hey, that was theoretical. Do you even know what theoretical means? Izumi asked. It means you aren't supposed to hit me, Naruto complained. At least, theoretically. Izumi pinched the bridge of her nose and groaned. I need a drink. Me too, Naruto stated cheerfully. I need to go, Izumi replied. She glared at Naruto. You better be back soon. I'm not done civilizing you. With that she turned and stormed away. That was almost nice, Yukie commented. Give me 2 or 3 days to finish filming and I'll go with you. Naruto felt one eyebrow rise. Are you that bored? You have no idea, Yukie stated. My advisors are trying to get me to agree to get married. What did you say? Only if it was to you, Yukie stated. I knew they'd never agree to that one. No offense. None taken. It's not the first time I've been used to scare someone's parents. Smiley face. Sakura watched as Naruto and Yukie chatted cheerfully. The blonde had managed to position them so that Sakura couldn't read their lips, not that she was trying to read their lips. Did he not trust her? With a final hug, The two stepped apart and Naruto walked back to her. Ready to go? No problem, Sakura replied. Are you ready to leave for the land of fire yet? A few more stops, Naruto replied cheerfully as he led her through the crowd. Such as? Remember that seal master I'm supposed to be studying under? Naruto asked. Yeah. We have to go see that prick. Maybe you shouldn't call your sensei that prick, Sakura suggested. He is in keeping with the fine tradition of my instructors, Naruto stated. He's an utter fucking pervert and worse, a complete pain in my ass. Sakura was slightly taken aback by his comment. That's in keeping with your prior senseis. Naruto froze in mid-step and turned to stare at her. My first sensei had a yen for reading smut books in the middle of missions, he stated. My second sensei wrote said smut books. I've only had 2 senseis. Do the math. Okay, so maybe they aren't all that moral, Sakura allowed. Oh, they're moral, but just freaks. So, where does this freak live? Sakura asked. In the forest, Naruto answered, about halfway between the village and the palace. I didn't notice anything, Sakura stated. Freak though he may be, he is still one of the world's leading experts on seals, Naruto replied. You didn't notice his cabin because he didn't want you to notice his cabin. Clever, Sakura commented. Annoying, Naruto corrected. Smiley face. Masashi hadn't really been expecting company, so it came as something of a surprise when his door burst open. Put that kunai down or I'll hurt you. Oh, hey Naruto. Masashi set down the kunai he had grabbed and sat back down. Have a seat. What brings you around to my part of the woods? Her, the blonde stated simply, gesturing to the pink-haired woman that had walked in behind him. Masashi sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. I never thought you'd resort to bringing along some hooker, he commented. Besides, couldn't you have gotten me one with smaller hips and? He trailed off as a wave of killer intent dwarfed even the one his former student usually gave off. Wrong guess. Way wrong, Naruto stated, resting one hand on the pink-haired woman's shoulder. Easy Sakura, I need him alive, for now. The pink-haired woman calmed down and Masashi could breathe again. He had rarely felt such focused ill will, and that was saying something considering who his ex-student was. So, are you going to introduce us? Sakura, this is Masashi. He used to be my sensei, but we had something of a falling out. Masashi, this is Sakura, my old teammate from the village hidden in the leaves. It's a pleasure, Masashi stated. Have a seat. Now, do I really need to ask what this is about? No, Naruto replied. Get these damn things off me. Masashi glanced down at the chain tattoos on the blonde's wrists. No, Naruto lurched to his feet and seized Masashi's collar with a suddenness that startled Sakura almost enough to send her tumbling from her chair. Get them off, Naruto hissed. I can't, Masashi replied. You can't, Naruto repeated as he withdrew a senbon from somewhere. I mean, I won't, Masashi corrected quickly. Naruto stared at him contemplatively. Could you step outside, Sakura? Masashi winced as the pink-haired woman nodded and stepped out. He quickly fought the desire to beg her not to leave. This wasn't good. Naruto released him suddenly and sat back down. It's mine, you know. You don't have any right to seal it. Masashi felt an eyebrow rise. Reasoning. This was new. The chakra isn't yours, he replied. Leave it be. It was corrupting your mind. It wasn't corrupting me, Naruto stated. It's mine. It's the fox's, Masashi corrected. I am the fox, Naruto roared. His features were suddenly feral. Give it to me. Never. Naruto snarled and suddenly Masashi was flying through the air. He landed hard and managed to roll with the impact. My lumbago. Cute. Naruto growled. When I get rid of this seal, I'm going to kill you. You understand this, don't you? Those seals are staying where they are, Masashi stated, just like the one on your chest. Naruto growled in annoyance and sat back down. Speaking of which, take off your shirt. I need to check that one. The last time you said that, I wound up with these, Naruto commented as he peeled off his shirt. That was years ago. 2. Feels like longer. Masashi dragged a chair over and stared at the raised scar tissue on Naruto's chest. Amazing. Every time I see it, I just. Wow. I never thought I'd ever see a blood seal. Ryoko really never taught you how to perform these. Really? Naruto stated. It was a family secret. Besides, Those from outside her family have to perform 112 hand seals. And family members only had to perform 3, Masashi commented. You know, the problem with secret family techniques is, if the family dies, so does the technique. That can be a real shame when said technique could actually help the world. Any changes? No, Ryoko knew what she was doing. Actually, she didn't. Masashi whistled. Scary natural talent. Naruto pulled his shirt back on. You know, would it have killed you to turn into a girl before you took your shirt off? Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Fucking pervert. And send in Pinky, would you? I need to talk to her. Try anything and all. Kill me, Masashi asked mockingly. Castrate you with a Senbon needle. Masashi felt his jaw drop. How would that even work? Do you want to find out? Not particularly. Smiley face. Sakura glanced up as the door burst open. Naruto. Hey, the blonde replied. Are you okay? Sakura ventured. I'm fine, Naruto replied. Sakura studied him carefully. What? I don't think I've ever seen you that mad, Sakura stated. It was kind of scary. Naruto grinned brightly. I'm kind of a scary person, he stated. The pervert wants to talk to you. If he tries anything, stick a knife in his ribs. That should shut him up. I'll keep that in mind. Sakura walked back into the hut and closed the door. You wanted to talk? Yes, I did, Masashi replied. What do you know about Naruto? Everything, Sakura replied without hesitation. He was my teammate. How long has it been since you last saw him? Masashi asked. A few years. More than a few, Masashi replied. He came to me over 7 years ago. Before that he wandered for a year and a half. That's almost a decade. I can count, Sakura growled. That's a long time, Masashi stated. People can change in an instant. Imagine how much they can change in a decade. What are you getting at? Sakura demanded. He's not the man you once knew, Masashi stated. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a paper seal. Take this. What is it? This will seal all the chakra in a person's body, Masashi replied. I think you might need it. To use on Naruto, Sakura demanded. You'll see, eventually. Sakura took the seal and stared down at it. She knew just enough about seals to know that the seal in her hand could only have been done by a real master. Sakura tucked it into one of the pockets of her flak jacket for safekeeping. Now, off you go, Masashi stated with a cheerful pat on her rump. He received a cheerful elbow to his nose for his efforts. Pervert, Sakura growled as she pulled the door open. He try anything. I heard that, Masashi yelled, his voice somewhat distorted. No, Sakura replied. What did he want? Sakura hesitated, remembering the rage and hate that had flowed from the blonde when he had grabbed the older man. My number. You old pervert. What? Masashi demanded. I happen to like big foreheads. What? Sakura shrieked. Naruto seized her by the shoulders and dragged her away as she spat curses and abuse at the old man. She managed to calm down by the time they were out of sight of the hut. So, she began, what was that about? That old pervert sealed my chakra, Naruto stated, holding up his arm. Sakura stared at the chain tattoo. It's a seal. Both of them, Naruto replied. Each one sealed away a quarter of my chakra and I want it back. Why'd he do that? Probably pissed that I get all the girls, Naruto replied with a shrug. I'm going to beat that guy to death one of these days. Sakura felt her eyes shoot open in shock. I was kidding. Right. So, let's get back and make sure that Rumiko hasn't stuck your genin on pikes. Sakura stared at him. I'm kidding. They'd really have to piss her off for her to do that. Sakura began to walk very quickly. Oh, come on, I mean, really piss her off. You don't know Kaori, Sakura replied before she broke into a run. Chapter 5. Now, where the hell could they be? Sakura wondered as she looked around the village. What time is it? Naruto asked. 6. Happy hour. They're 13, Sakura pointed out. They're ninja, Naruto countered. He stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and blew. The shrill whistle made Sakura jump almost as much as the baker's dozen of masked ninja who appeared around them. What's up? Their leader asked. Where the hell are her genin? Naruto asked. They're at Mimi's. Told you, Naruto stated. Mimi's is a bar, Sakura asked. Yeah, it's kind of shady, Naruto stated. Actually, It's really shady. We might want to move in a rather hurried manner. Sakura nodded and followed him as he leapt up onto a nearby house and began leaping from roof to roof with a speed Sakura was hard-pressed to match. So, who was that? Village watch, Naruto stated. They keep things from getting out of hand. Out of hand, Sakura repeated as they traveled over another fight, right? You should see what happens on bingo night, Naruto replied. Bingo night. It's almost like the good old days, back before this village settled down, Naruto commented, only with bingo chips turned into almost lethal projectiles. Bingo. Here we are. Naruto dropped down into the street and Sakura followed, only to find herself standing in front of a rather ratty-looking dive. This is actually the shadiest bar in town. Figures, Sakura grumbled, pinching the bridge of her nose. Her genin, especially Kaori, would find the most dangerous bar in a village where bar fights didn't even draw a raised eyebrow. Come on, time to go rescue my big scary ninja from your prepubescent genin. Naruto pushed the door open and Sakura followed him in. She spotted her genin quickly and froze, utterly shocked by what she saw. They were sitting at a table with a man in his late teens or early 20s and watching raptly as he sliced limes. It was just too fucking weird. Who is that? That's Shogo, Naruto stated. He's a bit of a niche killer, but he's good at what he does and his niche is pretty useful. Posing as a card dealer. Sakura guessed as she watched the young man flip around several playing cards. How'd you guess? Naruto asked. What's your poison? Genshu sake, Sakura stated. Coming right up, Sakura nodded her thanks and made her way towards where her genin were sitting. Having fun, Kaori and Haruka jumped, but Satomi, of course, didn't even twitch. Hey sensei, Kaori cheered, you've got to see what this guy can do. It's really cool. I don't see how he can do it, Satomi stated. She sounded rather frustrated and Sakura decided she liked this Shogo on principle alone. She glanced at the ninja they were sitting with and then down at the sliced limes on the table. Keep your eyes on the card, Shogo stated as he held up a playing card and flexed it between his fingers. He raised the card and brought it down on one of the lime halves. Not only did the card slice the lime, it embedded itself in the wood tabletop. Well. Wind style, Sakura stated. Shogo frowned. How do you know? My teammate's a wind affinity, Sakura replied, jerking her thumb over her shoulder at Naruto, whom she had heard approaching. Who do you think taught me? Shogo asked. Smiley face. Naruto set down Sakura's sake and his own tall pint of stout. Does Mimi know what you're doing to her tables? Hey, Shogo managed. Let's keep that between us, please. Who else would leave these kind of gouges in solid hardwood? Naruto asked. You. Good point. Naruto tugged the card out of the table. So, that's Wind style. The non-twin member of Sakura's genin team asked. Yes, Naruto answered. He held the card between his hands and focused. A second later he dropped the neatly sheared card onto the table. It's our natural affinity. I also have a lesser affinity for fire, but all that's really good for is the paperwork no more just sue. How do I find out what my affinity is? The loud-mouthed twin demanded. Save it for when you're a chunin, Sakura ordered. You need to perfect the basics before you can move on to advanced jutsu. You aren't going to enter your team into the exams, are you? Naruto asked. Yes, Sakura replied. I held them back last year, but I think they're ready this year. Why? No reason, Naruto replied quickly. Would Sakura be upset if her genin got slaughtered? If so, how upset? Would she get over it? Naruto lit another cigarette and sipped his beer as he pondered that. You taught Shogo how to use wind element? The quieter twin asked. No, Naruto answered. He's originally from the village hidden in the sand. Wind affinity is rather common there and they train their genin in relatively advanced jutsu. I just taught him more. You're a missing nin, the non-twin asked. Shogo replied. What, you were expecting something else? Claws, horns, fangs, glowing red eyes. Kind of, the loud twin admitted. That's him, Shogo replied, jerking his thumb at Naruto. Naruto bopped him for that one and took a drag on his cigarette. I don't have horns, he corrected. That's Rumiko. Right, Shogo sipped his beer. Say, I've heard a rumor that we're deploying some numbers again. What big ears you have, Naruto replied. He glanced at Sakura out of the corner of his eye. Yukie's thinking about sending a few genin teams to the Chunin exams in the village hidden in the leaves to scare up some more work. Our genin? Shogo asked. Yeah. Is that a good idea? No. Are we still going to do it? Oh yeah. Should I issue a no-kill order to my team? Naruto glanced over at Sakura. They were her genin after all. Yes please, she stated. You heard the lady, Naruto replied. No-kill order, Shogo repeated, got it. Don't confuse that with a no-harm order, Sakura commented. I feel that sometimes, the only way to teach a lesson, is the hard way. She glanced at the loud twin. Especially with that one. No problem, Shogo replied cheerfully. We specialize in hard lessons in this village. Naruto sipped his beer and caught his former student glaring at him. Are you implying something? He asked. No, Shogo replied sarcastically, holding up his right hand where there was a scar from a once extremely serious wound on his palm in the back of his hand. You learned your lesson, didn't you? Well, yeah, but the hand's still attached, isn't it? Well, yeah, but no harm no foul, Naruto stated. The worst that came out of it was that you were lonely for a few nights without Mr. Righty. Oh, cheap shot. I don't get it, the loud twin commented. Was that a joke? Yes, Shogo stated. No, Naruto corrected. He finished his beer and glanced at Sakura. Meet me tomorrow at the boss's building, okay? Where are you going? The pink-haired woman asked. I have a few things to do and people to see before I leave, Naruto answered. Why don't you leave that poor girl alone? Shogo asked. Because she's so much fun to traumatize. Smiley face. Go away, Rumiko scowled as her boss ducked under the book she had thrown at him. Damn it, knock it off. Can't you leave me alone for one day? Rumiko demanded. She tried to grab another book, only to find that the tome had been pinned to the table with a senbon. Shit. Gonna calm down now, or do I have to pin you down too? You've got 5 minutes, Rumiko warned. Good. Naruto sat down heavily on the couch next to her and she tried not to cower. Yukie wants to send our genin to the Chunin exams. We only have 3 teams right now, Rumiko commented. Our first graduating class from the academy will be out in 2 years. Don't even think of sending them. I'm not, Naruto replied. Rumiko raised an eyebrow. Gee, is that you actually caring about the ninja you're supposed to be in charge of? She asked, half hoping, half fearing. No, Yukie wants to put on a good show, Naruto replied. Even though those brats are better than most of the genin we'll find, they still aren't our best. You're an evil, heartless bastard, Rumiko growled. And you people asked me to be your leader, Naruto sniped back. What does that say about you? We're dumber than a sack of rocks, Rumiko stated. Well, we have 1 team out on a mission right now. The other 2 are good to go. She produced a book from under her couch and flipped through it. The teams in village are Shogo's and Kimiko's. She flipped the book shut and considered her boss. You knew that. Why are you here, Naruto? You're coming. Rumiko stared at the man. And she had so been looking forward to some time without him. Why? If we're there in an official capacity, the leader of this village is going to have to be there in the public eye, Naruto stated. And you want to continue boozing and whoring, Rumiko replied. Can't you just wear a mask or something? The village has some of the best trackers in the world, Naruto stated. Well, if I go, I'm not going to give up boozing or whoring either, Rumiko stated. You don't seem to understand, I don't give a shit about this village's public image. I just don't want to be given up as the leader before I'm ready. 2 things, Rumiko began. 1, you're a terrible peacetime leader. We probably should have hired someone else instead of officially making you the leader after the war was over. Agree. Not arguing. You want a new job. No. Now. 2, why are you hiding who you are? I have my reasons, Naruto replied. I'll probably be leaving with Sakura tomorrow. I want everybody else to get ready to leave within the week. Got it, Rumiko replied. Anything else? Nope. You. Take Takumi with you. Talk, Naruto asked. You know, deep down, he's a sweet kid. I don't care if he's so sweet he pisses maple syrup, I don't want him anywhere near me without you to control him. Naruto stared at the woman. Piss maple syrup. Can we stick to the topic at hand? Rumiko demanded. I don't know, can we? The woman glared at him. Hey, I'm not the one who brought up pissing syrup. Why'd I put up with you? I can ask the same thing, Naruto replied. That's easy, without me, you wouldn't get a damn thing done, Rumiko replied. Not that you actually care about getting anything important done. I always get the important things done, Naruto countered. Boozing and whoring aren't the important things. Naruto raised an eyebrow and Rumiko growled. Well, not the only important things. The world runs on paperwork. Not by choice. Smiley face. Sakura glanced at the number on the door of the building in front of her and then down at the number on the paper in her hand. The numbers matched, but Sakura still couldn't believe it. The building was definitely the nicest building in the whole village. It was also the address she had been given for Naruto's apartment. This is nicer than my place. Sakura got a bit of a start and jumped. Even with her small lead up, she was hard-pressed to make it to the top of the 4-story building in one jump. Of course, when she landed, she almost jumped back off as a Senbon flew by her face. Naruto. Sorry. Sakura took a deep breath and tried to calm her heart. She had been warned about that, but hadn't believed it. You shouldn't sneak up on me. I've been told, Sakura commented. Naruto sprawled back out on the roof of the building and lit a cigarette. Who told you where I lived? I am a ninja, you know. Sakura asked. Who? Shogo, Sakura admitted. I wanted to talk to you. Have a seat. Sakura sat down and took the bottle her blonde teammate offered her. A quick sip later and she was hacking. Good stuff, huh? What the hell is that? Sakura wheezed. Vodka, Naruto stated. Land of Snow specialty. It's got a little more kick than sake, Yeah, Sakura took another sip and handed the bottle back. Naruto sipped it too and set it down. You come up here a lot? Yep, it's a nice place to drink and listen to the place going to hell down below. Sakura took the bottle back and listened as another fight broke out below. What is with all the fights? She asked finally before taking a long slug on the bottle. Woo, I've got to get a bottle of this stuff for Tsunade. We can grab it tomorrow, Naruto replied. As for the fighting, well, that's just what this village is. So, they just like to fight? Sakura asked. Look down there, Naruto ordered. 3/4 of those people aren't from this village, why do you think they're here? Bounty hunting, Sakura guessed. The blonde laughed loudly at that. No, nobody is stupid enough to do that here, he explained. Those ninja are here to fight. This is a city of vice and sin and fun. Ninja come from all over the world to fight and gamble and do all the things that make being a ninja worthwhile. Even murder, Sakura ventured. Meh, Naruto took the bottle back and sipped it. Law states no murder and nobody smart breaks the law. All the stupid ones get executed too quick to cause any more problems. Hey, Naruto. Yeah, Sakura took the bottle back and took a good pull on it. Why did you leave? Naruto was silent for a while as he stared at the sky overhead and puffed his cigarette. Do you remember our last mission? He asked finally. Sakura considered that as she took the bottle. Their last mission had been an A rank that took them to the Land of Waves to meet with an informant who had information on Sasuke. It had ended rather poorly when some no-name group of bandits had attempted to attack them. Naruto hadn't taken kindly to that. I remember, Sakura admitted. You killed them all. Yeah, Naruto took the bottle back. It was the fox, wasn't it? Sakura asked. Partially, Naruto answered. Mostly, it was just me. Every time we seemed to get a lead on Sasuke, something always came up. Those idiots popped up and I just hated them so much. The fox told me to kill them and, for the first time, I couldn't argue with him. So, you came here to learn to control the fox? Sakura asked. Naruto laughed at that. That was what I told Granny, but it's a lie. I didn't actually plan on coming here. I just needed to leave the village and ended up here anyway. Why? Sakura asked. The question had tortured her for years. To protect you, Naruto admitted. From what? You want the hero version or the truth? The truth, of course. Of course, Naruto murmured. I needed to protect you from me. Sakura had to laugh. I thought I said I wanted the truth and not the hero version, she stated. Did you think I was going to be killed for being on a team with you? No, I thought I was going to kill you myself, Naruto stated simply. I heard you once when the fox took over. That wasn't your fault, Sakura interrupted quickly. It was the fox. I know, Naruto stated. When the fox took over before, I couldn't really remember what happened too well. On that last mission, I knew exactly what I was doing and I wanted to kill everyone. Including me, Sakura asked. Including you, Naruto confirmed. The scariest part was, I wasn't blinded by the rage. I knew who you were and it didn't matter. Oh. Yeah, oh. Sakura sat up a little and finished off the bottle. Chapter 6. God damn it, Rumiko growled as she turned off Naruto's alarm. She looked around the room and rested one hand on the mattress. It was too cold for anyone to have been in it recently. Rumiko sat down and tried to figure out where her boss was. The roof. The idiot had tried hiding up there a few times years ago and ending up there after a night of drinking still wasn't completely unheard of. Rumiko opened the doors to the balcony and easily leapt the short distance from Naruto's top-floor penthouse suite to the roof. What she saw nearly sent her tumbling as she stumbled to a stop. Oh, that just figures. Her boss was sprawled flat on his back with his old teammate curled up against his side. Rumiko hesitated as she investigated the scene. Either they had had the energy to get dressed after having their fun, rather unlikely from what Rumiko had heard, or Naruto had discovered some new way of doing the deed while fully dressed, which was not completely unlikely. A third option popped up, but it seemed the least likely of all, that being that they hadn't done anything further and get drunk and pass out together. It was time to solve this little conundrum. Wake the fuck up. Smiley face. Naruto opened his eyes and stared at the sky overhead. His head throbbed and he felt around for one of the bottles he had grabbed last night. Looking for this, Naruto lifted his head and saw Rumiko, one hand on her hip and the other holding up his last bottle. You know, drinking doesn't cure hangovers. No, but being drunk cures everything, Naruto countered. He spotted another bottle nearby and grabbed it, only to be disappointed by its lack of contents. How many bottles did we? Single quote. His thoughts trailed off as an arm around his ribs squeezed him. There was only one person who could logically be beside him. Rumiko. Yeah. Who's holding me? Who do you think? I was afraid of that. Naruto looked down and stared at the mop of pink hair on his chest. Oh, so not good. Sakura stirred and Naruto tried desperately to squirm out of her grasp, only to find that damn near impossible. Fuck, I forgot how strong she was. She does have a good grip, Rumiko agreed as she handed over the bottle. Naruto finished it off as Sakura grumbled something and raised her head to stare at him with bleary, half-open green eyes. Morning. Sakura's eyes widened and she jumped to her feet so quick that she nearly slammed into Rumiko. Careful, the dark-haired woman offered, steadying her fellow kunoichi while covertly coping a feel. It probably would have fooled anyone but Naruto. This isn't what it looks like, Sakura declared. I know, Rumiko replied. Sakura stared at her for a moment. You do? Well, actually, this looks exactly like what it is, Rumiko stated. If it was what you were thinking, you'd both be naked and there'd be at least one other woman up here. Sakura glanced down at Naruto who grinned bashfully and shrugged. I'm more than most women can handle by themselves, he stated as he climbed to his feet. So, what's with the wake-up call, Rumiko? You 2 or 3 hours late, Rumiko stated. Her genin have been raising hell in my office. My genin? Sakura asked. Okay, only the one genin, Rumiko replied. The other 2 are being pretty quiet, but I think they're pissed. That'd be Loud Twin of course, Naruto commented. Loud Twin, Rumiko and Sakura repeated in unison. Sure, there's Loud Twin, Quiet Twin, and Not a Twin. They have names, Sakura stated. I'm sure they do, but now they have easier to remember names. You're kidding, right? Sakura asked. I wish he was, Rumiko replied. Used to be, he couldn't be bothered to remember names, so he gave everyone nicknames. What was hers? Rug Muncher. Ow, what was that for? Idiot, Rumiko grumbled as she rubbed her knuckles. Now, if we're through, I think you 2 have a journey to start. Right, Naruto walked to the edge of the roof and dropped down to his balcony with Sakura in tow. At least he had remembered to pack last night. Now where the hell did I put that headband? It's right here. Naruto turned to see Sakura holding a headband, but not the right one. That's not it. What? Sakura looked down at the metal plate bolted to the headband and nearly dropped it. Is this yours? Yup. You can't own a headband from another village. Sakura yelled. Yeah. We already went over this with my tattoo. Sakura sighed in annoyance before looking back down at the band. What village is this? It's the village hidden in the snow, Naruto explained. After the war with Earth, we changed our name and location to the village hidden in the springs and adopted our new symbol. Naruto went back to hunting for his headband so Sakura wouldn't see him scowl. Being sneaky wasn't his specialty. Being loud and flashy was his specialty. Why don't you head over to Rumiko's office? He asked. I need to get changed into my op clothes and you need to shut up, loud twin. We are going to sit down and have a long talk, Sakura stated as she walked to the balcony, and we are going to do it very soon, as in the moment I'm sure Rumiko isn't going to kill my genin. Smiley face. Where the hell have you been? Haruka smacked her sister before Sakura could. Don't talk to your sensei like that. She's late, Kaori whined. I can't believe you haven't killed them yet, Rumiko commented from behind her desk. I had to put up with Naruto for years, Sakura replied. Good point. Rumiko promptly snatched up the sword Kaori was playing with and sat back down. What is with you and swords? Swords are cool, Kaori replied. So, where were you, sensei? I was going over a few things with Naruto, Sakura stated. She noted Satomi staring at her. What? Satomi kept staring for a second longer than necessary before answering. Nothing. So you noticed that vein, huh? Kaori asked. What vein? Sakura demanded. You have a vein in your forehead that bulges when you lie, Kaori answered. You noticed that? Satomi asked in shock. How did you notice that? I pay attention, Kaori stated. You don't pay attention to anything, Haruka stated. You barely managed to graduate from the academy. Don't you dare start with the dead last, huh? Sakura turned and saw Naruto crouched in the windowsill. He had traded in his khakis, blue flip-flops and orange button-down for tiger-striped BDU trousers, black jikatabi and a green undershirt. Yeah, Kaori snapped defensively, so, nothing, Naruto replied as he stepped into the office and moved to a cabinet against the far wall. I was dead last, Kaori froze in mid-gesture. You were? Yep. But, you're good. I'm the best, Naruto corrected. He glanced at Satomi as he pulled a green chest rig from one of the cabinets and began checking its pouches. That would make you the head of the class, right? Right, Satomi stated. Ah, Sakura was surprised by how quiet it suddenly was. Bringing up Kaori's less than stellar academic performance usually led to hours of tirades about bookworms and such. You were really dead last? Kaori asked. Yep, Naruto pulled on his rig. He also pulled out a katana and checked its edge before strapping it to his back. Kaori stared at him for a moment. What? Nothing. Sakura had to smile. She had tried explaining to Kaori that one of the best ninjas she knew had been the dead last in his class, but apparently, seeing was believing. Naruto paused and produced a bottle from somewhere. I grabbed that vodka for Tsunade. I forgot all about that, Sakura admitted. You managed to make it from the liquor store to here without opening it, Rumiko commented. I am impressed. I don't drink on missions, Naruto stated as he stretched. You know that. Oh, right, guess that explains why you can walk in a straight line. Ha ha, Naruto deadpanned. Stay out of my sake while I'm gone. No promises, Rumiko shot back. Fine. Naruto crossed to the door and paused to look back at Sakura. What? It's just weird to see you without any on. She was cut off by the door bursting open and slamming into Naruto. Where's Naruto? Yukie asked. Try behind the door, Rumiko suggested. Yukie closed the door and stared at the blonde. Your nose is bleeding. You suck, Yukie, Naruto grunted. A balled-up paper bounced off his head. Don't tell your daimyo she sucks, Rumiko ordered. God knows there are enough rumors going around about you and her already. Big deal. There are rumors about me and just about every woman in this village, Naruto commented. Yeah, but this one is one of the few that are actually bullshit. Good point. Smiley face. Naruto grumbled as he pinched his nose and tried not to bleed on his clothes. Damn it, I hope this is good, Yukie. I think so, Yukie replied as she produced a package from behind her back. I realized that you'd be gone for your birthday, so I figured I'd give you this now. Ooh, Naruto snatched up the package and tore into it eagerly. He was left holding a long leather trench coat. Wow, where did you get orange leather? Orange cows of course, Yukie replied. Ah, of course. Naruto pulled the coat on and smoothed down its lapels. Fits perfect. He turned back to Sakura. You were saying something. Never mind, the pink-haired woman stated as she pinched the bridge of her nose. What do you think? It's very orange, Rumiko offered. Very, very orange. Isn't it great? Naruto shot his cuffs giddily. You're Yukie Fujika's. Loud Twin squealed suddenly. I'm going to smack you if you ask for an autograph. Quiet Twin snapped. Loud Twin hesitated, one hand already in her equipment pouch. Of course I'll sign an autograph, Yukie stated. It's no trouble. Thank you, Loud Twin sniveled. Could I get one too then? Quiet Twin asked hesitantly. Okay, everybody out. You can beg for autographs where I'm not doing paperwork. Rumiko snapped. Except you Pinky. Naruto shrugged and followed his daimyo out the door. So, are you going to do any more Ika movies? Kaori asked. No, Yukie stated. My advisors say that the new turn the books have taken isn't fit for a daimyo and I have to agree. Naruto grinned and lit a cigarette. Maybe if you'd tone down the sex. Those damn books are selling for the sex, Naruto countered. Although, I must admit, I never expected so many of my readers to be women. You write the Ika novels? Not a Twin asked. Yep, Naruto replied proudly. Not a Twin glanced around awkwardly for a second before producing an orange book. Could you sign this, please? How old are you? It's not mine. Not a Twin shrieked. It's my dad's. I want you to sign it for him. Sure. Smiley face. Sakura frowned as she heard someone screaming. That sounded an awful lot like Satomi, but Satomi never screamed. So, what's this about Rumiko? Naruto, Rumiko said flatly. Do not let him stop drinking. Huh. I said, do not let him stop drinking, Rumiko repeated. I don't care if you have to toast his old teacher, make him drink. Sakura stared at the woman. What the hell is this about? Sakura demanded. This is about you surviving the trip back to your village, Rumiko stated. Do not let him stop drinking or smoking. Oh, and really don't let him stop fucking. Huh, Sakura managed again. I don't care if you have to fuck him yourself. Sakura began to sputter something, but Rumiko cut her off. Shut up. Listen, Naruto has two modes. One is a party boy. You want that Naruto. That Naruto likes to drink, smoke, fuck, and engage in occasional malicious mischief. Those vices keep his attention away from his other vice. And what's his other vice? Sakura asked. Well, to be quite frank, his other vice is killing. That man out there is the living embodiment of death and destruction. This is about the fox, isn't it? Sakura asked, a sudden understanding flooding her. You know about him? Rumiko asked in shock. I'm Naruto's teammate, I know all about that damn demon locked up in his gut, Sakura stated. Rumiko snorted. I'll let you in on a little secret, she stated, the fox isn't in his stomach anymore. She glanced up at the door. What is that supposed to? Get out of here before I say something bad and Naruto decides to kill me. Sakura hesitated at the very real fear in Rumiko's voice. Well, okay. Sakura pushed the door open and stepped out into the hallway beyond. Ready to go? Naruto asked. More than ready, Sakura stated. This is one weird village. It's not as weird as you might think. Chapter 7. Sakura watched her teammate as he stared out the window of the train. The entire group had descended into silence. That was never good, it usually meant, cool boots. Thanks, Naruto replied, glancing down at his boots. I used to wear sandals on missions, but I had a few incidents while playing with explosives. You lost 12 toes in 8 separate explosions, a man in the seat behind Sakura and Naruto stated as he leaned over the back. Naruto promptly stabbed a senbon into the man's arm and pinned the appendage to the seat without sparing the man a glance. Ah, fuck, you bastard. Sakura was only momentarily shocked by the unprovoked brutality, before her medic training kicked in. She had seen worse done by best friends in the course of training and the bloodshed really was very minor. You should know better, Yasu, Naruto commented. It's always a bad idea to surprise me. I said, hello, when you got on the damn train. The man gritted. I can't believe you stabbed me. Again. It's a senbon needle, Naruto stated offhandedly. You don't stab someone with a senbon. You poke them. Well, stop poking me. Yasu snapped as he ripped the needle out. Now, children, Sakura cut in as she formed a few hand seals and healed the man's arm. Don't make me turn this train around. I like you, the man stated. He started it, Naruto deadpanned. I should also mention that you caused 2 of those accidents. A lesser man might even think you were trying to assassinate him. I'm not stupid enough to try that, Yasu replied. Besides, if I was going to assassinate you there wouldn't be anything left of you. Or anything within a 2-mile radius. This is Yasu, Naruto added for Sakura and her genin's benefit. He's one of the best assassins in the world, as long as you don't mind a lot of collateral damage. Bombs are imprecise, Yasu stated cheerfully. Besides, the man who wipes out entire armies isn't allowed to criticize anyone for collateral damage. Sakura glanced at Naruto to see if he was smiling, but he wasn't. That's not collateral, the blonde stated calmly. That is intended targets being destroyed. You destroyed an entire army? Satomi asked. Sakura couldn't remember the last time she had seen he girls so shocked, or shocked at all for that matter. Not an entire army, Naruto protested. Besides, they started it by invading. I just uninvaded them. Naruto finally grinned, thought it wasn't the smile Sakura was hoping for. It was too wide with too many shiny points. You're never in the wrong when you fight for the underdogs. Hell, I'm a hero for protecting the poor, little land of spring from the big, bad land of earth. Hero by coincidence. Most heroes are by coincidence, Naruto stated, especially war heroes. Any other situation, they'd be called murders and monsters. After all, when was the last time you heard about a civilian being congratulated for single-handedly killing a dozen people? Murderers and monsters, Yasu mused. Like you. Exactly, Naruto replied, still grinning. You're a freak, Yasu stated. Naruto stabbed him again. Fuck. I'm a monster, the blonde corrected, as he wiggled the needle from side to side. Besides, who had the second highest body count after me? I never said I was an angel, Yasu gritted as he ripped out the second Senbon needle. So, you're a missing nin too? Satomi asked. No, Yasu stated. I was a ninja of the village hidden in the snow. There are only 3 of us left, me, my sister, and Rumiko. The rest died in the war before Naruto showed up. All the other ninja, except for the genin, were missing nin. So, the nice, quiet ninja are missing nin and the violent maniacs are not? Satomi asked. No, the nice quiet ninja are the exception, Yasu corrected. The violent maniacs are the rule. More fun that way, Naruto added. He studied the 3 genin. Oh, and don't let Shogo fool you, he's no angel either. Wait, we're talking about Shogo? Yasu asked. Are you fucking insane? That guy's a psycho killer. He plays well with children, Naruto replied with a shrug. Why else would he be a sensei? Well, considering you stuck him with all the real pains in the ass, I kind of thought you were just being sadistic. That would be the smart guess, wouldn't it? And why would you be setting up genin teams? Sakura asked. Naruto's eye began to tick again. Smoke? Yasu asked. Yes please. You are horrible at dodging questions, Sakura commented as Naruto and his friend lit their cigarettes. I'm not dodging your questions, I'm ignoring them, the blonde corrected. Smiley face. You know, that pink-haired chick is kind of nosy, Yasu commented as he watched the female jonin yell at her genins in an attempt to break up the 2 twins. She's a ninja, Naruto stated. They had managed to sneak to the back of the train while the twins were causing a commotion. Normally, that's not too bad, but you really are lousy at keeping secrets, Yasu pointed out. Shut the fuck up, Naruto ordered. Oh, and you can forget your mission. Huh. The only reason I was sending you was that I didn't think I would be able to get to the village hidden in leaves, Naruto explained. Ah, I was kind of looking forward to killing that fluff ball. Too bad, he's mine. Head back to the village. Rumiko's probably going to need your help. Whatever you say. Up front, the screaming was getting rather out of hand. Who had the bright idea of making an all-chick team, especially one with sisters on it? That just seems like a really bad thing to do. Yup, Yasu stared at Naruto thoughtfully. I take it we're going to have an all-girl team in a few years. With sisters if I can swing it, Naruto replied with a grin as he took a drag on his cigarette. You and your damn trouble making. What, it's fun, Naruto protested. Yasu just shook his head. Mama always said to stay away from foxes. They're nothing but trouble, she said. The train began to slow and Naruto climbed to his feet. He walked to the front of the train, brushed past Sakura and jerked the twins apart by their collars. Shut up or I'm throwing you both off the train. They both fell silent. Wow, I'll have to remember that, Sakura commented. Where are we? We can't stop here, this is Bat Country. Yasu called. This is not Bat Country. Naruto snapped. We passed through that an hour ago. Do you really think I'd let us stop there? I've never heard of Bat Country, not a twin commented. Right over their heads, Yasu commented sadly. And, we're in the land of Earth. Why are we stopping here? Sakura asked. People to see, things to discuss, Naruto answered. Besides, the rail ends in 20 miles. I'd rather ride those 20 miles, Loud Twin commented. Think of it as a chance to show your genins a new culture, Naruto added. I think we're cultured enough, Quiet Twin replied. We really don't need the extra mileage. Welcome to the village hidden in the rocks. Get out of my way, fucker. The large man who had been in Naruto's way spun sharply to face the blonde, his fists already rising to fight. He caught sight of Naruto and the insignia on his coat and threw himself out of the way. And that is why very bad reputations are very good. Naruto, I'm going to tie you down and make you answer some questions, Sakura warned. Sounds kinky, Naruto replied. I'll be there. Smiley face. Rumiko leaned back in Naruto's chair and sighed. It really was a very comfortable chair. She glanced down at the cards in her hand and grinned before slapping them down. Straight flush. Ditch the bindings. No way, Yui groaned as she examined Rumiko's hand. You are way too lucky. That I am, Rumiko purred as the other women began to unwind the strip of cloth binding her breasts. That I am. The window behind Rumiko suddenly shattered and a small black disc landed on Rumiko's desk. She picked it up and examined it. A bingo chip, she spun and ripped the window open. It's bingo night, isn't it? Yeah, why? Because that is a big street fight, even for this village, Rumiko stated. She turned back and nearly howled in anguish as she saw Yui redressing. I'll go call the repair man. You don't have to do it right now, Rumiko mewled, trying not to sound too pathetic. Best get it done now, Yui replied as she walked to the door. Thanks for teaching me how to play poker, Rumiko. It was fun, we should do it again sometime. Rumiko watched as the door closed behind her. Get your curvy ass back here, Rumiko growled. She turned back to the open window. Get in here, fuckers. One of the 8-man village watch squads appeared in Rumiko's office. Who's in charge? I am. Irk. You just made me lose the chance for some fine tail, Rumiko hissed as she gave the man's package another none too gentle squeeze. Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you. Think of my children, the man squealed. You don't have any children, Rumiko snapped, already having recognized the masked man by his voice. Not with the way you're squeezing, I won't. Rumiko let the man go and he sank to his knees cradling his abused package. Alright, idiots, listen up, I know Naruto is gone, but this is not the time to start slacking off. Rumiko roared, those things out there are not people, they are animals and you're supposed to keep them in line. We were just. I don't care, Rumiko interrupted. Do you understand how fragile the control in this village is without Naruto? Those bastards are 2 steps from going on a killing spree. Now get out there. The ninjas disappeared and Rumiko collapsed back in her chair. God damn it, it hasn't even been a full day. The door popped open and Yui poked her head in. Trouble. The fucking village watch decided to slack off. On bingo night, Yui winced. That's not good. Nope. Rumiko opened a desk drawer at random and pulled out the bottle she found inside. You look tense, how about a back rub? Rumiko perked up immediately. That might help. Smiley face. So, what are we doing here? Sakura asked. Naruto just grinned. She had sent her genin off to look around, probably so she could tail him more closely. It's like I said, he explained, there are people to see and things to discuss. Who to see and what to discuss? Sakura asked. People to see, Naruto exclaimed. I already said that. Sakura's eyebrow twitched and Naruto subtly put some extra distance between her and him as he led the way. The pink-haired woman took a few breaths. What's really going on, Naruto? Really going on where? Naruto asked. In the village, Sakura growled. Rumiko is the Yukikage, but you do the paperwork. Pretty much, Naruto stated cheerfully. You know I always wanted to be a Kage, Rumiko lets me act like one. You're lying. You can't prove that, Naruto replied. Damn it Naruto, we're a team. Why won't you tell me the truth? Why would I tell the truth? Naruto countered. Because we're a team, Sakura repeated. No we aren't, the blonde stated cheerfully. We haven't been a team in a long time, Sakura. He glanced to the side and frowned as he noticed that Sakura had stopped walking and was staring at him. Had that been a bit much? Come on, I was just kidding. You would have never joked about that before, Sakura stated. Before what? Naruto pressed. Before you left too. Naruto considered that. This sounded like she was bringing up old hurts that she had buried long ago. It was probably time to stop teasing and start trying to calm her down. I'm back now. Not by choice, Naruto frowned. She had him there. The blonde took a deep breath. When we get back to the village hidden in the leaves, I'll explain everything. Promise. I promise. Chapter 8. Naruto glanced at the building in front of him and shot a look around. Sakura was nowhere to be seen, but she was a good kunoichi, so that didn't mean much. He closed his eyes and tried to catch her scent, but there were too many other smells wafting through the air. He was fairly sure somebody was watching him. Of course, he was a 6-foot blonde dressed in a bright orange coat covered in markings for the village that all the ninja in the village hidden in the rocks feared and hated. He kind of stood out. Exactly how he liked. Aw fuck it, Naruto shrugged and pushed the doors to the building open. He strode in and slammed the doors shut with a bit more force than necessary. He made his way up to the woman seated in one corner and leaned on her desk. Do you have an appointment? She asked without looking up. Nope. Well, you'll have to schedule one, the woman stated. The next opening is in 2 weeks. Don't have time, Naruto replied. I want to see the Tsuchikage now. The woman glanced up in annoyance and her jaw dropped as she saw the Land of Spring insignias on his coat. Naruto grinned toothily as her. He walked past her desk and pushed the door behind it open. Hello. To Naruto's surprise, the man in the office was not the short, squat troll he was expecting. Instead, the office's occupant was a tall, strongly built man wearing a mask that revealed only wizened eyes nestled in a mess of wrinkles. Ah, Lord Yukikage, so good to see you again. To what do I owe this honor? Just visiting, Naruto replied. And don't call me Yukikage. I hate that name. Of course, the Tsuchikage replied. What can I do for you then, Mr. Fox? Naruto collapsed into one of the seats in front of the man's desk and grinned, and then he frowned. Wait a minute, how the hell do you know I'm the Yukikage? Rumor was that the forest fox took the role after the war. How do you know I'm the forest fox? Naruto demanded. He didn't like being caught off guard. I led the army sent to conquer Spring, the old man stated. I was there when you first appeared, back before you began hiding your identity. Oh, Naruto considered that. Funny, I thought I killed you all. The old man raised his left arm to reveal that it ended in a stump. You tried, rather hard I might add, and you failed again. Again, Naruto repeated. The old man pulled off his mask to reveal a visage covered in ancient, healed scars. You know, I don't want to be called incompetent. Give it a shot, the Tsuchikage offered. 3rd time's the charm. Maybe later. Never trust old people. The only reason they got to be old was that they had outlived their enemies, one way or another. You tried about 30 years ago, the old man stated. Do I look like I was able to attack this village 30 years ago? Naruto interrupted. Don't patronize me, the Tsuchikage ordered. My people call you the forest fox because they think you're clever. I, on the other hand, call you fox, because I know what you are. I am kind of clever, Naruto commented. I discovered the staging ground for your counter-attack, didn't I? I'm still rather curious about that. Care to elaborate upon your astounding success in near supernatural intuition? Trade secrets, Naruto stated. That conversation wouldn't go anywhere good. Naruto never had been good at cover stories. You do remember the last time you attacked this village, don't you? You interrupted the treaty meetings between Earth and Fire and caused the Third Great Shinobi War to escalate out of control. An out-of-control war? Naruto mused. Imagine that and I didn't cause that war. I merely helped it along. Take some responsibility, the Tsuchikage growled. I am, Naruto stated with a grin. Your two countries would have fought eventually anyway. I just sped it up. The old man glared at him. So, what happened to Onoki? The former Tsuchikage stepped down. He felt horrendously guilty for the loss of life during our little war. I am Nanbu. Ah, Naruto noted the man's pointed glare. You're kidding, right? You expect me to feel guilty? Do you have any idea how many people I've killed? Well, I can say that you killed 263 for sure, the Tsuchikage stated. What did you come here for? I just wanted to warn you that you'll be sponsoring us for the Chunin exams, Naruto stated. My daimyo has decided that we should put in an appearance. Great, now I have pull my genin out, Nanbu grumbled as he climbed to his feet and shuffled over to a wall of scrolls. My genin aren't that bad. Your graduation test is that they have to execute an unarmed woman in cold blood, Nanbu growled. That's worse than the old mist test. It's not a real woman. They don't know that, the Tsuchikage countered. And, from what I hear, every one of your potential genin passed. Don't worry, I'm giving my genin a no-kill order. Nanbu turned and glared hard at Naruto. Change it to a no-kill and a no-cripple order. Fine. Someone knocked and Naruto glanced back to see a masked ninja holding Loud Twin by the scruff of her jacket. Hi Naruto. I take it this one's with you? The ninja asked as he dropped Loud Twin on her ass. Never seen her before, Naruto replied. Smiley face. You jerk, Kaori snapped. You were on a team with my sensei. Yeah, she's with me, Naruto grumbled. I should leave you here for being caught. She's only a genin, the ninja who had caught Kaori commented. Kaori sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. It was kind of embarrassing to have the guy who caught her trying to defend her. With the way you go through woman, I figured you'd start robbing the cradle eventually, the old man leaning against the bookshelf commented. Ha, Naruto intoned. It took Kaori a second or two to figure out what he was talking about. I'm not sleeping with him, she shrieked. He's old, almost as old as your wrinkly ass. The old man's eyes widened slightly and Naruto's face broke into a broad, pointy grin. That was when somebody smacked Kaori in the back of the head. Show the Tsuchikage some respect, the masked ninja ordered. Naruto promptly smacked that man in the back of the head. Show my genin some respect. The old man promptly smacked Naruto in the back of the head. Show my ninja some respect, he ordered. For a second nobody moved, then Kaori's poor impulse control kicked in and she kicked the old man in the shin. Ow, you little brat. Kaori glanced back at her captor, but he was trying too hard not to laugh to hit her again. Naruto shot her a glance and she shrugged. He was the only person who didn't get hit and I was the only person who didn't get to hit anyone, she explained. Goddamned land of spring, the old man growled as he hobbled around the desk. I'm not a spring ninja. Kaori snapped, pointing at her forehead protector. She has a point, boss, masked ninja commented. I mean, everybody else did get hit. Shut up Jin. Boss, Kaori squeaked. She suddenly had a bad feeling about this. May I introduce my friend, Nanbu, the Tsuchikage? Naruto asked. Kaori tried to ponder that one out. Tsuchikage, she asked. Like Hokage? Yes, Nanbu growled as he sat down heavily, like Hokage. I am the leader of this country's hidden village. Kaori winced. That little love tap could be an act of war, couldn't it? She asked. Oh yeah, Jin stated. It could, but if I tried to claim anything, I'm sure Mr. Fox would be more than happy to demonstrate a real act of war, Nanbu commented. Now, could you two leave before you cause any more trouble? Come along, my apprentice. Naruto slung an arm around the young woman and led her out. So, Sakura sent you to spy on me? Yeah, God, Sakura was going to give her so much shit for getting busted. You got busted by this village's Anbu, Naruto pointed out as if he was reading her mind. So, what do you want to do? Get you some new clothes, Kaori replied. The camouflage and bright orange are giving me a migraine. Naruto glanced down at his outfit. That bad? You definitely need a new pair of pants, Kaori replied. A new shirt wouldn't hurt either. Not a new coat? Naruto asked. Hell no, Kaori stated. The coat is awesome, it just doesn't jive with the camouflage. Orange is such a great color. I think you and me are going to get along just fine. Smiley face. Kazuya's team is back, Rumiko glanced up from the pile of paperwork on Naruto's desk and nodded her thanks to Yui. Good. We'll be able to leave sooner than we thought. The door to the office banged open suddenly and Yasu stomped in. I'm home. And I'm leaving, Yui added as she breezed past her brother. What the hell are you doing here? Nice to see you too, Yasu commented as he sat in one of the chairs in front of Naruto's desk. I ran into Naruto on the train and he told me to come back here. He's gonna take care of the kitty. You idiot, Rumiko growled. What? Yasu asked. Do you think you wound up on that train with him by chance? Rumiko demanded. Kind of, Yasu admitted. You idiot, Rumiko growled again. I set that up specifically. Why? Because the two of you are horrible influences on each other. Rumiko snapped. You were supposed to get him drinking again. Oh, come on, Yasu countered. It's not like he's suddenly going to get bored and want to go on a world ending. Shit. Yeah, Rumiko agreed, shit. Maybe you could have told me this plan of yours earlier, Yasu suggested. The look he got would have killed a smarter man. Yui, we are leaving. When? Yui asked as she stuck her head in the office. Now. Now. Yes, now, Rumiko growled. Get the word out, I want us packed and leaving before the sun sets. Smiley face. Where the hell is that girl? Sakura growled as she looked around the small open-air cafe that she had adopted as their base of operations. She probably got lost, Haruka commented as she sipped her tea. Either that or Naruto spotted her. Why did we even bother giving her a turn on tail? I did not get lost or caught. Sakura turned and saw her genin and former teammate standing behind her. Well, I didn't get caught by Naruto, anyway. What are you wearing? Isn't it great? Kaori asked and she played with the collar of her orange and black jacket. Naruto gave it to me. Girls got good taste in colors, Naruto replied with a shrug as he sat down. I'm done with my business here, we can leave at any time. Is that your old coat? Yep. Sakura opened her mouth to press further, but trailed off. She noticed Naruto's new clothes. Go shopping. Yeah, camouflage and orange don't jive, Naruto stated as he glanced down at his new khakis and black button-down shirt. At least, that's what I was told. Yep, Kaori agreed. So, you got busted? Haruka asked. Big surprise. In her defense, she got picked up by the village Anbu, Naruto stated as he sat down. The village Anbu, Sakura demanded. What the hell were you doing? I was spying on Naruto, like you told me to. Kaori protested. Sakura's jaw dropped and she shot a glance at the blonde. He just gave her a look that told her they would talk about that later. So, what were you doing that had the Anbu watching you? Sakura asked. He was meeting with the Tsuchikage, Kaori stated. Naruto smacked her on the back of the head. Not every question needs you to answer, he stated. Meeting with the Tsuchikage, Sakura asked. Just doing a favor for Rumiko, Naruto replied. Is everybody ready to leave? We have at least 3 days' walk to the border. Where do you think we should cross? Sakura asked. Grass country is still allied with fire country, right? Naruto asked. Sakura nodded. That's probably our best shot. They rebuilt the bridges so it's almost a straight shot through the country. 3 days, Kaori whined. 3 days to the border, Naruto corrected. Probably another day to cross grass country and a day or two to get to the village hidden in the leaves. We should get a room at an inn, Sakura stated. We could use a good rest before the journey. Maybe 2 days. If that's how you want it, Naruto replied with a shrug. Sounds good to me, Kaori cheered. I won't argue, Haruka added. Sakura glanced at Satomi who just shrugged. Looks like we're staying here for a little while. Smiley face. Naruto glanced around his room and slipped his new coat off. He folded it carefully and laid it over the back of a nearby chair. It really was an awesome coat. Naruto. Come in. The door slid open and Sakura stepped into Naruto's room. Am I going to have to worry about more spies running around? No, Sakura replied. She produced a bottle and a pair of glasses from behind her back. Have a drink with me. I don't drink on missions, Naruto stated as he unbuttoned his new shirt and hung it up in the provided closet. It was more to take his mind off the sweet siren song of booze than any other reason. He tugged at the collar of his undershirt and stared at the blood seal over his heart. It had been itching recently. This is hardly a mission, Sakura pointed out as she sat down at the small table against the wall and used her foot to push out the only other chair. Missions usually involve something a little more dangerous than a few blisters. She poured 2 glasses. How about a toast? To Jiraiya. Naruto studied her carefully for a second before sitting down and picking up the offered glass. To Jiraiya. They both drank. So, that's what Rumiko wanted to talk to you about. Sakura tried to hide her surprise, but it didn't fool Naruto. What did she tell you? I'm a split personality, half wild partier and half psychotic monster. Something like that, Sakura admitted. I'm not some schizophrenic, Naruto stated. They think I am. Why? It makes it easier for them to comprehend who I am, Naruto replied. Rumiko is actually scared of you, Naruto, Sakura stated. Of course she is, the blonde stated with a grin. They all are. When they first met me, I was a tad over-exuberant. I guess, I made a bit of an extreme impression on them. What is going on, Naruto? I said I'd answer that later, Naruto replied. Sakura poured another round. Naruto had to grin. So, she thought she could get him drunk and pump him for information. An old trick, but a good one. Unless your opponent had an iron liver. Poor Sakura. She was about to find out the hard way that Naruto could easily outdrink even her mentor. Chapter 9. Naruto. I didn't do it, Rumiko. Naruto looked around the room he was currently occupying and rubbed his tired eyes. To his relief, Rumiko was not currently looming over him. Ah, just a dream. Then Naruto's door burst open. Damn it, are you ever? Kaori trailed off as a Senbon damned near lobotomized her. She turned slowly and stared at the silver spike embedded in the doorframe. Wow, you are good. Naruto considered pointing out that he had missed, but decided against it. Yeah, let's go with that. Kaori's head snapped around and she glared at him. Wait, did you just try to kill me? No. You did. The covers beside Naruto flipped down and Sakura sat up. Shut up, Kaori. The genin's jaw shut with a click that was audible from where Naruto was. Sorry, sensei, the girl managed to squeak. I'll just be going now. She tried to slide the door shut and frowned. The door's stuck. What? The door's stuck, Kaori repeated. Naruto pinned it open with his damned poker. A pair of groggy, green eyes turned to glare at Naruto. In my defense, I was trying to nail her medulla oblongata. Aha, you did try to kill me. Shut up. Sorry. Sakura glared at her student a second more before collapsing back on the bed. Fuck it, I'm too hungover to deal with this. Smiley face. So, Kaori began. Shut up, Kaori, Sakura ordered without lifting her head from the table. One word and I will end you. Right, Kaori squeaked. Beside Sakura, Naruto simply continued putting away his third bowl of ramen. Well, this is familiar, a new voice stated. Sakura looked up and stared at the scarred man standing across the table from her. Only, the last time Rumiko was the drunk. Who the hell are you? Sakura demanded. That's my buddy, Nanbu, Naruto explained through a mouthful of noodles. That's right, just your buddy Nanbu, the old man grumbled. I get no respect from anybody around here, I don't know why I'd expect it from you. Nanbu, this is my old teammate Sakura and her genin team. Nice to meet you, Sakura managed through her pain. God, she hadn't had a hangover like this in years. Is it? Nanbu asked. You look distinctly unwell. Hey, wait, Kaori interrupted. You're the Tsuchikage. The Tsuchikage, Sakura repeated. Yeah, the old man stated. He glanced around Sakura's table and his face paled. Oh God, there are 2 of you. It took Sakura's muddled mind a moment to figure out what he was talking about. Fortunately, Haruka was a bit quicker. What did you do? Nothing, Kaori snapped. I didn't kick him in the shin. You kicked the Tsuchikage in the shin? Sakura asked. Damn it, Kaori gritted. You aren't exactly the brightest one here, are you? Nanbu asked. Nah, but that's probably why I get along with her so well, Naruto pointed out. So, what's up, Stumpy? I hate you so much, Nanbu growled. I'd send every assassin I had after you if I thought it would do anything. You mean, you haven't been? Naruto asked, sounding rather wounded. What? I've had a bunch of assassins swing by lately, Naruto stated. I kinda thought they were from you. It was kind of nice, sorta like, hey, thinking of you. Still wishing you were dead. Well, Jesus, if it means that much to you, I'll send an assassin tomorrow. You don't have to, Naruto replied forlornly. No, I want to, really. Nanbu stared at Sakura's teammate for a long time. You have got to be the weirdest motherfucker I have ever met, bar none. Thanks, Naruto replied, sounding genuinely touched. I guess I can execute all those guys now. You imprisoned assassins because you thought they were mine? Nanbu asked. I was going to give them to you for Christmas. Naruto stated cheerfully. Excuse me, Sakura interrupted, is there any particularly good reason why you're trying to kill me, teammate? Yes, Nanbu stated calmly, he slaughtered over 250 of my fellow villagers. Sakura turned and stared at Naruto in shock. Oh, come on, the blonde whined and Sakura let out a sign of relief. This was Naruto. Of course he wouldn't. You're making it sound like I killed innocent civilians. I killed your ninja. Naruto seemed to notice Sakura's stare. What? We've gone over this before and I have a distinct feeling that we're glossing over the whole invasion of a foreign country for loot and plunder thing. In that case I feel the need to reiterate, I killed invading soldiers, so I'm still the good guy here. You killed 250. More like 260 something, but who's counting? Naruto asked. I was, Nanbu stated dryly. Other than him, Naruto added without missing a beat. Smiley face. So, what's eating you, Stumpy? A little birdie told me that you were planning on hanging around here, Nanbu replied. Ah, you sound like you don't want me around, Naruto replied with a pout. While I always welcome the leaders of foreign villages I am allied with, whether I had a choice or not in the alliance, I would very much like to. Why are you making that face? Naruto grimaced and glanced at Sakura, but the sudden revelation of his position didn't even raise an eyebrow. What? The pink-haired woman asked. Oh, sorry, was I supposed to be surprised here? When did you figure it out? Naruto asked. A while ago, Sakura stated. You aren't a great liar, Naruto. You know, some people consider honesty a valued trait, the blonde grumbled. Those people aren't ninja, Sakura pointed out. Nor are they in politics, Nanbu added. You two suck. Wait, Naruto's the Yukikage. Kaori shrieked. You didn't know, Satomi asked. I have no idea how you got through the academy, Haruka added. As I was saying, Nanbu stated before Haruka and Kaori could start bickering, I want you gone now, before you break anything or anyone. Well, it's a long way to fire and everybody voted to rest, Naruto stated. Unless you can fly us there, we're crashing here for a little while. How about a train instead? Nanbu asked. Your train tracks aren't finished, Naruto stated. That's what we've been telling everyone, Nanbu replied smugly. Well, I guess I have to kill my chief spy in this village, Naruto grumbled. So, where does this train end? The border of Grass Country and Fire Country, Nanbu replied. Grass Country was most enthusiastic about our benevolent choice to help their infrastructure by building railroads. I'll bet they were, Naruto commented. Make it real easy in the next war. Of course, those tracks are going to attract demo and sabotage teams like ticks to a dog. Well, that's Grass's problem, Nanbu replied with a shrug. What next war? Sakura asked suddenly. You know, the next war, Naruto replied vaguely. What next war? Sakura repeated. There aren't any wars going on right now. There are 2 civil wars, 4 ethnic cleansings, and 3 coup attempts going on right now, Naruto stated. Of course, those are in minor countries that you've never heard of, so who cares? Thought there were 4 coups, Nanbu commented. The rebels in Moss Country got Fire Country's backing, Naruto stated. Didn't Moss have a kind, benevolent daimyo? Nanbu asked. And now they have a genocidal dictator, but he's friendly to Fire Country, so it's all good, Naruto answered. You both know that's not what I meant, Sakura growled. Yeah, we do, Nanbu agreed. As for the next war, well, there's always a next war. I don't know any specifics, but I do know it's coming. Why does another major war have to be coming? Satomi asked. The last war was supposed to end that kind of global conflict. And the war before that was supposed to do the same thing, Naruto commented. Anyways, in order to avoid a whiny Nietzsche rant about how bad people are and how pointless it all is, I'm just going to say that the economies of all the elemental countries depend on wars. It's kind of hard to run a country on C and D rank mission pay. Needs who? Kaori asked. Some dude who people quote to make themselves sound smart, Naruto explained. Like Machiavelli, Sakura added. Machiavelli what? Naruto asked. The guy you've based your entire leadership principle off, Nambu replied. You know, it's better to be feared than loved, and the whole idea that nothing is immoral if it protects the balance of a state. I like him already, Naruto commented with a bright grin. Now back to the topic. While I hate agreeing with Mr. Fox, he is most certainly right, Nambu agreed. The world used to be different, but now our economies revolve around war more than any other product. That's a horrible way of putting it, Sakura growled. The world is a horrible place, Nambu replied. I don't know, I kind of like it, Naruto argued. That proves my point, Nambu stated. Dick. Anyway, while it's been lovely chatting, I really do want you gone, Nambu commented. When can you leave? When can the train be ready? Naruto asked. It's ready now. The door to the inn opened and a young ninja walked in. He quickly made his way to the Tsuchikage and whispered something in the scarred man's ear. What problem? Sakura asked. The train was stolen, Nambu stated. I didn't do it, Naruto replied automatically. Nambu glared at him. What? I didn't. It sounds like something I'd do, but it really wasn't me this time. Wait here, I'm getting your ass out of my country if I have to drive you out on a handcart myself. Smiley face. So, when did you figure it out? Naruto asked as he sipped a cup of sake. The genin had gone upstairs to pack their belongings. I got a mite suspicious when Rumiko nearly tripped over her own feet when you introduced her as the Yukikage, Sakura commented. She also doesn't strike me as the type to have such a messy office, or to paint the walls orange. Naruto grinned sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. If you've known my secret all along, what was last night about? Can't it be about drinking with old friends? Sakura asked. Naruto wasn't impressed, his raised eyebrow said so. Fine. The pinkett turned and met his eye. You are horrible at lying, she stated, but I've never seen anyone better at twisting the truth. Ah, I should have known not to play with a woman. You and your ilk will always be the masters and myself a humble amateur. And you try to distract me, Sakura added. Every time I try to talk to you about the past, you open your mouth and the truth comes out, but I can always tell that it's not the entire truth. Naruto pulled back in surprise. You can fool all those people in your village, or maybe you don't even bother trying with them, but you can't fool me, Naruto. We were teammates once and we were friends. Naruto had to smile. Not anymore, he asked. I don't know, Naruto. Are we? I told you I'd tell you when we got to the village, Naruto stated. I guess you'll have to come up with a new lie pretty quick, huh? Sakura pressed. It looks like you won't have as much time as you thought. Naruto's eye ticked. You won't like the truth, he commented. Maybe not, but I hate lies, Sakura replied. What's wrong with lies? Naruto asked. All good and lasting things in this world have a strong foundation in lies. Your whole world is based on lies. If the truth were to ever come out, everything would fall apart. I never could comprehend why you people couldn't understand that and go with it. Trust doesn't come from lies, Sakura pointed out. Trust comes from belief, Naruto corrected. You trust your friends because you believe in them. You trust a liar to lie because you believe he will. You don't trust a traitor to help you because you can't believe that he won't betray you again no matter what he says. It's all about belief. So, what can I believe in you to do, Naruto? You can believe in me to do exactly what I think is best to keep me most amused, Naruto stated seriously. Sakura stared at him blankly until the door to the inn burst open. Find the train. Nope, Nanbu replied. I got a new one. No expense spared, to kick you the hell out. You know, I'm actually a pretty fun guy to be around when you get to know me, Naruto replied. And when you aren't directly or indirectly killing my ninja, Nanbu commented. Naruto just grinned and poured himself a new saucer of sake. So any ideas what happened to that damn train? According to most of my people, it vanished. Trains don't vanish, Naruto pointed out. At least, I don't have any vanishing trains. Do you? I think R&D is trying to cook something like that up, but I don't really pay attention to their presentations anymore, Nanbu replied. At least, not since they couldn't figure out a way of killing you. Cut them a break. Better men than them have tried, Naruto replied as he poured another saucer. And I'm still here. Smiley face. I can't believe we just stole a train. Shut up Yui, Rumiko ordered. Oh come on, this is just such a Naruto thing to do, Yui continued cheerfully. She has a point, Yasu stated, for once. I mean, what would the boss say? Before or after the hysterical giggling and claims that all is going to plan in his corruption of everyone's sanity? Rumiko asked dryly. Besides, the train was just sitting there ready to go. I consider it a sign from some higher power. I'm serious though, Yui continued, we're just walking along and we come upon a train. You ask one of the guys if it's ready to go and when he says yes, you beat the shit out of him and all his cronies. Then you tell us to get on. That is the definitive Naruto. I'm kind of worried that those assholes are going to recognize you as Naruto's aide, Yasu commented. Far be it from me to stop an international incident, but don't you think the boss would be kind of pissed to not be involved in an act of war? For once. Two things, Rumiko replied. The first, their eyes never left Yui's tits. The second, I don't think they're going to run back to their boss and tell him that a girl beat them up. What do you think they'll tell him? Yui asked. They'll probably say the train vanished or something stupid like that, Rumiko answered. She glanced at Yasu. So, you're sure you know how to drive this thing? Well, I was railing this female conductor, Yasu replied. Get it, railing, female conductor. Yeah, Rumiko replied dryly. We get it, now can you drive this damn this? I got it moving didn't I? Yasu asked proudly. You did, but can you make it stop moving? Rumiko asked. Hey, Yasu's bright grin was not reassuring. We're all going to die, aren't we? Yui asked. Well, probably not all of us, Yasu replied. I, for one, fully intend to jump off this damn thing at the first sign of a cliff. Yeah, we're probably all going to die, Rumiko agreed. Even if I have to nail Yasu to the floor. I'm going to start looking for that break now, Yasu stated. Chapter 10. I can't believe that we have a train all to ourselves. Kaori squealed. Enjoy it, Naruto replied. All it cost was a couple hundred people's lives. Kaori hesitated for a second before settling into her seat. You can be such a killjoy, she grumbled. Your joy fu is simply weak grasshopper, Naruto shot back. He glanced out the window and grinned. Hey, Sakura. What? Sakura snapped, jerking awake and looking around wildly for an enemy. Still not over last night? Naruto asked. No, Sakura said blandly. Now, what is it Naruto? Have a look outside. Does that bridge look familiar? Sakura glanced out the window and quickly shied back. That's a long drop. Naruto glanced down into the valley they were passing over. Scared of heights? No, I'm scared of being stuck in a giant metal coffin going over heights, Sakura replied. She took a deep, calming breath and looked out the window again. That bridge does look vaguely familiar. Well, the last time you saw it, it was pretty badly trashed, Naruto hinted. Sakura's eyes widened as she recognized the bridge where Naruto and Orochimaru had fought years before. So, we're in grass country. About half an hour to the border with fire, Naruto replied. Why was the bridge trashed? Kaori asked. You don't have to get involved with every conversation going on around you, Haruka sniped. The bridge was trashed because I trashed it, Naruto answered, quickly heading off the fight before it could begin. Rumiko would have had kittens if she had seen how many fights he had been intervening in lately. Naruto Uzumaki, mediator of family disputes. That was just too damned weird. I was fighting a really powerful bad guy. You know that crater we passed a ways back? You caused that, Satomi asked. That crater was a mile in diameter. Naruto just grinned at her bashfully. You actually aren't all talk, are you? Not by half. You're one of those walking weapons of mass destruction my dad railed against when I told him I wanted to be a ninja, aren't you? Don't be silly, Naruto stated. That implies that there are other people on this planet even close to my level. Smiley face. We're almost home, Kaori cheered. The first thing I'm going to do is go to a debriefing, Haruka interrupted. The loud twin nearly stumbled over her own feet. Huh. We have to go to a debriefing, Haruka stated. Can't that wait? Kaori whined. Don't those two ever shut up? Naruto wondered. Says the man from the village hidden in the never-ending bar fight, Sakura commented. The fights in my village usually don't involve shrill, high-pitched screaming matches, Naruto countered. Well, unless Yui gets involved. There it is. Naruto glanced up and stared at the walled village in the distance. Home, Sakura commented. Right, Naruto. Huh, Naruto grunted. There was a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach. He could feel it rising, faster and faster until BWA ha 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 ha. And now he breaks down into evil cackles, Satomi deadpanned. I think I'm just going to go on ahead. I'm going with her, Haruka added quickly. Naruto, Sakura asked as the two genin walked away at speed. I'm happy to be back, Naruto replied. Sakura and Kaori continued to stare at him. What? You really are some kind of crazy, violent dictator, aren't you? Kaori asked. I'm not a dictator, I was elected, Naruto corrected. Now, if we don't hurry, we'll miss happy hour. Sakura watched her teammate saunter off in the direction two of her genin had gone. Sensei. Yeah. Naruto's really cool, but sometimes I think he's kind of scary, Kaori commented. Yeah, Sakura sighed in annoyance. Come on, time to go follow the scary nutcase before he runs off to play in some bar instead of going to a debriefing. Is letting him run off really such a bad idea? Kaori asked. Sakura hesitated and considered that. I mean, do we really need to have him with us for the mission debrief? You know what, I don't think we do. Sounds good to me. Smiley face. Haruka looked up at the gates of her village and sighed in relief. Home. It is nice to be back, Satomi allowed. Meh, looks boring. Both girls jumped and turned to stare at the man between them that had not been there a few seconds ago. When did you? Haruka sputtered. Just now, Naruto interrupted. How? Satomi managed. She, for one, was not used to being snuck up on. I walked, Naruto answered. Satomi stared at the man in shock for a second before frowning. She glanced back into the village and studied Hokage Mountain for a moment before turning back to Naruto. You are annoyingly observant. What? Haruka asked. Too shocked to say anything, Satomi just pointed at the monument. Her teammate glanced at the monument for a second. I don't get it. She turned back and her jaw dropped. You're the fourth. Naruto clamped a hand over the girl's mouth and grinned brightly at a couple people walking past them into the village. You know, when you discover something very important, you should try not to blurt it out, he stated. And no, I'm not. You look just like him, Satomi stated. Trust me and that fucker, no relation, Naruto stated. Actually, I really hate that guy. He screwed me over bad. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have something of incredible importance to do. He promptly strolled through the gates, brushed past the gaping guards, and disappeared into the village. You saw it, right? Haruka asked. The only difference was the whisker marks, Satomi confirmed. Even the hairstyle was the same. On a side note, did we just get snuck up on by a man dressed in bright orange? Why are you two standing here like you just saw a ghost? They both turned and saw their sensei standing behind them. Nothing, they stated in unison. Does this nothing have something to do with Naruto? Sakura pressed. Maybe, Haruka allowed after a moment. Sakura sighed in annoyance. Which way did he go? He said he had something of incredible importance to do, Satomi answered. Is he going to report to the Hokage? Nope, Sakura replied. What's more important than reporting to the Hokage? Haruka asked. To Naruto, ramen. Smiley face. Naruto stared suspiciously down at the steaming bowl that had been placed in front of him. I can't believe you're finally back. The waitress exclaimed happily. You are back, right? Sorry, Ayame, I'm only here temporarily, Naruto stated. Damn, you know, when you left, our business was halved, Ayame commented. Naruto chuckled and slurped a big mouthful of ramen. Are you okay? Yes, Naruto managed to squeak. Are you crying? Ayame pressed. No, maybe, yes, it really is that good, Naruto declared as he shed manly tears of joy. I take it you want more. As many as possible, me dear. Smiley face. So, what are we going to tell her about Naruto? Haruka asked as Sakura led her team through the halls of the Hokage's tower. What do you mean? What are we going to tell her about why he's not here? Haruka simplified. We'll tell her he's out getting ramen, Sakura stated. She'll understand. She'll understand that he is skipping out a meeting with the Hokage in order to get ramen? Satomi asked. Pretty much, Sakura replied. They walked into the antechamber. Hey Shizune. Sakura, the older woman returned. Can I take it that Naruto's back in the village? He is, Sakura replied. Shizune's face split into a wide grin. Out getting ramen, I assume. She didn't even bother waiting for a response. Go on in. Sakura nodded her thanks and pushed open the doors to the Hokage's office. Where's Naruto? Tsunade demanded. Where do you think? Sakura shot back. The blonde stared at her for a moment before realization dawned on her features. Ramen, she asked. Probably. Tsunade sat down heavily and blew out an annoyed sigh. I don't think I've ever been passed over for a cup of noodles. She glanced up at Sakura. Anything to report? You could say that. Smiley face. Here we are. Naruto managed to stagger up the familiar stairway towards the Hokage's office. After he tripped a third time, on the fourth step no less, he decided that he really didn't like stairs, though he wasn't really in any shape to jump up to the windows. Naruto. Naruto glanced up and stared at the dark-haired woman at the top of the stairs. Oh my god, it is you. She tramped down the stairs and wrapped him in a big hug. Naruto squeezed her back automatically before holding her at arm's length. Shizune. She gave him a bright smile and Naruto gave her another squeeze before staggering to the bottom of the staircase. It was much better to walk down them before he managed to fall down them. Are you drunk? Maybe, Naruto admitted. You do know that Sakura's team reported in hours ago, don't you? Naruto frowned. Had it been hours, he had stumbled upon a rather shady watering hole near Ichiraku's and had a few drinks. Things got a little fuzzy, but a good time had been had by all. Well, maybe not all, but he had certainly had fun. You are drunk. A little, Naruto replied. He held her at arm's length again before pulling her into another tight hug. It's great to see you again. The blonde felt the building tension leave the woman's frame. Let it never be said that Naruto didn't know what made women tick, or at least how to diffuse them. Is Granny up there? She and Sakura went out drinking to talk about things away from her genin team, Shizune answered. Well then my dear, we must find you wayward Hokage. You're using this as an excuse to go bar hopping with me as your guide, aren't you? Shizune asked dryly in a moment of clarity. Silly woman, I have no need to make excuses for my drinking. He slung an arm around her shoulders and pulled her tight to him. I do need a guide though. Now off we go, tally ho. Smiley face. You don't understand, sensei. He's so different. He blew me off to get ramen, Tsunade pointed out as she put away another bottle. Sounds like Naruto to me. Maybe you should slow down, Sakura suggested. The older blonde was swaying in her seat like a ship at sea. No way, Tsunade announced. It's Friday. It's Tuesday, Sakura corrected. Her sensei stared at her for a long few seconds. Really? Yeah, Tsunade stared at the bottle in her hand for a moment before shrugging and finishing it. Sakura sighed and sipped her own saucer at a much more sedate pace. That was when the door to the Kunoichi bar burst open. She spun and sighed in annoyance as she saw Naruto stagger in with a red-faced Shizune at his side. Oh, damn, Naruto quickly spotted her and waved energetically, nearly knocking himself and Shizune off their feet. Hi Sakura. Sakura pinched the bridge of her nose as she felt a migraine come on. She stood quickly and made her way over. How much have you had to drink? He has drunk more than Tsunade ever has in one night, Shizune stated. Wow, Sakura admitted. The dark-haired woman shrugged off Naruto's arm and stepped forward to stare Sakura in the eye. No, you don't understand. The amount of alcohol he has in his system right now would have knocked Tsunade out hours ago. Sakura actually contemplated that and she had to admit that that amount of alcohol did boggle the mind. Hey, we're looking for Granny, have you seen her? Naruto slurred. Yeah, she's over there. No, well, guess we'd better get a few drinks and continue on. I said she was over there. Sakura snapped. Oh, here she comes. Naruto. Sakura watched in detached horror as her sensei grabbed Naruto around the neck and shoved his head into her impressive cleavage. At that moment, she decided that she really could just walk away. Lady Tsunade, that's not appropriate. Sakura, help me. Damn it, Sakura murmured. I'm sure she'll let go eventually. Besides, Naruto's probably enjoying himself. Naruto managed to flash her a thumbs up before putting his hands on Tsunade's shoulders and trying to push her away. It took about a minute for him to realize that he couldn't get away and he began to flail in panic. Sakura stepped in and tried to tug on Tsunade's arm, only to frown. Wow, she's really got a good hold. Suddenly Tsunade jumped and giggled. Naruto, you naughty boy. The other blonde managed to escape and gasped for air. What did you just do? Sakura asked. I did what I had to do. Naruto snapped back between wheezes. I think she's about to pass out. Shizune managed to get an arm around the Hokage before she hit the floor. Wow, she's wasted. What do the villagers think? You're joking, right? Sakura asked. Have you got her, Shizune? Yeah, I got her, Shizune replied. Have you got him? He's still moving under his own power, Sakura stated with a shrug. Shizune stared at Naruto for a moment before shrugging and dragging her befuddled mentor out of the bar. How many bars have you hit up? A few, Naruto replied. Well, a few more than I knew were in this village. He looked around. Is this a lesbian bar? I would smack you if you weren't so drunk, Sakura replied. Naruto staggered to the table she had been sharing with Tsunade and began sorting through the bottles. This is a kunoichi bar, Naruto. Naruto just ignored her as he found a full bottle and took a sip. Have you even found a place to stay yet? I mean, you know your old place is condemned, right? Well, it was when I lived there, Naruto answered. He finished his bottle and began looking for another one. So, you need any help? No, I'm good. I just need to find a nice young lady friend. And how are you planning on doing that in your condition? Sakura asked. Watch the master at work, Naruto stated. And pay attention, you might learn something, grasshopper. He spun suddenly and stabbed his finger at a woman sitting alone by the window. Can I interest you in a night of carnal pleasures? You really think you can go all night? The woman asked with an amused smirk. Naruto stared at her for a moment. Oh, sorry, I forgot this isn't my village. You see, in my village, when I ask a lady for her company, she usually asks one or more of her friends to come along. I'm a bit much for most women to handle by themselves. You talk a good game, kiddo. I guess I can give you a shot. Sakura watched as the two strolled out before pinching the bridge of her nose as she felt her migraine gaining force. Of all the women in the village hidden in the leaves, Naruto would pick Anko Mitarashi. Chapter 11. Rumiko watched in growing horror as people ran around the Hokage's office in barely contained panic. From what she could gather, an entire sector of the village as well as one condemned building had burned down, 20 civilians, 5 chunin and a pair of anbu had been hospitalized, one bar had been wrecked so bad that the structural integrity of the building was being investigated and someone had vandalized the monument to the Hokages. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yui asked. Naruto's here, Rumiko confirmed. Although, I'm wondering why they're so freaked out about the Hokage monument. I asked one of the chunin, Yui stated. Apparently, they've had an anbu guard watching that thing every night for years, so it's been a long time since somebody covered it in graffiti. Why would they put an anbu guard around a monument in the middle of a village? Rumiko asked. I mean, are they expecting somebody in their village to attack the thing? Well, years ago there was some kid in the village that they called the demon brat. He used spray paint that thing once a week, Yui answered. Now they keep anbu there to keep kids from trying to outdo that kid. Demon brat, Rumiko wondered. Naruto. Well, he must have been a kid at some time, right? I don't know, although vandalism is a little mischievous. I mean, nobody even gets hurt. Does that sound like Naruto to you? Rumiko asked. Nope, Yui admitted. The door to the secretary's antechamber opened and a massive scarred man with a bandana around his head walked in. He grabbed a couple of the anbu and pulled them aside, though Rumiko could hear them from where she was sitting. Have either of you seen Anko? The scarred man asked. No sir, one of the anbu replied. Have you tried her apartment? First place I checked, the scarred man stated. It's not like she's never blown off work, the other anbu commented. She's probably got her hooks in some poor guy. Despite the rumors about her, the scarred man growled, Anko is a professional. She has been working on a subject for days and would not leave the job unfinished. I think they're going to be busy around here for a while, Yui stated, interrupting Rumiko's eavesdropping. You want to go get lunch? Sure, why not? Rumiko asked. I saw a little ramen stand a couple blocks that way. Smiley face. Naruto groaned and pushed himself into a sitting position. God, he was sore. The woman beside him snorted and opened an eye blearily. Oh, my head. Lightweight, Naruto managed as he climbed to his feet and found his pants. Jesus, what did we do last night? I don't know, the woman stated. I remember sex, fighting, more sex, some drinking, and for some reason we had a quickie on Hokage Mountain. After that it gets even blurrier. Quickie. Naruto scratched his chin as he tried to recall said encounter. I remember us going to a dango shop and you attacked somebody for being a smart ass. The woman stared at him for a moment before grinning. I remember that, she exclaimed. Fox and Hound showed up too and you beat them up. Then we had some fun with the dango. Naruto thought hard. He did recall certain sexual acts involving syrup. Had that been dango syrup? It seemed possible. Damn, it's almost noon. I'm late for work. Sorry. Totally worth it. Naruto moved to the bedroom window and glanced out. The spray-painted visages of the former and current Hokages did not escape him. Behind him he heard the woman climbed out of the bed and stalk over to him before throwing her arms around his neck. You're a keeper. What are you doing tonight? You want to go again? Naruto asked in shock. I want to go again right now, but I really do have to get to work, the woman replied. I'm Anko, by the way. Naruto. Naruto frowned as he considered her name. There was something familiar about it. It hit him at about the same time it hit her and they both sprang apart, pointing accusatory fingers at each other. You, they declared. After a moment of shocked disbelief, Anko grinned. I knew you tasted familiar. And you were scarier when we first met, Naruto added. I'm still really scary, Anko protested. Right now I have a guy in my office who wets himself every time I walk into the room. Naruto stared at her contemplatively for a moment. Too much. Actually, that's kind of hot. Anko grinned brightly again and stood on her toes to kiss him. You know, I think you'd better take a shower before work. Anko's grin became more of a leer. Will you be joining me? I thought that went without saying, Naruto replied. How about we go grab lunch afterwards? Sure, it'll be my lunch break by then anyway. Smiley face. Here you go, young lady. Thanks. Rumiko favored the friendly ramen chef with a smile before looking down at her lunch. This looks really good. Best in the world, the chef declared proudly before heading back to his cooking. Have you ever heard of diet ramen? Yui asked. No, Rumiko slurped up some of the noodles. Well. Wow. Good, huh? Yui asked. Huh, Rumiko managed brilliantly as she tore her eyes away from the cute waitress's ass. Oh, the ramen, yeah, it's great. Keep it in your pants. Rumiko yelped and would have knocked over her ramen if not for a hand snatching it out of her reach. She spun and pointed an accusatory finger at the man who had snuck up on her. You. Me, Naruto confirmed. You guys got here fast. We stole a train, Yui stated before Rumiko could say anything. Well, actually, she stole the train. Naruto stared down at Rumiko in shock. You stole the Tsuchikage's train? He asked. It was Nisesa. She was cut off as Naruto threw his arms around her. I'm so proud. Gee, should I be jealous? Rumiko managed to push her boss away and glanced over at the new speaker, though her eyes stayed firmly below the new woman's neckline. Hi, I'm Rumiko, she declared thrusting her hand out. That one's mine, Naruto interrupted as he sat down. Hey, Ayame. To Rumiko's eternal annoyance, the cute waitress smiled brightly at the blonde. Hey, Naruto, your usual. Absolutely. I hate you, Rumiko stated. Why do you get all the girls? Women are stupid, Naruto replied sagely. I mean, honestly, I'm an ass. Why do so many women like me? You are a great fuck, the other woman pointed out as she sat on Naruto's other side. That's Anko, Naruto added. Anko, this is Rumiko. So you're Naruto's latest, Rumiko stated as she shook Anko's hand. Gee, what does that make, 200-something? You're only encouraging her, Naruto commented. Rumiko sighed in failure and went back to her ramen. She frowned at something in the back of her memory clawed to the surface. Anko. Yeah. You know a big guy with a bandana. That's Ibiki, Anko explained. He was looking for you at the Hokage's office. Anko pouted. Better make mine to go, old man. The chef nodded and poured the woman's ramen into a cup. I'll see you tonight, stud. Rumiko felt an eyebrow raise as the purple-haired woman strutted out of the shop after a few seconds of tonsil hockey with Naruto. Tonight, she wants another go. Yeah, weird huh? The blonde asked. I think I'm in love. What would you know about love? Rumiko sniped. Question, Yui stated quickly, heading off an argument before it could start. Yes. I understand the fighting and the burning down buildings, but what's up with painting that stupid monument? Yui asked. Burning down buildings? Naruto asked. Which buildings? An entire sector of the village burned down, Rumiko stated. You don't even remember that? Oh, come on, what proof do you have that it was? He trailed off as Yui and Rumiko stared at him. Okay, yeah, it was me, probably. So, what's up with the monument? Yui pressed. I mean, that's so harmless. Hell, the whore makeup was actually pretty funny. I can be funny, Naruto protested. True, but normally a person has to have something wrong with them to find your jokes funny, Rumiko interrupted. Naruto pouted and scratched at the countertop with one fingernail. You laugh at my jokes. Well, obviously there's something wrong with me, Rumiko stated. She frowned as she finished her ramen. I've got a meeting with the Hokage. No you don't. Rumiko stared at the blonde. Sakura figured it out. She's probably already told Granny that I run things back in the village hidden in the springs. Want to come along though? Sure, what the hell? Smiley face. Here we are. Naruto stepped into the antechamber and frowned as someone grabbed him by the lapels of his coat. Hi Shizune. Watch the collar, this coat was a gift. You. Me. You. Shizune managed to pry her hands away from his coat and took a few deep, calming breaths. Do you know how embarrassing last night was? You did her too, Rumiko asked. Naruto frowned and scratched his chin. I have no idea, did I? What? Shizune asked blankly. Her eyes widened suddenly and her face turned an even brighter red. No. So that Anko chick took you on all by herself? Rumiko asked. Naruto nodded. Huh, she wasn't even walking funny. Shizune looked back and forth between the two in confusion for a second. Wait, you slept with Anko? Well, after all the other things we did, sleep was pretty much a necessity, Naruto stated. He slipped past her and made for the door. Rumiko quickly grabbed him by the shoulder. Naruto, you can't just barge. She was cut off as the door slammed open and Tsunade appeared. Naruto. She threw her arms around him and gave him a tight bear hug that managed to catch Rumiko as well since she had been behind the blonde. Hey Granny, can you let go? I think you just broke my secretary's back. Huh, Tsunade peeked over his shoulder and her eyes widened. She quickly let go and Rumiko slumped slightly, massaging her sides. Sorry. No problem, Rumiko managed. I think you just cracked a few of my ribs. If you broke her, I demand Shizune in trade, Naruto stated. You can't have Shizune, Tsunade exclaimed. I need her. The whole village would collapse if she wasn't here. I wouldn't mind working under the Hokage, Rumiko volunteered. I bet you wouldn't mind working under her, Naruto commented. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, obviously expecting some kind of inside joke. Wait, why do you have a secretary? You don't know. Know what? Tsunade asked. Huh, I would have thought Sakura told you last night. She might have, Tsunade admitted. I was a little tipsy. You were drunk off you ass, Naruto corrected. So were you, Shizune commented. Naruto just grinned and shrugged. Well, since I don't remember, why don't you reiterate? Tsunade asked. I'm the Yukikage. The older blonde stared at him for a long moment. I know I should be surprised, but I'm not. Is that good or bad? Rumiko asked. I don't know, Tsunade admitted as she retreated into her office and waved them in after her. God, I need a drink. Naruto followed after her and presented the woman with the bottle he had bought at Sakura's suggestion. Thanks. Compliments of me and Sakura, Naruto offered as Tsunade uncapped the bottle and took a long drink before coughing. That's not sake. No kidding, Tsunade sputtered, vodka dripping down her chin. What the hell is this stuff? Specialty of Land of Spring, Naruto stated proudly. So, you're the Yukikage, Tsunade stated. Yep. The leader of the village hidden in the springs. Tsunade pressed. Naruto nodded and the Hokage took another, much longer drink. Oh, boy, do I even want to know how that happened. Naruto just shrugged. The council is going to raise hell. Sorry. Tsunade took another drink and grinned suddenly. I'm not. It's always fun riling up those old goats. Let me guess, you want to enter your genin in the exam, right? I personally couldn't care, but Yukie thinks it'll look good, Naruto answered. You're going to need the backing of 3 major villages, Tsunade stated. It's a new safeguard after what happened during your exams. No problem. You, Nanbu and Gaara. Gaara, creepy redhead who crushes people with sand, Gaara. Rumiko asked. He's not that bad, Naruto replied dismissively. Compared to you, and who's Nanbu? Rumiko pressed. He's the new Tsuchikage, the guy you stole the train from. I guess that counts, Tsunade admitted, choosing to ignore the comment about a train, although, the council is not going to be happy about you leading a rival village. Isn't there a treaty between Spring and Fire? Naruto asked. It's unofficial bond of friendship, boss, Yui stated. Technically, we are competing villages, even if our geographical separation keeps us from competing directly. Meh, what can they do? They can try to declare you a missing nin and put a price on your head, Tsunade stated flatly. I wouldn't let that happen, but lately Danzo's going around my orders a little. You let him get away with that. He's not doing anything illegal, Tsunade replied. He's just interpreting my orders a little loosely. God, I would have had his head on a stake for that in my village. Naruto declared. Want me to kill him? Naruto, Rumiko snapped. Now, let's not throw out a perfect good option, Tsunade interrupted as she rubbed her chin. I'll have to think about this one. Chapter 12. So, that's your story? Tsunade asked. Well, that's the one I'm sticking to, Naruto replied. Tsunade studied him shrewdly for a moment, but he just grinned brightly for her. Finally, she let out an annoyed sigh and sipped the small glass of vodka she had poured herself. Let me see if I can summarize this tale of drinking, debauchery and friendship through fistfights, she said after a moment. Naruto nodded. You went to find Masashi and stumbled upon Rock's invasion of Spring. Naturally, you being you decided to intervene and pretty much halted the attack by yourself. He did, Rumiko confirmed, rather messily at that. Spring then gathered an army of mercenaries and missing nin and you led this force on a counter-attack into Rock. If by led you mean was at the front and not actual ordering people around, then you've got it, Rumiko stated before Naruto could say anything. I was actually in charge of the army. Hey, I led the team that destroyed the enemy's counterattack before it could even be launched, Naruto protested. Rumiko's eyes narrowed. You never came clean about how you knew the counterattack was using that ramen festival as a cover for its staging ground, she commented. I told you, it was instinct. Naruto insisted. You snuck off to go eat ramen with a couple of buddies, didn't you? Tsunade asked. Rumiko smirked and Naruto sighed. He was never going to hear the end of it now. Shut up, Rumiko, he added as a preemptive strike. And it wasn't just ramen, it was over 30 different kinds of ramen. After your invasion. Counter-invasion, Naruto interrupted. We were attacked first, we're the good guys. After your invasion, Rock surrendered and your army of missing nin decided to stay on as ninja of the land of spring, Tsunade finished, and Yukie and the ninjas asked you to run the village. It wasn't our brightest move, Rumiko grumbled. You want the damn job? Naruto demanded. Hell no, Tsunade finished her glass and poured another. How the hell do I break this to the council? They're going to go after you loaded for bear. Naruto grinned brightly. Naruto, you can't kill their council, Rumiko warned. Naruto pouted. God, do you kill all of your problems in your village? Tsunade asked incredulously. No, just most of them, Naruto stated. The village watch takes care of the rest. I get first pick, Rumiko added. Tsunade sipped her drink again as she pondered that. That must be nice. Oh, it is. Tsunade finished her second glass and a smile curled across her face as she considered the possibilities. Get out of here, I have to think of a way of bringing this up without starting a civil war here. You should wait for tomorrow when the other cages arrive, Rumiko suggested. If Naruto really is buddy-buddy with multiple village leaders, your council really won't be able to say much. Tsunade smirked again. I like her, Naruto. She's sneaky. I'm sure she likes you too, Naruto replied, accepting the smack he got for that. Swing by later, Tsunade called as Naruto and Rumiko made their way to the door. I want to talk to you about something. Sure thing. The entire building suddenly rocked as an explosion went off nearby. What the hell was that? Tsunade demanded, shooting to her feet. That could most definitely not have been me blowing up the daimyo's wife's cat because I've been here for the past 2 hours, Naruto stated. You just blew up that damned cat? Tsunade asked in shock. Of course not, Naruto replied. This might not be so hard after all, Tsunade mused aloud. You just got real popular with every ninja in this village. Smiley face. Do you know the meaning of the word overkill? Rumiko demanded as she stalked along at Naruto's side. Figuratively or literally? Naruto asked. That crater was 2 feet deep. Rumiko shrieked. Yeah, I didn't use enough, Naruto grumbled unhappily. He had been hoping for 4 feet deep in a nice pink mist. Instead he had gotten only 2 and a few discernible kitty parts. That was the last time he used an explosive tag he hadn't personally made. This place is too peaceful. Don't you try to do anything more to change it, Rumiko ordered. This is kind of nice. The quiet will get to you too, sooner or later, Naruto countered. He considered her carefully. Maybe it already is. I'm not like you, I can live in peace, Rumiko shot back. No you couldn't. Rumiko scowled and followed him in silence for a few seconds. A few seconds was longer than Naruto could stand. So, found any lesbian bars yet? No. Convinced Yui you're really a lesbian? No, she still thinks I'm joking. Rumiko was silent again and Naruto shot a glance over his shoulder. Rumiko had a smirk on her face and a faraway look in her eyes. Someday I'm going to pin her down and rip her clothes off with my teeth. She quickly snapped back to the present and glared at him. You are not allowed to imagine that. Sure, Naruto replied quickly. And you are not allowed to write it down in your damn smut books. You'll never know if I do, Naruto commented. He paused and smirked at her. Oh, wait, you have the whole series, don't you? Rumiko's jaw dropped. How do you know that? She demanded. After a moment's pause she sighed in annoyance. You didn't know that, did you? Naruto shook his head. I can't believe I fell for that. Neither can I, the blonde admitted cheerfully. You want to get some ramen? You and your damned ramen, Rumiko grumbled. There are better things for dinner, Naruto. Blasphemer, Naruto countered as they fell back into their usual routine of insult and counter-insult. You know, you're really grouchy, grouchier than normal. You need to get laid. No argument there. Rumiko glanced around and watched as the nightlife of the village hidden in the leaves slowly crept to life. While she loathed admitting it, there was something special about home. Hey guys, Naruto turned and smiled as he saw Yui walking towards them. Having a good time? It's too quiet here. Have you two found any good bars to party in? Told you so, Naruto stated as he turned and began leading the 2 women towards Ichiraku's. Oddly, Rumiko had nothing to say. Did you heard that, Rumiko? I said, I told you. He trailed off as he glanced over his shoulder and found the woman missing. Rumiko. Back there boss, Yui stated. Naruto glanced up and saw Rumiko following a pair of youngish civilian-looking women who were making their way down the road holding hands. Rumiko was obviously hoping they'd lead her to a lesbian bar. You're really reaching on that one, Rumiko. Naruto shouted. She turned in step and shrugged. I'm desperate. Naruto just shook his head in annoyance and started off in the direction of his favorite ramen shop again. What's that all about? Yui asked as she followed Naruto. One day, you'll get your head out of your ass and figure it out. Smiley face. Well, Sakura, I don't know what to tell you, Ino stated. If Lady Tsunade isn't worried, I don't think it's all that serious. Lady Tsunade was blasted out of her mind, Sakura mumbled as she slurped up a mouthful of noodles. During Naruto's long absence, Ichiraku's had become something of a favorite eatery of hers. The small ramen bar had a lot of fond memories. She tried to kill him with her tits. Wouldn't be the first time that happened, just more literally than most cases. I am not stupid, Naruto. Sakura whipped around in time to see her old teammate stroll in through the flaps with a blonde woman Sakura recognized from the land of spring. If you were any dumber I'd have your tubes tied to keep you from reproducing, Naruto stated. That's Naruto, Ino asked in shock. Sakura glanced at her friend and sighed in exasperation as she watched Ino run an appraising eye over Naruto. Wow, is he single? Don't start, Sakura ordered flatly. Naruto plopped down at the bar not far from her, too wrapped up in his argument to notice her presence, and ordered beef ramen with extra beef. You know, if you would just tell me what all this is about. I shouldn't have to tell you, Naruto interrupted. Are you a ninja or not? Look beneath the beneath. Hell, you don't even have to do that. She's been throwing it in your face for years. What has she been throwing at me? Naruto's friend demanded. Evening Naruto, Sakura offered. Hey Sakura, Naruto returned quickly. All I'm saying is, oh, hey Sakura. You were saying something about seeing beneath the beneath, Sakura suggested. Naruto grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. Sorry, that's my secretary Yui, he added. I'm Sakura, Sakura stated as she shook the woman's hand. I thought Rumiko was your secretary. Rumiko is more of my slave driver, Yui suggested. Slave driver, Naruto stated. She tries to get me to finish my paperwork. Yui actually. He trailed off and stared at the woman. What the hell do you do? The paperwork gets delivered to me and I stack it on your desk, Yui stated. It's a pretty sweet job. The pay is really good. Putting up with you is an A rank and I really don't even have to put up with you much. You usually only last an hour and a half before you bolt. Putting up with him is an A rank mission, Sakura repeated. Paid by the day, Yui confirmed. Sakura turned and stared at Naruto. Why is being your secretary an A rank mission? Because none of his other secretaries were smart enough to know to bring him ramen a lot, Yui stated. They had it coming. That's what I thought, Naruto admitted. It's not like I killed them or anything. All I did was, ... The blonde trailed off and looked around. All you did was, ... Sakura pressed. You smell that? Smell what? Yui asked. There. Sakura jumped as Naruto spun and bolted out. What the hell was that? She demanded. He does that, Yui replied dismissively. Where'd Naruto go? Ayame asked as she set down a pair of bowls. He just ran out on ramen, Sakura pointed out. Yui stared at her for a second before glancing down at the bowls. Oh shit, she shot to her feet and ran out after her boss. That was weird, Ayame commented. Yeah, Sakura agreed. Did I just get ignored? Ino demanded. I'm gonna duck in the back, Ayame stated quickly. He just ignored me, Sakura sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose as she felt a migraine coming on. Smiley face. God damn it Naruto, slow the hell down. Yui was not in bad shape. Hell, she was one of the fastest ninja in the village hidden in the springs. Sadly, the difference between one of the fastest and the fastest was rather severe. Yui rounded a corner and nearly slammed into her quarry. Naruto, what's going on? Shut up. Naruto's eyes were close and he was focusing. Yui had seen this trick before. He was looking through the eyes of all his clones and trying to sift through all the data without losing his mind. Well, more than he already had. Got her. Her, Yui demanded. Did you run out on a bowl of ramen to go skirt chasing? Kind of. Naruto leapt to the top of a nearby building and Yui got a bit of a leg up in order to match his bound. Kind of, she pressed. Remember that assassin Rock sent after me? Naruto asked. The one whose sword I took. The one you keep throwing? Yui demanded. She did remember that woman. The assassin had been a bit of a mystery. She had been sterile, no village markings, and extremely dangerous. Rock had never come clean about who she was or where she was from. Wait, are we chasing some chick you already killed? Looks that way, Naruto answered. Naruto, you ripped her head off. I fought a guy that I tore 2 hearts out of before I finally just blasted him into a pulp, Naruto stated. Ninja are really weird sometimes, though this one would be the first to survive a beheading. I guess. Yui looked up and saw the mob of orange-clothed clones on a nearby building top. They hopped over and Yui frowned as she recognized the ninja in the middle of the circle. It really was that assassin. So, I have a few questions for you, Naruto stated. You killed my sister, the woman hissed. Well, that answers one, Yui commented. You noticed her headband, didn't you? Of course I noticed her headband, Naruto snapped. Yui sighed. He hadn't noticed. Hey, she's wearing a hidden leaf headband. You don't say. What happened next was way too fast for Yui to follow. All she saw was the aftermath of the kunoichi falling to the ground minus her head. For God's sake, Naruto. He boss turned and Yui quickly shut up. The left side of his face was a mess of lacerated flesh. Suicide by cop. Looks like it, Naruto allowed, his voice garbled by his sudden lack of cheek. Maybe she was hoping to take me down too. Since Rumiko's not here to freak out, I guess I have to point out that we just murdered a ninja of the village we're staying in, Yui commented. We nothing. I murdered the stupid bitch in self-defense. That kind of makes it not murder. I think. Naruto looked down at the head in his hand. Come on, time to go find Rumiko. This girl thought getting herself killed would get her away from my questions. Forgetting something, Yui asked, towing the corpse at her feet. Naruto had managed to only cleave off the top of her head, leaving her lower mandible where it was. Right, Naruto ripped the lower jaw away from the body. After a moment's thought, he also took the woman's sword. You lot, take care of her. Got it boss, one of the clones stated. Ah, fuck that, another clone complained. Naruto quickly beheaded him. God, I hate that guy. Isn't he you? Yui asked. Exactly. What? He's me, Naruto stated. Yui decided to just drop the topic. She knew this wasn't going to go anywhere good. Don't you want to do something about your face? Yui asked. Naruto glanced back at her and she noticed that his wounds had already stopped bleeding. Even as she watched, his sealed left eyelid filled out and opened to reveal a new eye with a bright crimson iris and a slitted pupil. I'm fine. What do you take me for, human? Chapter 13. Rumiko was depressed. Naruto had been right. She really had been reaching with her latest attempt to scare up some kind of female companionship. The two young women had been heading for a double date with their respective boyfriends. Now Rumiko was slumped at a bar, staring at her drink and ignoring the man beside her. What part of, fuck off and die, didn't he comprehend? Rumiko tried to hunch herself further into her seat. Maybe he wouldn't see her. There you are. Here I am, Rumiko grumbled in defeat as she turned to face her boss. Good, now come on, Naruto ordered. I've got somebody I need you to question. Hey buddy, I was talking to her. Rumiko had to smile as her wannabe paramour's show of insolence brought Naruto up short. He wasn't used to being talked to that way. Unfortunately, his shocked silence didn't last. Wow, what part of, fuck off and die, don't you comprehend? Now it was the man's turn to fall into shocked silence as Naruto used the exact words Rumiko had used not 20 minutes prior. It was with her boss thusly distracted that Rumiko made her bid for freedom. Oh no you don't. Let me go, Naruto. Rumiko ordered. I'm pissed off, repressed, and my buzz is fading. You'd better. Shut up, Naruto cut in as he hoisted her over his shoulder and made for the bar's entrance. Besides, I found you a nice young lady to talk to. What? That was not what Rumiko had been expecting. She quickly went over all the ways that his statement could not mean what she hoped it meant. Unfortunately, the alcohol in her system washed away all, but the best scenarios. Is she pretty? Yup, tall, blonde and top-heavy, just how you like them, Naruto stated as he made his way out of the bar and down the street, ignoring all the stares he was receiving. Ah, there she is. Rumiko was unceremoniously dumped on her ass and quickly shot to her feet as she looked for the promised blonde. Her eyes fell on Yui. You finally convinced her I'm a lesbian? Rumiko demanded eagerly. Nope, she's still thick as a rock, or in denial. One of the two. Now if you'll follow us, we'll introduce you. Rumiko followed her boss and her former teammate into a rather expensive-looking hotel and up to the penthouse. By the time they reached the top floor, Rumiko's buzz was gone and reality was setting in. There is no blonde, is there? She asked sadly. Of course there is, Naruto announced as he took a storage scroll from Yui and spilled its contents on the floor. Rumiko could only sigh as a blonde-haired head plopped to the floor at Naruto's feet. You said she had big boobs. Sometimes there really wasn't any way to deal with a situation other than deadpan snarking. Well, she used to, but she lost a lot of weight recently, Naruto stated. You also said she was tall, Rumiko added. She was wearing heels when we met, Naruto explained. I guess they made her look taller than she was. Rumiko toed the head and frowned. She looks familiar. Wait, I know this chick. Didn't you kill her before? That was her sister, Naruto stated. Oh, so, were you trying to be ironic with the decapitation? Huh. Oh course not, Rumiko groused to herself. You don't even know what irony is, do you? Irony is tearing a woman's head off because you already did that to her sister. Oh, no, she jumped at me and it just kind of happened. Ah, Rumiko probably would have done the same in that situation. She picked up the head by its hair and took note of the missing lower jaw. Naruto noticed and quickly snatched it out of her hands. 1 second, he rooted through the pocket of his coat and came up with the missing mandible. He fitted it into place. All better, right? He flapped the jaw with his hand and squeaked, right, in a feminine voice out of the corner of his mouth. Rumiko stared at him for a long moment before breaking into hysterical giggles. I think you broke her, Yui commented. I broke her years ago, she's just good at hiding it, Naruto corrected. Smiley face. It's no go, boss, Rumiko stated as she glared at the head sitting across from her. The head glared right back. I thought you could drag answers out of anybody, Naruto commented. I can, normally, Rumiko answered. There's something keeping her from explaining everything. What kind of something? Naruto demanded. Probably a seal somewhere, Rumiko replied. You're a seal master, you know that good seals remain even after death. So, she's useless. She's useless, Rumiko confirmed. Naruto growled and lit a cigarette as he sat on the windowsill. What are you thinking? She's a ninja of the leaf, Naruto stated. It's reasonable that her sister was one too. Why would the leaf try to kill me? I didn't think you took attempts on your life so personally, Yui commented. Well, I don't, Naruto admitted. Normally, I do take it very personally when the other guy is supposed to be my friend. Rumiko nodded her understanding. Naruto had always been most harsh on traitors, which was rather odd considering most of the ninja of the spring could be considered traitors to their original village. Isn't there a treaty between fire and spring? Unofficial, Yui clarified. We have a bond of friendship, but there's no treaty. What the hell's the difference? Naruto demanded. A bond of friendship means we don't attack them and they don't attack us because we're friends. A treaty means the same thing only instead of friendship, it's legal obligation that keeps us from fighting. Unfortunately, not everyone thinks that friendship is more powerful than politics. I noticed, Naruto stated as he climbed to his feet. Yui, figure out who this chick was. I want her name and confirmation that she really is a ninja of the leaf. If she is, find out what branch she's working for. Got it, Yui replied as she too rose to her feet. And where are you going? Rumiko demanded. Oh, I just want to have a word with the Hokage, Naruto stated. You are not allowed to torture the Hokage, Rumiko announced. Because she's the Hokage, or because she's got big knockers? Naruto asked. Isn't that a little immature? Yui asked as she opened the door. You two must be running out of insults if the best you can do is imply she's gay. With that, the blonde strolled out and closed the door behind her. Christ, she's stupid. One of these days, Rumiko growled, you watch, Naruto. One of these days, I'm going to finally have had enough. On that day, I'm going to throw her down and do all kinds of nasty, depraved things to her. She shot him a glare. You're still not allowed to write anything about that. Of course not, Naruto agreed quickly, holding his hands up in surrender. Smiley face. God damn it, Tsunade rubbed her temples and stared down at the paper on her desk. She was supposed to be writing a speech to greet the foreign leaders arriving in her village tomorrow, but she had a crippling attack of writer's block. I need a drink. Good thing I'm here. Now, Tsunade had been a ninja for many years and was unused to having people sneak up on her. Therefore, it was understandable when the voice behind her nearly gave her a heart attack. Shit, she tried to turn and stand at the same time and ended up tripping over her chair before crashing to the floor. Well, that was graceful. Naruto. That's my name, the blonde stated as he offered his hand. Tsunade took it after a moment of consideration and was easily pulled to her feet. You wanted me to come back. Not at 3 in the morning. Tsunade protested. It's not like you were sleeping, Naruto pointed out as he sat on her desk. It's the principle of the thing. Tsunade insisted. She took a deep breath and fished around in her desk for a bottle of sake. You know, Kakashi and Yamato were looking for you. Who? Tsunade stared at the blonde in shock. Kakashi and Yamato, she repeated. You know, your senseis. Naruto stared at her blankly for a few seconds before grinning broadly. Oh, yeah, those two. How have they been? Yeah, those two, Tsunade sniped. You know, because everybody forgets their sensei. I mean, I forgot all about mine years ago. There's no need to be sarcastic. I've had a long day, Naruto replied defensively. Now, what did you want to talk to me about? Tsunade studied Naruto rather carefully as she righted her chair and sat down again. She took a deep breath and pulled the documents she needed out of her desk. It's about your parents, she stated. Shoot, Naruto replied much more flippantly than Tsunade would have suspected. Well, your father was the fourth Hokage. And you already knew that, didn't you? Afraid so, Naruto answered. How? Tsunade asked. He told me. Tsunade almost tumbled out of her chair in shock again. What? How? When? He had a safety set up on my seal, Naruto explained. When I used a certain amount of the fox's chakra, the yellow flash himself manifested. Tsunade stared at the man before her in shock. Leave it to Minato to set up something so flashy. He always had been a show-off, just more subtle than most. What did he say? Tsunade asked. It was a most intriguing question. What did someone say to the son they never knew, especially considering that they had ruined that son's life? Something along the lines of, no Naruto, bad Naruto. Don't listen to the fox, it only speaks in lies. What did the fox have to do with anything? Tsunade asked. It made me an offer, Naruto stated. Turns out, the fox isn't a liar. A cold chill worked its way down Tsunade's spine. What was the offer? She asked. Something for something, Naruto replied with a blank grin. That's how they usually work. Now, what about my mother? Well, let's just say, you take after Kushina much more than Minato, Tsunade replied. She was loud, cocky, brash, and one of the best friends a ninja could ask for. She grew out of all but the last one. I see, Naruto stated simply. His blankness made Tsunade frown. It was like he was talking about complete strangers. Of course, in a way, that's exactly what Naruto's parents were to him. They would have been very proud of you, Naruto. I doubt that. Now, I have a few questions for you. Shoot. What do you know about the Spring Rock War? Well, I knew about it, Tsunade admitted. I didn't know you were involved. If I had, I would have helped you. I wanted to help, but my advisors had a point. Helping would be going up against Earth, and that isn't something to take lightly. Of course, helping Earth would have cemented any treaty you had with them, Naruto commented. I would never betray anyone like that, Tsunade snapped. I couldn't sacrifice my ninja to help, but I would never attack a country I have a bond of friendship with. Alright, Naruto said with a smile. What brought this up? Nothing. Tsunade frowned at that and opened her mouth to argue when somebody cut her off from behind. There you are. Tsunade nearly had a second heart attack as she turned to face this new intruder. Anko Mitarashi didn't even bother acknowledging her, and she shoved her Hokage out of the way and seized Naruto by his belt buckle. Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? Smiley face. Anko glared at her designated favorite male. Well, she pressed. Do you? Nope, the blonde answered truthfully as Anko dragged him towards the open window. Naruto, Tsunade snapped. What? Don't you want to know about your inheritance? Tsunade asked. Meh, divide it up, burn it, salt it. I don't really care. There are several scrolls containing his private techniques, Tsunade commented offhandedly. Naruto froze mid-step and no amount of tugging on Anko's part could get him moving again. I'd better take a look at those, he stated. You can look at them later, Anko whined. Now get moving or I'm going to tear your clothes off and have my fun with you now. Wait, you're sleeping with Anko? Tsunade demanded. Anko Mitarashi. Anko has men run screaming from her apartment, Mitarashi. I don't like your tone, Anko growled. She's not denying it, Tsunade noted. Well, of course not. That does happen a lot, Anko replied calmly. Well, I wouldn't say sleeping, Naruto replied, easily heading off any fight that was about to begin. I'd say fucking like bunnies, Anko announced. Really kinky bunnies with sex toys and high pain tolerances. And one of the bunnies can turn into a girl. Tsunade stared at them in disbelief. What? Girl on girl is hot. I didn't know that still counted when you were one of the girls, Tsunade deadpanned in disbelief. Meh, normal sex got boring after a few decades, Naruto stated with a shrug. You're not even 30, Tsunade snapped. I got bored quick. What inheritance is she blabbing on about anyway? Anko asked curiously. My dad left me some scrolls on his techniques, Naruto replied. He brightened suddenly. Maybe he left that damned flying thunder god technique. I've been trying to figure out how that bastard did that for years. Anko frowned. Flying thunder god, why did that sound so familiar? Wait, no, it couldn't be. Who was your dad? She demanded. The fourth, Naruto stated. Anko felt her jaw drop. She grabbed him by the collar and held him still while she studied his face. How had she not seen it before? We are leaving now. But. Now, Anko shrieked. She spotted the Hokage hat and snatched it up. And we're taking this with us. You can't just. We'll return it, Anko growled in exasperation. Now start walking or I'm going to lead you out of here by something a lot more sensitive. No need to make such threats, Naruto replied quickly as he headed for the window. Chapter 14. This is the same room, right? Yeah, it's the same room, Rumiko growled as she hammered away at the door in front of her. I know you're in there, Naruto. Finally they heard the door unlock and creaked open. The sight that greeted Rumiko was not what she wanted to see first thing in the morning. Couldn't you have put some clothes on? Couldn't you have gone to hell? Naruto returned as he scratched his head, hesitating only slightly when he saw the pair of handcuffs dangling from his wrist. Rumiko blew out an aggravated breath and shoved her boss out of the way as she stormed into the very nice penthouse he had rented. Do you even remember what today is? She demanded. Why do you ask questions you already know the answer to? Naruto shot back. Today is the day when the other Kages and daimyos arrive. Rumiko snapped. You have to be ready for the formal welcoming ceremony this afternoon. Can't you go? Well, I could, Rumiko admitted, but I'm not going to. You're a bitch, Naruto grumbled as he made his way into his kitchen and began fixing a bowl of instant ramen. You're damned right. I smell ramen. Rumiko turned to glare at the woman who had interrupted her and felt her jaw drop. I'm fucking starving, Anko added as she made her way over to the kitchen, walking very much like a cowboy who had finished a very long ride. Jesus, Yui grumbled, doesn't anybody around here wear clothes? Yeah, Naruto agreed. Don't you know you're traumatizing poor Rumiko? I guess I'll go put on some clothes, Anko grumbled. Let's not be hasty, Rumiko cut in quickly. Now, where was I? Something about how you weren't going to take my place as the Yukikage, Naruto suggested. Oh, right, like I was saying, you're going. You're the Yukikage, Anko asked as she collapsed at the kitchen table. Yup, Anko's grin widened. I'm never letting you get away. Okay, Naruto agreed. Rumiko's jaw must have been hanging open in shock. What? You're giving up your womanizing ways? The hell he is, Anko objected, eagerly rubbing her hands together. I've heard stories about the little bedroom parties he throws. I just need to scrounge up a few curious friends. You two are perfect for each other, Rumiko commented. Yeah, they're both perverts, Yui agreed. I'm stepping out, all this nudity is just a little much this early. With that the blonde quickly made a beeline for the door. Wait, everybody's coming today? Anko asked. Yes, Rumiko answered. Shouldn't you know that as a ninja of this village? Probably, Anko agreed as she stood up. I was supposed to be at work early today, guess I'd better get going. Rumiko watched Anko's pert, bare ass sway until the other woman disappeared back into the bedroom. You know, Naruto commented as he retried his ramen, she swings both ways. If you ask, I bet she'd give you a pity fuck. I am not desperate enough to take your sloppy seconds, Rumiko growled. Yet, Naruto ventured. Yet, Rumiko grumbled. Now get dressed, we have a parade to attend. Something caught her eye and she picked it up. Is this the Hokage's hat? Yeah, Naruto stated. Tsunade let us borrow it. Why would you want to borrow it? Rumiko asked. I mean, you never wear the Yukikage one. Like you can blame me. Naruto shot back. The damn thing is uncomfortable, unwieldy, and stupid. Still doesn't explain why you have this, Rumiko pointed out. Anko likes to role play. Rumiko dropped the hat like it had suddenly caught fire. I'm going to wash my hands and you're going to wash this hat. Smiley face. Well, this is festive, Naruto commented as he stared down at the crowded streets below him. So, how's this going to run? Village leaders and country daimyos are just beginning to arrive, Rumiko explained. This afternoon there will be a formal welcoming ceremony. Hey boss. Naruto glanced back and nodded to Yui. Find anything? Well, an Anbu operative is missing, but nobody seems to know what department she was working for, which is odd. I thought Anbu usually did that kind of black, covert bullshit, Naruto commented. It's like this, Yui began, most Anbu units are broken down into two departments. The first is operations and the second is interrogation. Some villages have extra departments like Mist's Hunter Nins. Anyway, the chick you killed belonged to neither operations nor interrogation and Leaf doesn't have any third department that we know of. So, she was a Leaf Hunter Nin, or something? Naruto asked. Am I a missing nin now? I didn't know they cared enough to send anyone after me. Well, I don't know why Leaf would keep a bunch of Hunter Nins a secret, Yui stated. As for your status, you're still a ninja of the Leaf as far as I can figure. Usually, to be declared a missing nin you have to revoke your allegiance or betray the village. I'd hate to remind you, Rumiko added, but Anbu work directly under the cage. They can be utilized without notifying any third party or making note of it on paper. So, the one that tried to kill me in Earth, could only have been there under the direct orders of the Hokage, Naruto summarized. That is, if the other one was also a Leaf ninja, Rumiko corrected. Family members serving different hidden villages aren't completely unheard of. Naruto frowned and dug a cigarette out of his pocket. Tsunade had seemed so sincere last night and he was usually pretty good at reading people. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, Naruto grunted. When did I get fox fur trim put on my collar? Rumiko glared at him. Wrong guess. Yeah, she growled. Well, how the hell should I know what's going through your crazy little girl mind? Naruto demanded accusingly. Who sent that chick to kill you? Rumiko demanded after several deep, calming breaths. Nanbu, Naruto answered. Who's going to be here representing the village hidden in the rocks? Nanbi, oh, I see where you're going with this. Good, because if you didn't, I would have murdered your stupid ass. You would have tried. So, we're questioning the Tsuchikage? Yui interrupted as she stepped between them. It looks that way, Rumiko answered. Do you think Yukie will be mad? Naruto asked. I mean, the coat was awesome before, but the red fur makes it, like, twice as awesome. You do this on purpose, don't you? Rumiko demanded. Do what? Naruto had to turn away as Rumiko's face turned almost as red as her yukata. Sometimes, it really was fun just to fuck with people. He searched the faces of the crowd below. There's Yukie. Where's her other bodyguards? Yui asked. She only needed the one, Naruto stated. Rumiko glanced down and her eyes widened as she saw the massive man standing beside their daimyo. You didn't, she gasped in horror. Yeah, I did, Naruto stated with a grin. Why not? Because he belongs on a covert operation taking on a foreign nation all by himself, not protecting one woman. You're forgetting one thing, Naruto replied. What? Rumiko demanded. She's a movie star, Naruto answered. The dark-haired woman stared at him for a long moment. There's no reasoning with you, is there? She asked. Trust me, reason's got nothing to do with it, Naruto answered proudly. Now let's go say hi to Yukie and Fish Boy. Smiley face. Can I kill them? No, you can't kill them, Yukie groaned in annoyance. How about them? You can't kill any of my fans. Yukie snapped. Her masked bodyguard's shoulders slumped a little. You know, people like you are the reason why the village has such a bad name. Ninja like me are the reason you have a village. In a country, the man countered as he dropped two autograph seekers to their knees with killer intent alone. Why did Naruto put you in charge of my security? Yukie wondered aloud. He has a sick sense of humor, the man grunted. Yeah, pretty much. Yukie jumped and spun to find the object of their conversation walking along beside them. Plus, you really love the Ika Ika books, so I figured you'd love working on the set. Naruto. The blonde caught her easily and spun her around. People are watching, Izumi hissed. Meh, it's not like any of them know she's the daimyo of Spring Country, Naruto stated as he set his daimyo down. If you told them that Yukie Fujikaze and Yukie Kazuhana were the same person, they'd probably ask who Yukie Kazuhana was. Hey boss, Yukie's bodyguard stated. Hey Kisame, Naruto replied. He struck suddenly and the much taller man collapsed to his knees. Just to remind you that I'm the boss. Got it, Kisame rasped as he painfully climbed to his feet and picked up his dropped sword. You hit hard, Tiny. And this is a marvelous first impression that Spring Country is making, Izumi mumbled tiredly. You're telling me, Rumiko agreed as she appeared out of the crowd around them. Don't think you two have actually met, you'll get along, Naruto stated as he slipped an arm around Yukie's waist and led her through the crowds, cowing them absently by mere presence alone. Do you really want to leave my assistant alone with yours? Yukie asked. What's the worst that could happen? You're the only person that could say that and get away with it, Yukie noted. Well, obviously, that's because I am the worst that could happen, Naruto stated. Now, how about some ramen? I love ramen, Yukie stated. Me too, Kisame added. Smiley face. I can't believe Princess Gale is eating in my restaurant. Easy Ayame, Naruto offered. Could you sign an autograph for me? Of course, Yukie replied with a smile. Ayame let out a squeal and disappeared to find some paper. She hasn't acted like that in years, Tsuki commented as he set down 3 bowls of ramen. So, miss, how do you know Naruto? He's the leader of the hidden village in my country, Yukie stated. Your country? Tsuki asked. I'm the daimyo of Spring Country, Yukie stated. We try not to advertise it, my assistant thinks acting isn't a respectable career for a daimyo. And you're the leader of her hidden village? Tsuki pressed. Yep, Naruto answered. And I'm a sociopath they employ to kill people for them, Kisame announced proudly. He had ditched his mask the moment they had stepped inside the ramen stand. You and everyone else, Yukie replied dismissively. I'm not like the rest, Kisame corrected. I'm a world-renowned criminal. I was part of an organization that was going to conquer the world. And then I beat you like my red-headed stepchild and you turned informant, Naruto replied. I wasn't going to mention that part, Kisame grumbled, letting out an annoyed hiss through pointed teeth. Besides, I only ever work for the guys who promise me the best wars and you deliver, Tiny. And, for your information, 20 ninja in my village were previously working for groups trying to conquer the world, Naruto added. But we actually were, Kisame protested, at least, until you killed everybody else. Missed one, but I'm going to get him too eventually, Naruto stated. Here, Ayame gushed as she held out a piece of paper. Did I miss anything? Naruto's the leader of a hidden village that employs terrorists, Tsuki stated. Very funny, Dad. All terrorists are somebody's freedom fighters, Kisame stated. Well, actually, you guys were pretty much everybody's terrorists, Naruto stated. Kisame let out a loud laugh. Yeah, we were. Smiley face. That bastard is sick, Tsunade announced. You were right, Sakura. I wasn't referring to his sex life when I was telling you I was worried about him and how he's changed, Sakura commented. She was really trying not to laugh. He's a monster, Tsunade continued. It's just a hat, Sakura commented. You don't even like wearing it. It's not just a hat, Tsunade snapped. It's the traditional headwear of the Hokage. It's been handed down to each Hokage since the founding of this village. It is a sign of authority. When I catch him, his ass is toast. We can hunt him down after breakfast, Sakura stated as she pointed to their destination. Mom always did say that it was rude to murder someone before breakfast, Tsunade admitted as she swept aside one of the flaps in order to sit. What happened next was too fast for Sakura to follow. One moment the Hokage had been preparing to sit and the next she was flat on her back attempting to apply a rear naked choke to the blonde man laying on top of her. MRPH, Naruto cried in alarm through a mouthful of noodles as his arms and legs flailed about. Give me back my hat, Tsunade ordered. MRPH, Naruto cried again as he managed to grab the leg of Sakura's dark blue village issue pants. Sakura just knocked his grip off and stepped back. You brought it on yourself. The flaps of the ramen stand shifted as another person stepped out of the stand to look down at the fight that was quickly drawing a crowd. The woman glanced at Sakura and smiled. Sakura. Lady Kazuhana, Sakura returned politely. The daimyo laughed. The liberator of my country can call me by my first name, she stated before looking down at Naruto who was starting to turn blue. Hey Kisame, if you want to see your boss getting his ass handed to him, you'd better get out here. Really? The flaps shifted again and a massive man stepped out into the street. Sakura stared at him in shock for a moment before digging out her bingo book. Don't bother, I'm Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the hidden mist. You're a part of Akatsuki. He was, now he's one of my ninja, Yukie stated. So, what did Naruto do? I'd guess he fucked her and ditched her with the bill in an expensive hotel somewhere, Kisame replied. How many times has that happened? Yukie asked. That I know of, Kisame asked. Never mind, the blue-skinned man nodded his understanding. So, do you think I should help? I mean, I hate getting involved in lovers' quarrels. You stay out of this, fish boy, Tsunade snapped. Now, where's my hat? To Sakura's surprise, the large man fell back a step and actually looked hurt. Oh, come on, Yukie stated, patting his arm comfortingly. I think you're really handsome and your blue skin just makes you look more exotic. Thanks. Sakura just ignored them and kneeled beside the grappling blondes. Sensei. What? He's unconscious. Oh. You're losing your touch, Sakura added as she checked for a pulse while the Hokage climbed to her feet. Before, you would have had no problem applying a blood choke instead of an air choke. I couldn't get him to stop squirming, Tsunade replied. She glanced around at the crowd. What the hell are you lot looking at? They dispersed rather quickly after that. I will admit that I forgot he couldn't answer while I was choking him. Yeah, I've made that mistake a few times, Kisame stated. Tsunade stared at him for a moment. Are we going to fight now? After breakfast, Tsunade replied tiredly. I'm hungry and mom always said that it was rude to attack people before breakfast. Right, Yukie drawled as he prodded Naruto with her toe. Should we drag him inside? Nah, Kisame answered. It won't be the first time he's woken up in the street. Chapter 15. Somebody was poking Naruto. It was getting extremely annoying. He opened his eyes and snarled and the two boys standing over him. The one poking him dropped his stick and they both ran off screaming. With that minor nuisance taken care of, Naruto tried to remember why he was passed out in the street. Had he gone on a bender? What day was it? You awake yet? Naruto raised his head and saw Yukie staring down at him. What happened? Some blonde grabbed you and choked you out, Yukie stated. Naruto frowned. A blonde? Did it involve ditching her with the bill at a really expensive hotel in the land of the moon? One of the flaps of Ichiraku's was pushed aside and Naruto found himself staring at Tsunade. No, it was about my hat. Oh, Naruto climbed to his feet and dusted himself off. He stepped back into Ichiraku's and frowned as he noticed that his ramen had gone cold. Another one, old man, make it a quadruple. Coming right up, Tsuki stated. Naruto sat back down and stretched his neck. Naruto. Yes. My hat. Right. Naruto dug out a storage scroll and produced said headwear. You washed it, didn't you? Yep. Good. Naruto's ramen arrived and he quickly dug in. You know, if you hadn't snuck up on me and I hadn't been distracted by delicious ramen, I would have torn you into half a dozen discernible pieces. Naruto just felt like throwing that fact out there. He wasn't being defensive or anything. I'm a ninja, Naruto, Tsunade pointed out. I'm also a woman, I'm not supposed to fight fair. Good point. Naruto slurped up a mouthful of ramen. Heard you were missing an Anbu. Tsunade frowned and turned to stare at him. What? My daimyo was coming. Why wouldn't I be spying on what was happening here? Alright, good point, the Hokage admitted. Yes, I am missing an Anbu and trying to get answers from the head of the Anbu is like trying to pull teeth. Yeah, I heard about how nobody seems to know which department she was working for, Naruto commented. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. What? How are you getting this information? The blonde demanded. Men tend to tell my secretary things, Naruto stated simply before finishing off his bowl. He also finished off the cold bowl. Wasting ramen was a sin after all. Tsunade let out an aggravated groan. Please tell me you're not implying that my ninja are giving up secrets because some little tart flashed them some leg, she demanded. Well, to be fair, they weren't really secrets and Yui isn't exactly little, Naruto stated. In fact, she's almost as big as you. God damn it, Tsunade growled. I'm firing every man working for me and replacing them with women. Sounds like a plan to me, Naruto announced, perking up immediately. Never mind. Smiley face. So, this is where you both grew up? Yukie asked as her village leader and his old teammate led her and her bodyguard on a tour through the village hidden in the leaves. Yes, Sakura answered. My parents' house is actually a few blocks over. Are they ninja? Yukie pressed. No, the pink-haired woman replied. I'm the first in my family. My dad is a merchant and my mom doesn't work. Neither were too happy when I went to the academy. What made you want to be a ninja? Yukie asked curiously. I don't know, really, Sakura admitted. I was young. Nobody seems to think it's strange that they allow such young children to make such life-altering decisions, Yukie commented. It's a relic of the wars, Naruto stated. Prior to the last major war, one had to be, with few exceptions, a teenager to apply. During the war they needed more ninja and allowed children to apply. Realistically, what could children have done? Yukie asked. They could have taken a knife for an older, more experienced ninja, Naruto stated flatly. It wasn't pretty. The children were used for distractions, screening and suicide missions. In the long run, it stamped out several clans and nearly wiped out a few villages. I've seen bad things in wars, but that was one of the worst. You weren't born during the last war, Sakura commented. I mean, that's what I heard, Naruto corrected. It's true, Kisame cut in. It was pretty messy. Of course, in Mist, we had always been like that. Good old bloody Mist, Naruto commented. Always liked that place. You have to respect people in places that wear their crazy on their sleeves where everyone can see. Mist was not crazy, Kisame snapped. We were well adapted. Sakura was not amused. How could you call requiring students to slaughter all the most, not all, Kisame corrected. Most of the other graduates a good thing? Sakura demanded. Well, excuse us for making killing people into a test for ninja, Kisame snarled. You do know that ninja kill people, right? Sakura's jaw dropped to argue, but she found that she didn't have a rebuttal to that point. Kisame, Naruto announced. Sakura glared at him for that. So, how are your parents? Still despising me? The pink-haired woman's eyes narrowed somewhat at the change of topic, but let it go after a moment of consideration. They never despised you, she stated in annoyance. They just, okay, they despised you, at first. They got over it. Yeah, they went from, stay away from my daughter or I'll kill you, to, I'll kill you if you hurt my daughter, Naruto agreed. Oh come on, they say that last bit to every guy they see around me, Sakura replied. Besides, I'm sure you get that all the time from irate fathers. Well, yeah, but I wasn't sleeping with you. You weren't, Kisame asked in surprise. There's a first. Shut up, Kisame. We'd better start heading back, Yukie commented. We don't want to be late. Naruto shot her a grin over his shoulder. Meh, don't worry, we'll be fine. That was when Naruto, mostly because he was looking back, walked right into a dark-haired woman and sent her sprawling. Smiley face. Damn it, Naruto glanced down at the women he had knocked over and seized an appendage to haul her to her feet. As he brought her upright he found himself staring into a pair of milky, white eyes. Hinata. Naruto. Hinata. Naruto threw his arms around his old classmate and gave her a hug. How are you doing? He held her at arm's length and let her go, only for her to turn bright red and faint dead away. Huh, still weird. You're kidding, right? Sakura asked. What? The girl has had a crush on you since the academy. Sakura exploded. Are you really this oblivious? No. Yes, Yukie and Kisame deadpanned in unison. Naruto shot them an annoyed glare. Shut up, he turned back to Sakura. Hinata Hyuga, he asked. The pink-haired woman nodded. A crush, she nodded again. Naruto had to laugh. Are you out of your fucking mind? She's the Hyuga heiress. There's no accounting for taste, Sakura commented dryly. Hey, she's coming too, Kisame commented as he hauled the heiress back to her feet. You know, it figures, Sakura stated, the one woman who's liked you longer than any other is the one woman you won't sleep with. I'd totally sleep with Hinata, Naruto exclaimed. Whoa, Kisame tried to grab Hinata as she swooned again, but he was too slow and the dark-haired woman slumped to the ground again with blood trickling from her nose. Never mind, Naruto stared down at her. Okay, maybe a little crush. No, you don't say, Sakura commented. It would probably be a bad thing to leave the heiress of the most powerful clan in this village passed out on the street, wouldn't it? Naruto asked. That's never stopped you before, Yukie commented. Oh, please, those chicks weren't my friends, they were just, well, Chicks. You should shut up now, Sakura stated. Okay. Smiley face. Where the hell is he? What were you expecting? Izumi asked. I was expecting his daimyo to at least try to make him be on time, Rumiko gritted. What are you, stupid? Izumi asked. When those two get together all they do is party. Well, I didn't know that, Rumiko stated. At least he's not the only one who's late. She glanced around the room and took in the dozen or so desks arranged in a circle. All but 3 were currently occupied by their respective village leaders with their entourages sitting behind them. Yo! Rumiko jumped and spun to find her boss perched on the windowsill behind her with Yukie in his arms. Naruto. Door. Naruto. Window. Naruto countered before hopping down and releasing his daimyo. You're late. Well, I was going to be on time, but I got lost of the road of life, Naruto stated as he collapsed in his seat and swung his feet up onto his desk. Rumiko opened her mouth to argue, but trailed off as she noticed the Hokage giggling hysterically. What's up with her? No idea. That was when the wall behind the Raikage's desk exploded and a massive, dark-skinned man strode in and sat down. See, it could be worse. I could have done that. That's one way of looking at it, Rumiko admitted. I suppose we'll just have to begin this meeting, Tsunade announced, her voice cutting through the murmurs that had broken out with Naruto and the Raikage's appearances. First, I'd like to welcome you all to the village hidden in the leaves. I'd like to give a special welcome to the Leaf's own former ninja and current Yukikage, Naruto Uzumaki. Why'd she single you out? Rumiko whispered. To piss off the old people behind her, Naruto stated. He was proven correct as one of them shot to his feet. Lady Tsunade. Not now Danzo, Tsunade interrupted. Yeah, sit down Danzo. Naruto added. The old man's jaw dropped to reply, but Tsunade leveled him with a glare. The village hidden in the sand would also like to congratulate the Yukikage. Naruto grinned at the redhead sitting not too far away. Hi Gaara. Hello Naruto, the Kazekage returned with a small nod and an even smaller smile. Yukikage, the Raikage sneered. There are only 5 cages and they are the leaders of the 5 most powerful elementary countries. Naruto. Rumiko began, but it was far too later. The blonde was already on his feet, one foot resting on his desk and pointing at the Raikage whose desk was on the other side of the circle. Listen up you creatine-inflated ninny, I personally think Yukikage is a sissy name, but it's the name my daimyo and my buddies wanted, so anybody that insults it, answers to me. The Raikage leapt to his feet, but was cut off as a similar-looking, but younger man beat him to it. Hey, nobody calls my big bro a creatine-inflated ninny, but me. The Raikage wound up and delivered a fairly devastating blow to the back of the younger man's head. Idiot, you're not allowed to call me that either. The Raikage turned back Naruto and for a second it appeared that a brawl was going to break out, but the main door opened and a very curvy woman strolled in. Sorry we're late, she stated with a smile as she made her way through the circle towards the empty Mizukage desk. Naruto and Rumiko watched her the entire way. Kisame. Yes. The massive blue-skinned man asked as he appeared at Naruto's side. Is that the Mizukage? Yep, that's Mei Terumi, Kisame stated, frowning slightly as the red-haired woman waved at him. She was the Mizukage when you left, Naruto added. Yeah. What are you, a fruit? Kisame groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. If I wasn't sure that you'd kill me in such a humiliating way that people looking upon my mutilated remains would have no choice but to laugh, I would kill you. You're referring to the guy the first killed by shoving his head up his own ass, aren't you? Yeah, that was the most horrific. Don't ignore me. Naruto turned back to the dark-skinned man and frowned. Who are you again? Let it go a new voice interrupted, or else Mr. Fox will kill you like a small dog. The Raikage came up short as he stared at Nanbu. Trust me. The Raikage looked around somewhat awkwardly for a moment before sitting down and Rumiko had to smile. This was looking to be rather amusing. What are you grinning at? Rumiko glanced over at her boss. I'm just thinking of all the sexual favors I'll demand from the Mizukage in return for information about you and the village after I defect, she stated. What information? Naruto asked. We're all pretty straightforward, I mean, we don't really have any state secrets. I'll figure out something to tell her, Rumiko replied confidently. Well alright, just remember, I'm faster than you. Oh, going to run me down and kill me? Rumiko teased. No, I'm going to beat you to her and defect first, Naruto stated proudly. Neither of you are allowed to defect, Yukie growled. But, she's hot, Rumiko stated. Really hot, Naruto added. What am I, chopped liver? Yukie demanded. So, you're offering me sexual favors in return for my continued service? Rumiko asked hopefully. Naruto felt an eyebrow rise in his aide's tone. Rumiko, we're joking here. This conversation is in jest. You cannot demand sexual favors from your daimyo. Why not? Rumiko asked. Naruto stared at the woman. I'm getting you laid. This abstinence shit is going straight to your head. Chapter 16. Naruto was bored. Don't you dare. Huh. I know that look, Rumiko stated. You are not allowed to set anything on fire. Naruto pouted and consciously relaxed his hands. They had been twitching towards forming seals without his knowledge. This is boring. It's a ceremony, it's supposed to be boring, Rumiko stated. If I can sit through it, you have to. Naruto glanced around and noticed that more than a few village leaders were beginning to space out. I think it's winding down. And so I welcome you all to the land of fire and the village hidden in the leaves, Tsunade finished. Why is the village hidden in the leaves in the land of fire? Naruto asked over the polite applause. What? Shouldn't the village in the land of fire be the village hidden in the flame or something? You would think that, Rumiko agreed. I have no idea, I'm sure there's some kind of significance that nobody cares about anymore. Didn't grow up here, Izumi demanded. Naruto shot the woman a raised eyebrow over his shoulder. Yeah, so. I give up, Izumi announced, throwing her arms up in surrender. Naruto. The blonde turned back and grinned as he found Gaara standing before his desk. Hello. Hey, buddy, Naruto returned as he climbed to his feet to shake the redhead's hand. How have you been? I have been well, Gaara stated. I was unaware that you had become the Yukikage. Yeah, I meant to send out notices, but I kind of got swallowed by paperwork. You know how it is. I do, Gaara stated with a small smile. Well, everybody, this is Gaara, Naruto stated. Gaara, this is Koyuki Kazuhana my daimyo, Rumiko my assistant and Izumi an evil old chick. I am not old, Izumi growled. A pleasure to meet you all, Gaara stated. He glanced at Yukie for a moment too long. I believe that I know you from somewhere. Her stage name is Yukie Fujikaze, Naruto volunteered. The redhead's jaw dropped a fraction of an inch. You play Akane. Is there anybody who doesn't read your smut books? Izumi demanded. Erotica, Naruto corrected. What? I write erotica, not smut, Naruto stated. What's the difference? Izumi asked. Damned if I know, Naruto admitted with a shrug, but my editor says that since more than half of my readership is female that I should call it erotica. I guess it sounds better, I mean, now you can call your secret collection erotica instead of porn. Izumi's face paled and her jaw dropped to deny, but Rumiko clamped a hand over her mouth. I fell for that one too, the younger woman stated. It's already too late to deny, but don't give him the satisfaction. Izumi studied him shrewdly. You're more clever than I gave you credit for, she stated. That wouldn't take much, mind you. I try, Naruto stated cheerfully before turning back to Gaara. You want to go grab lunch? Sure. Smiley face. Yui was not happy. The information she had just gathered would piss off her boss. That never led to calm, peaceful discussion. At best it led to brute intimidation. At worst, well, it led to lots of dead people. I'm telling you, Gaara, you haven't had ramen until you've had Ichiraku's. I can't believe you're eating more ramen. Yui skidded to a halt on top of the building she had just landed on and ran back to the edge. Sure enough, her boss and Rumiko were down in the street walking beside a red-haired guy. Naruto. The blonde paused and glanced up. Hey Yui, you should totally wear a skirt while building hopping. Yui sighed and jumped down to join them. What's up? We have a problem, Yui stated. A private problem, she added, casting a pointed glance at the redhead. Gaara's my friend, Naruto replied blandly. She should have expected that. Her cage wasn't really one for secrets. What's happening? I just got done talking to a few of my new buddies in this village, Yui began. There's a secret meeting being held. So? You're the topic, Yui clarified blankly. Oh, whose meeting? It's between the Hokage's council and the heads of the village's clans, Yui stated. Naruto just shrugged. They want to declare you a missing nin and issue a reward for your capture. Naruto stared at her blankly. Oh, he grunted after a moment. Yeah, that could get annoying. You will, of course, have the full backing of the village hidden in the sand, Gaara stated. Naruto's mildly annoyed look melted. Thanks Gaara, it's good to have friends I know I can trust. He glanced back to Yui and Rumiko. I think we'll be able to handle this one. Very well, Gaara stated. Naruto nodded his thanks and leapt straight to the top of the building Yui had just dropped from. Yui followed as best she could and ended up bouncing off 2 balconies to reach her boss. Do you have a location? Yeah, they're meeting in the village auditorium, Yui answered. Isn't that a little open for a secret meeting? Naruto asked as he took off in the direction of said building. Well, they're actually exercising a right to assemble to discuss village affairs that will later be brought up to the Hokage, Yui explained. The third Hokage created that privilege during his reign. Do we have a law like that? Naruto demanded. Considering that we don't have a council or clan elders, no, Rumiko answered. Good, keep it like that, Naruto ordered. What are the details? The council is made up of 2 old farts named Homura and Koharu, Yui lectured. However, the man behind the push to fuck you over is an old guy named Danzo. That guy, Naruto growled in annoyance. What are they actually planning specifically? The council is likely planning to gain clan support and try to force the Hokage to declare you a missing nin, Yui reported. After that they want to capture you, which is strange because most missing nin are eliminated immediately and their bodies are destroyed. Capturing a missing nin is usually only done if that ninja is considered an irreplaceable village asset, Rumiko commented. Usually, that would mean the last of a clan with a very powerful bloodline. You aren't the last of a clan, nor do you have a bloodline. Naruto grinned and patted his stomach. No. Oh, yeah. They want to control you. Rumiko asked in disbelief. What are they, suicidal? That's what I was wondering, Naruto admitted. Most people are smart enough not to fuck with me. Actually, Yui interrupted. Nobody here is scared of you. Naruto stopped dead so suddenly that Yui and Rumiko overshot him by 2 rooftops. They quickly turned back and rejoined him. What? They aren't scared of you, Yui repeated. Outside of the lands of spring and earth, the forest fox's reputation is more unsettling than scary. Apparently, the council doesn't believe half of what they've been told about you, even coming from the Tsuchikage. They aren't scared of me, Naruto repeated. Nope, he took several deep breaths. They aren't scared of me, he asked again. They aren't, Yui confirmed. I see, he took another long, calming breath. We'll have to remedy that. Smiley face. The farther that thing is from us, the happier I am. Danzo sighed in annoyance as one of the more foolish clan heads made his thoughts known. This whole day had been nothing but unpleasant surprises. First he found out that his ace in the hole was the head of another village, and now he was finding out that many clan heads either supported the little brat or wanted him to stay where he was, i.e. far from them. He should have stepped in and prevented that brat from leaving all those years ago. This is the punk who beat up my Kiba, right? The head of the Inuzuka demanded. Someone gave her an affirmative. Hell, I love that kid. What's the big deal with him being the Yukikage? That brat is a monster. A man from some nameless minor clan stated. The Yoichi agree with the Gidayu. We should leave it where it is. Danzo frowned as he realized that he'd better step in and help lead this discussion before it could degrade further. Sadly, he was beaten to the punch. Rasengan. Danzo was on his feet before the person who had just been thrown, spiraling through the auditorium's doors made it halfway to the council's raised platform. He had just enough time to recognize one of his own root Anbu, both parts of him, before a tall blonde in an orange trench coat swept into the auditorium. Well, he announced, that was pretty cool. I should always chuck a bifurcated corpse in front of me when I need to make an entrance. Not a single person in the whole auditorium seemed to have anything to say to that. Genin Uzumaki, Danzo stated after the silence had crept on long enough. You just murdered a ninja of the leaf. He was barring my way into a public discussion, Naruto stated cheerfully. I don't know if that rates death, but I'm definitely on the moral high ground here. I think. Maybe, one of the 2 women flanking him stated. I also think you have diplomatic immunity. The other woman sighed as Naruto's grin suddenly doubled in size and viciousness. Yui, she began, Please, never tell Naruto that he can act without consequence again. The newly named, Yui, winced. Yeah, didn't think that one through, she admitted. Sorry Rumiko. Genin, can you think of a single reason I shouldn't have you arrested? Danzo demanded calmly. Where the hell were the rest of his Anbu? I can think of a few, Naruto replied. 1. I'm not sure you have the authority to arrest me. 2. I can kill anyone you want to send after me singularly or in groups, and 3. You're out of ninja. Danzo smirked. He had 9 other root Anbu lying in wait, if only they would step in and apprehend him already. I mean, unless you brought more than 10. That caught Danzo by surprise. What? I said, unless you brought more than 10, Naruto repeated. That guy, he pointed to the dead Anbu, and the 9 other guys curled up in the fetal position and sobbing out in the lobby. I see, Danzo stated. He needed to rethink this whole thing. Smiley face. Nanbu reclined in his chair and sipped his drink happily. This was turning out to be a nice vacation. Of course, that meant someone would be along shortly to ruin it. Hey Nanbu. Nanbu let out an annoyed sigh and set his drink down. Hello Mr. Fox. The blonde plopped into the chair beside him and looked around the large balcony. This is nice. For what I'm paying, it'd better be, Nanbu replied. Is there something I can help you with? I have some very important relaxing I need to be doing. You recognize this chick? Nanbu could only sigh again as a severed head was plopped into his lap. He looked down at it for a moment and let out a girlish shriek as the eyes rolled around and fixed on him. Holy shit, he shoved the grotesque bundle off his lap and took a few deep breaths to compose himself. You know, there's a reason Rumiko's clan was wiped off the face of the earth. They made you scream like a little girl? Naruto asked. Ha, ha, ha. No, Nanbu glanced down at the head. Should I recognize her? You sent her to kill me, Naruto stated cheerfully. She wasn't one of your ninja, that much I know already. You've been carrying around her head for over a year, Nanbu demanded. You're a lot sicker than I thought, and that's saying something. Actually, this is that ninja's twin sister, Naruto admitted. She is a ninja of the leaf ergo, her sister the assassin. You actually know what ergo means? Nanbu asked before taking a drink from his cocktail. Color me impressed. Ergo, her sister the assassin, might have been a ninja of the leaf, Naruto finished. Where did you hire her sister from, Nanbu? I didn't, Nanbu answered. One of my allies offered her services. You have allies? Yes. Who? I'm not telling you, Nanbu stated. This ally didn't happen to have 2 blonde pigtails and a huge rack, right? Naruto asked. Nanbu felt his eyebrow rise. You think Tsunade is trying to kill you? He asked. Naruto. He glanced at the next building over and saw said blonde storming towards them across the roof. Okay, maybe she is trying to kill you. The Hokage leapt over to Nanbu's balcony and seized the Yukikage by his throat. You traumatized my Anbu, she snarled. I didn't even know you could do that. He can't answer when you're choking him, Nanbu commented. Not that I mind, choke him all you want. Tsunade managed to pry her fingers from the other blonde's throat and dump him back in his seat. What did you do to my Anbu? I scared them a little, Naruto stated cheerfully as he covertly towed the severed head under Nanbu's lounge chair. Scared them a little, Tsunade sputtered. 2 of them tried to kill themselves. Yeah, I'd keep an eye on the rest of them too, Naruto commented with a bashful grin. I warned you people not to fuck with him, Nanbu stated. I told you that he would do something like this. Nobody was messing with him, Tsunade snapped. Your council and the heads of the couple of the clans were trying to declare me a missing nin, Naruto corrected. I felt that I had the right to voice my displeasure in the matter, and your Anbu were trying to bar me entrance. The council was trying to do what? Tsunade asked, her voice dangerously calm. Make me a missing nin, Naruto repeated. That would kind of put a cramp on my fun since I'd have to kill a bounty hunter around every corner. Are you still offering to kill Danzo? Tsunade asked after a moment. You bet. I'd reconsider, Nanbu interjected. Asking Mr. Fox here to assassinate one person is like using an explosive tag to kill a fly. It's overkill and there's a lot of collateral damage. Take that cat for instance. So you did kill that damn cat? For him, Naruto stated, jerking a thumb at Nanbu. Tsunade glanced over at the other man, but he just shrugged. I don't like cats. Okay, Everybody just shut up for a minute, Tsunade growled. She turned to Naruto. You're telling me that all those Anbu from today were trying to stop you from getting into a village meeting? Yep, Naruto answered. I didn't tell them to do that, Tsunade stated. Ooh, sounds like somebody's personal guard has their own agenda, Naruto commented. Your guard, your council, you've let them get away with too much and now you're reaping what you've sown. And what would you suggest? Tsunade snapped in annoyance. Make them scared of you, Naruto stated. Fear makes everything easier. My village is scared of me. His whole country is scared of me. This village will soon be very scared of me again. Again, Naruto grinned, but there were too many teeth and far too many points in it. I'll see you two later. He turned and hopped off the balcony. Tsunade stared at where he had been for a few seconds before sitting down in his recently vacated chair. Drink, Nanbu offered, nudging another cocktail towards her. She took it and drank the whole thing without comment. Something's not right with him, she stated finally. No shit, Nanbu commented blankly. What was your first clue, you ditz? Smiley face. Naruto pushed his door open and staggered into his hotel room. He was damn tired. Running all over the village and traumatizing 9 men into catatonia weren't the easiest things to do. Naruto. Hey Anko. Naruto collapsed on the couch. The purple-haired woman appeared from the kitchen and handed him a beer before sitting down beside him. Sounds like you've been having fun, she commented. Naruto hummed as he sipped his beer. Most of the Anbu are kind of annoyed at you. Only annoyed? Naruto asked. Well, you did kill an Anbu and put 9 others out of commission, which is bad, but they were all root, so nobody really cares. Root? Naruto asked, perking up immediately. What's that? It's classified, Anko stated. I can't tell you. Can't or won't? Naruto wondered aloud. A grin spread across Anko's face as she realized where this was going. I won't, she stated, not unless you bribe me with something that I want. That can be arranged, Naruto replied. Now tell me. Chapter 17. So, you finally saw it, huh? Tsunade glared at the pink-haired woman sitting across from her. She didn't like the younger woman's tone, but she did have a point. Yeah, I saw it, Tsunade admitted. I can understand him killing people, it is a necessity for a cage, but I can't understand the bloodlust I saw in his eyes. That's not the Naruto I know. What do you think happened? It has to be something with the fox, Sakura stated. Tsunade felt her stomach drop. He mentioned an offer. An offer from the fox? Sakura asked. Tsunade nodded. He also implied that he accepted, she added. Has he mentioned anything like that to you? No, Sakura admitted. Mentioned what? Tsunade jerked upwards again, but managed to avoid falling on her ass again. Naruto. Yo, the blonde replied from where he was perched on her windowsill with Anko next to him. What do you know about root? Root, Tsunade asked. There was something familiar about that word. Like plants. Like ninja, Naruto corrected. Tsunade frowned as she considered the word. Wasn't that an Anbu Black Ops training program or something? Bingo. Tsunade frowned again as she came to a realization. It's a Black Ops program that you should know nothing about, she added before turning her gaze on Anko. To her surprise, the purple-haired woman giggled and latched onto Naruto's arm. What's wrong with her? I think I might have short-circuited something upstairs, Naruto admitted. Now, can you tell me what happened to Root? Tsunade cast one more pointed glare at the giggling Kunoichi before turning back to the blonde. They were disbanded and the members were reintroduced to the Anbu, Tsunade stated. Where are you going with this, Naruto? Who was in charge of Root and why were they disbanded? Naruto pressed. Is there a point to this, or are you trying to get classified information out of me? Tsunade asked. Naruto just grinned. Damn it. Tsunade walked over to one of the walls of her office and performed a few seals. The genjutsu dropped to reveal a series of cubby holes filled with scrolls. Just in case anybody wants to try anything stupid, if anyone but me grabs one of these things, they die. She selected one and made her way back to her desk. This had better be important, Naruto. I think it is, the blonde stated. Tsunade sighed and opened the scroll. She buzzed through it quickly, her brow furrowing more with every word she read. Danzo. Good, now why was it disbanded? Naruto asked. Tsunade kept reading. Old man Sarutobi heard one too many rumors that Danzo was using Root to run his own operations, she stated. Guess how many of the ninja who tried to stop me were once part of Root, Naruto stated. God damn it, Tsunade growled. Danzo had been a major pain in the ass before, but now he was a very real threat. Now, what are you going to do about it? Naruto asked. Tsunade sank back into her chair and reached into her desk for the bottle of vodka Naruto had given her. Nothing, she admitted. Explain now. I can't afford a civil war right now, Tsunade stated. This village cannot appear in any way weakened while so many VIPs are in attendance. Danzo knows this too, so he won't try anything. Anything other than trying to kidnap me, you mean, Naruto growled. Tsunade smirked at that. I get the feeling he wouldn't be able to, she commented. That's not the point, Naruto complained, trying to hide a smirk of his own. I'd recommend you order your Anbu to stay far away from me. Of course, Tsunade replied. All those loyal to me won't bother you. And what am I allowed to do to the ones that do bother me? Naruto pressed. Would it matter if I told you what I wanted you to do? Tsunade asked. I'd take it under consideration. Smiley face. So, what were you two talking about? Village affairs, Sakura lied as she strolled along beside her former teammate. You two were kind of worked up, Naruto commented. Anko let out another giggle and walked on her toes to nuzzle the blonde's neck. What did you do to her? Sakura demanded. She had never seen the Anbu interrogator in such a state. Well, I was kind of in a hurry and I might have knocked something loose, Naruto answered. She'll be fine, probably. Now, what were you really talking about? Sakura masked her thinking by studying Anko. In a hurry doing what? You'd probably hit me if I told you the details. Probably, she admitted finally. Anyway, I was talking about my team. Are you sure she'll be fine? 80% sure, Naruto stated. Now what's wrong with your team? Do you care? Sakura sniped. Why are you mad at me? I'm not mad, okay, maybe a little. I'm just stressed, okay. About what? My team, Sakura stated. Look, I'm worried about Kaori. What's wrong with her? I'm worried that she's holding the team back, Sakura admitted. She hadn't intended to bring this up, but now she couldn't stop herself. I held the whole team back last time, mostly because of her. Oh, yeah, the Chunin exams. I forgot about that. You forgot, Sakura deadpanned, somehow not surprised. Yeah, Yasu. Sakura jumped and spun to face the man Naruto had just yelled at. Go find out if the genin teams are in the village. Go, find. Out. I just got here, the harried-looking man snapped. I've been lost in the woods for a week. You got lost, Naruto repeated. Oh, that's clever. It's not my fault, Yasu roared. That bitch knocked me out. Naruto turned and glanced at Sakura with a raised eyebrow. I didn't do anything, she stated. Not that bitch, Yasu bellowed. Rumiko. What did you do? Naruto asked. Nothing. The blonde sighed in annoyance. Go find my genin teams, Naruto ordered. Yasu's jaw dropped to argue, but Naruto just pointed. After a moment, the other man sighed and leapt up onto a nearby building. Well, that takes care of that. Now what's wrong with Kaori? She's holding back the team, Sakura stated flatly. I keep trying to train her, but she isn't making it easy. I could give it a shot, Naruto offered. You? Sakura asked, an eyebrow rising. Sure, Naruto stated enthusiastically. I've played sensei to a few of the people in my village and it usually turned out pretty good. Well, more good than bad, anyway. Like that kid whose hand you almost removed. Shogo. That's nothing, he was being really annoying. You obviously haven't gotten to know Kaori yet, Sakura stated. She took a deep breath. If I give her to you, you'll return her in one piece, right? Absolutely, Naruto stated. Sakura studied him carefully. I mean, with all those pieces still attached. The blonde flinched slightly. And please, don't sleep with her. Isn't she a little young? Oh, sorry, I didn't know you had standards. That was a cheap shot. Anko interrupted them by leaning up to nibble on his ear. You were saying, Sakura asked. I said that it was a cheap shot, I didn't say it was unfounded. Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow, Sakura stated. Good night Naruto. The blonde glanced up and found himself in front of an apartment building. Your place. Room 302, Sakura confirmed. Good night. Naruto watched her disappear up the stairs and growled in annoyance as Anko's grip on his arm tightened. Okay, enough of that. Naruto slapped the woman hard enough to land her on her ass. Ow. Feeling better? No, Anko snapped. That hurt. And not in a good way. She glanced around and frowned. Where are we? Sakura's apartment, Naruto stated. Haruno. Anko wondered. How'd we get here? We walked, Naruto stated. The purple-haired woman stared at him in disbelief. I don't remember any of that. I can have that effect sometimes, Naruto stated. Come on, time to go home. Smiley face. So we walked all the way to the Hokage's office and then to Haruno's place? Anko asked. Yeah, Naruto replied as he fished out the keys to his apartment. You were pretty out of it. You are seriously never getting rid of me, Anko stated. Why are you making that face? Naruto pointed to where his door was cracked open. I'm guessing we didn't leave the door open. No, we left through the window, Naruto stated as he studied his door. If this is an ambush, I am severely disappointed. Well, there's only one thing to do, Anko announced. She promptly kicked the door all the way open and strolled in. We're home. That's actually exactly what I was about to do, Naruto admitted as he followed her in. He paused as he took in the redhead reclining on his couch. Did you get us a hooker? Anko asked. Naruto sighed and walked to the kitchen to get himself a drink. That's the Mizukage, he called. Who wants a drink? I'll take one after I get my foot out of my mouth, Anko replied. I've heard good things about your country's local drink, the Mizukage added. Naruto nodded to himself and poured 3 tall glasses of vodka before drinking one, refilling it, and making his way to where the others were. Drinks all around. Thank you, the Mizukage replied as she took her drink. Naruto nodded and squeezed in next to Anko on the love seat. He just knew this wasn't what he wanted it to be. This is about Kisame, right? I was kind of hoping for a threesome, Anko stated. Your foot's in your mouth again, Naruto commented before turning back to the Mizukage. This is about Kisame, right? Yes, the redhead replied, although I don't see why we can't use this opportunity to become more familiar. Look, Lady Mizukage. May, the woman interrupted. All right, May, Naruto allowed, the big blue Fruit Loop is one of mine now. We don't have many rules in my village, but one of them is, no one betrays anyone. That is most unfortunate, May stated as she sipped her drink and smiled. Are you sure there isn't anything I can do to convince you otherwise? I'm sure. I see. May finished her drink and rose to her feet. I respect that more than you can understand. I hope your faith isn't misplaced. Naruto and Anko both watched her walk out. Damn, you just got cock-blocked, the purple-haired woman stated. I know, Naruto replied. Kisame, get in here. Smiley face. Kisame sighed as his boss called for him. This wasn't going to be good. I'm here. He dropped down onto the balcony and strolled in as casually as he could. Hey boss. The punch that connected with Kisame's jaw damn near dropped him. I just missed out on some world-class T&A because of you, the blonde growled. Give me one reason I shouldn't kill you. You were defending your principles. Kisame ventured. The glare he got told him that principles weren't a good enough reason. I've got good news. Shoot. They're on the move, Kisame stated, casting a glance at the purple-haired woman beside his boss. Naruto apparently didn't get it. Who? The blue-skinned man sighed in annoyance. Them, he stated. Naruto's eyes shot open. Oh. Yeah, oh, Kisame confirmed. Oh, Anko ventured. What? No, Naruto stated. No oh, Anko asked. No oh, Naruto confirmed. Just tell me, Anko ordered. Akatsuki, Naruto stated. The purple-haired woman straightened like she had been struck by lightning. They're on the move. You know. Anko started. I do, Naruto interrupted. Orochimaru's dead, Anko. I'll believe that when I see a body, the purple-haired woman stated. What are they doing? I think they're coming this way, Kisame stated. Good news. It'll do, Naruto replied, and here I was worrying that I'd actually have to track Madara down. Chapter 18. Tsunade frowned as she reread her speech. Why the hell did the genin tests require so many damn speeches? She glanced at the clock on her desk and blew out a frustrated breath. The sun would be coming up any moment now. Long night. Wag. Tsunade glared at the man from where she had fallen off her chair to the floor. How do you do that, Naruto? I am a ninja, the blonde pointed out from his perch on her windowsill. So am I, Tsunade growled, and I've been one for longer than you. Now how do you keep sneaking up on me? Maybe you're just getting soft, Naruto suggested. Tsunade redoubled her glare as she climbed to her feet. There was no way in hell that she was getting soft, right? Where's your better half? I put her to bed, Naruto stated. Ah, Tsunade sat back down and fished in her desk for her bottle. You're writing speeches at a time like this? Naruto asked. Politics must go on, Tsunade said. You should know that as a Hokage. I try to keep politics out of my village, Naruto explained. What do you want, Naruto? It wasn't that Tsunade was unhappy to see her fellow blonde, but the last few times he had popped up unexpected, he had brought bad news. What would Danzo do if the village was attacked? Tsunade let out another frustrated breath and poured herself a tall glass of vodka. She was going to have to get more of this stuff. Why are you asking? Theoretically, Naruto said, just humor me. I don't know, Tsunade replied. I just found out that the man is probably plotting my demise so that he can take over the village. So you think he'd probably defend the village? Naruto asked. Well, you can't rule over a pile of rubble and bodies, Tsunade said. What do you know? I don't know anything, Naruto stated cheerfully, just ask Rumiko. Tsunade finished her drink and poured another one. Can you kill Danzo? Absolutely, Naruto answered, but he had at least 100 root ninja, possibly more. I might have to kill them all. Can you afford that kind of loss? Tsunade scowled. Damn you and your logic. Naruto grinned at her. How many ninja do you have in this village? 52, Naruto answered, 9 of which are taking the genin test. I see. Tsunade sipped her glass. Can I trust you, Naruto? For now. When should I stop? You'll know. Smiley face. Sakura pushed aside the banners closing off Ichiraku's from the street and slid into the open seat next to the man she was looking for. Morning. It's afternoon, Naruto, Sakura pointed out. I really don't care, the blonde replied. Where's Anko? Work, Naruto stated. So, she snapped out of it. Well, I snapped her out of it. Hey Sakura. Sakura turned and smiled at Ayame. You want your usual? Yes, please. The waitress smiled and moved into the back to let her father know. You have a usual. This place is close to the hospital, Sakura replied with a shrug, not willing to admit that she had begun eating at Ichiraku's to feel closer to her absent teammate. If you say so, Naruto said before slurping up another mouthful of his ramen and swallowing noisily. So, what about Kaori? I want to know some things first, Sakura stated as his own bowl arrived. Shoot, Naruto replied. What happened when you left this village? Sakura asked. I hunted down Akatsuki, Naruto answered. Then I beat up the land of Earth, took over my village and I've been celebrating ever since. Sakura stared at him until his next bowl of ramen arrived. Well, she began finally, that's one way of summarizing a decade. You didn't say anything about details, Naruto said blankly. I want to punch you in the face so much right now, Sakura stated, hoping he understood the willpower it took to not do so. What happened when you left this village? I went hunting, Naruto stated. Kisame was my first find. I beat his ass into a pulp. Why'd you let him live? Sakura asked. Well, this bitch named Ryoko came traipsing into the middle of our fight and threw off my stride, Naruto explained. After that it was a little hard to get back in my groove and I realized that I could use Kisame. He helped me hunt down the rest of the group. How long did that take? Sakura asked. About a year and a half. You hunted down and destroyed an organization of S-class missing nin in a year and a half. Sakura demanded. It would have taken me longer without Kisame, Naruto answered with a shrug. How did you beat Kisame? With my fists, Naruto stated cheerfully. The glare Sakura gave him would have killed lesser men. What? Kisame Hoshigaki is the most physically powerful missing nin in the bingo book, Sakura said simply. How did you beat him in a fight? What can I say? Naruto asked. I just did. You used the fox, didn't you? Sakura asked. You can't use the fox, Naruto answered. It gets into the fights it wants to get into. Did it want to fight Kisame? Big time. It had been too long since it had a fun fight. There just aren't as many strong ninja in the world anymore. God, it's depressing. You know, back in my day. Naruto, focus. Sorry. Sakura took a deep breath. You're still holding out on me, she stated. I want the full truth and nothing you can say is going to distract me. Naruto froze, a saucer of sake halfway to his lips. What? I said, I want the full. After that, the blonde interrupted. Nothing you can say is going to distract me, Sakura repeated. Naruto nodded to himself and finished the saucer before setting it down. So, did you suddenly sprout those tits or did you borrow some jutsu out of Granny's book? Smiley face. You really think he'll be here? Yep, Rumiko stated. It's breakfast time and this is his favorite ramen joint. It's noon, Yui commented. It's Naruto, Rumiko replied. Ah, right, so, breakfast. They both froze in mid-stride as a shriek of feminine fury tore through the peaceful din of the street. You were right. Of course I was right. Their boss burst out of the small ramen stand with his pink-haired teammate in close pursuit. Wow, she has a lot more brawler in her than I would have though. Yeah, Yui agreed. Actually, I would have pegged her as an infiltrator. Why? Do you know how hard it is to throw a good punch with boobs like that? Rumiko's eyes narrowed. Ooh, right, sorry, never mind. You have boobs like that and you're a brawler. I also bind them, Yui pointed out. You shouldn't do that, Rumiko lectured. It's bad for you, you should let them go free. You're an idiot and you're a pervert. Rumiko turned and found herself face to face with her boss. Why am I a pervert? Yui demanded. No, you're the idiot and she's the pervert, Naruto corrected. What are you two doing here? We need you to be in attendance for the presentation of the genin, Rumiko answered. Alright, let's get going. What about her? Rumiko asked, jerking her thumb at where the pinkett was trying to smear Naruto's shadow clone. He'll keep her busy for a while, Naruto said simply as he turned and began leading the way. What did she say? Yui asked. She told me that I couldn't distract her, the blonde replied. I doubt she meant that as a challenge, Rumiko commented. Well, it doesn't matter how she meant it, it only matters how I took it and I took it as a challenge, Naruto argued. You know, I ran into Yasu last night. Rumiko felt her eyebrow twitch. What did he ever do to you? Remember how we stole that train? She asked. I'm still very proud of you for that, Naruto stated. Well, did you happen to notice how you didn't see that train at the end of the track? Rumiko continued. Nope, but please continue. Dumbass couldn't figure out how to slow the train and it derailed and crashed in the woods, Rumiko said. So you knocked him out and left him out there? Naruto asked. Rumiko nodded. You know, if you swung my way, you'd be my perfect woman sometimes. If I swung your way you'd probably drive me into switching sides, Rumiko countered. Yui snickered. That was a great comeback, she said. I'll go on ahead and make sure everything's in place. Rumiko watched her former teammate go. God, she's stupid, Naruto grumbled. I don't get what you see in her. Amazing knockers and a world-class ass, Rumiko stated. Plus, she hasn't slept with you. Naruto laughed uproariously at that. Rumiko let him keep laughing for a few minutes. I talked to Kisame. So? Akatsuki is coming here. Not so loud, Naruto hissed. You'll ruin the surprise. So, you want them to attack? I've been hunting those damn Uchiha for years, Naruto stated. Now, they're coming to me. I can get both in one swoop and finally have a clear slate with no damned promises hanging over my head. So this is all about that promise, Yes, this is all about that promise. You know, for an evil monster, you certainly do like keeping promises. Lying is for you humans. Smiley face. Do we really have to be here? Yuki frowned and glanced back at her bodyguard. The big man was being surprisingly hesitant about going to the presentation of the genin. Did you pick a fight with Naruto again? It's not him I'm worried about, Kisame muttered. Yuki started to ask what he meant, but hesitated when she saw a familiar face not too far off. Naruto. The blonde turned and grinned. Hey Yuki. Can't you call her daimyo in public? Rumiko complained. No, Naruto answered. He glanced at Kisame. You're looking kind of twitchy fish boy. Be nice, Yuki ordered. The blonde could be so insensitive at times. Ooh, Naruto exclaimed. Ooh, what? Kisame demanded. You're scared of Tits McGee. I'm not scared of Tits McGee, Kisame snarled. Hi Kisame. Wag, Kisame quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Hi May. Did you just scream like a little girl? Naruto deadpanned. No. We just heard you scream like a little girl, Naruto pointed out. You can't prove that was me, Kisame stated. He's always done that when he's surprised, May stated. I remember back when we were on a genin team. May, Kisame interrupted, not now, please. Oh, right, May mimed locking her lips. We should get together and go drinking later. Sure, May. You're scared of her? Yuki asked. You'd be scared too if you knew her better, Kisame grumbled. Order, order. Yuki glanced up and caught sight of the Hokage. Come on Kisame, Naruto can mock you more later. Smiley face. Sakura scowled as she made her way towards the village's auditorium. This was not turning out to be a good day. Not only had Naruto ditched her with a clone, she hadn't even been able to kill that damn thing. Hey Sakura. Hey Yuki, Sakura returned absently. It took her a moment to realize what had just appeared. Oh, sorry Lady Kaza. Yuki, the daimyo interrupted. You look pissed. Naruto. Naruto, Sakura confirmed. Yeah, he has that effect on a lot of women, Yuki stated. You didn't. What? You know. Sakura's eyes shot open. No. Okay, good. Yuki let out a sigh of relief. I'd hate to see sex come between two friends. Did someone say sex? Sakura spun and punched her old teammate. To her annoyance, he barely reacted to her hit. You ditched me. Of course I did, Naruto countered. I needed to be here. Sakura scowled at his reasoning. So, Kaori. You can have her, Sakura snapped. Unfortunately, it's too late to do anything for the first 2 stages of the testing. That's fine, I'm not much for book tests. Tell me about it, Yuki and Sakura grumbled in unison.